to see you all, great to have you all along with us for this journey as we head into the final 9 hours of the Buckmore Park 24-hour 2023.
And welcome back to our viewers on the DDMM Comms Box Cam. We are locked in till the end of the race now. Part 3 up and running for you. And if you're on the Alpha live stream, you want to watch that. The Comms Box Cam can see what we're up to in the box. You can also see all of the live timing information there as well. Race control messages, track map. We've got our news ticker rolling along the bottom as well, with updates from some of the series that we are covering in 2023. Contact warning for Zesty Drink Racing. There is your race leader, Max O'Shaughnessy, driving for Dab Motorsport. 106.714 last time around for Max. As actually, we should mention, now got 3 laps advantage over Accelerates Kent Brewery Racing. As doing some great work in this last hour, and following on from the form that we've seen in the British Universities Karting Championship so far this season for Exeter Motorsport. Already champions, of course, are the Exeter A team. And soon they'll be on their way to 1,000 laps. 970 complete at the moment. Best Drink Racing, we saw there. Adam Nather still at the wheel for them. Close battles. What are we looking? What are we looking at the moment, Kieran?
We've got TRX Racing and Team ARD for the battle in Clubman lead, although TRX Racing lost 8 tenths per second on the last lap. So closest battle, Zesty Drink 21 and Formula None 15. This battle here heading in towards hairpin 1. Get back onto power. There's the number 2 of the only way is Brentwood trying to carve their way through and put a lap on this battle. And, we have that's the Tangerine Tornado in the number 15. That's the greatest nickname I've seen in the driver preparation. It's brilliant.
Sounds like a magician's name.
It does.
At a county fair.
There's Daniel Mays behind the wheel. That's the Tangerine Tornado. I'd love to know the reason why. I understand the tangerine, but I need to know the context of the tornado.
I've just got images. You know that mini kart GIF with the guy just spinning out of control. That's almost quick to be a tornado, but make it orange. But now we're into the last 9 hours of the race. We can expect a pit stop very soon from Accelerates Kent Brewery Racing. Oh, Adam Nather's a bit wide there. That might be a track limit warning for ZDR in a moment. Because that's what we're talking about. Even though it's slippery out there, and Adam was searching for the grip, that was beyond track limits. So if that was spotted by one of the observers, that'll most likely get called. Keep your comments coming in, and if you're on your way in and you haven't done so already, you don't mind clicking that like button. Try and get us up to 450 likes if we can. That'd be good. Thank you for the continued support, both here on Alpha Live and over on DDMM. Having a look at South Coast Racing. They're pulling their way back into this. Faster than... In fact, there we go. Right on cue. Change for 15th place. South Coast Racing have got ahead of Brighton Motorsport. And now South Coast Racing will set their sights up the road on Senior Frogs. However, Another good response from Senior Frogs. Ethan Payne has had a tough stint here. This has been difficult conditions to bear for Ethan, but he's back on pace, isn't he, Kieran?
He is finding the grip out there and lapping 9 hundredths of a second quicker than CS7 Racing. Got 1.1 seconds quicker than Ditch Finders, who's actually the next position in class. Now they are about a lap and a half behind at this moment in time, but at the pace they're going, they will put a big dent in that gap further down the line. So everything is doing a decent job out there of making sure he keeps those lap times coming in as consistently as possible.
And that's what they've got to do. It's another phase of the race where you don't really see big moves and finisher moves for the race story at 9 hours to go. So you've got to sunlight now. So there's a driver change going on here for the number 14 team. Now that's South Coast Racing. Now this isn't with a pit stop, so that was a 59-minute stint. Oh, is there a problem there? No, they've got going again now. There's no fuel there. That drops them back behind Brighton Motorsport and gives Brighton 15th place again.
Yeah, slightly wide as well coming out of the pit lane. No South Coast Racing there, but making their way now down in towards the first hairpin, and again running a little bit deep. And this is the issue with just joining onto the track when you haven't had a chance to try out the wet weather conditions. You will find there's not a lot of grip out there, and that you will find there's not much grip at all.
See South Coast Racing's driver trying to lean into the corners there, trying to generate that tyre slip. Some heat in the tyres and grip as well. But just to go back, it's what I mean by it is this stage of the race is a target. It's a get to that stage and then assess what you do next, and probably within an hour's time you then start to go, right, let's try and ramp it up now, let's try and get that next position or those next couple of spots, that lap back on the car's a couple of laps ahead of us. You've got to consolidate now. You've got to make sure that you don't throw away all that effort that you've done through the night to put you in a good position.
Yeah, you've got through the night shift. That's the most important thing. You're getting into daylight now, and that as well can be a little bit of a boost to the team as well. You've made it through this the night stint, which, as you said before, has been very dreary in terms of weather. It's been on and off rain, but you've made it through now. You've got yourself into daytime driving again, as that's the 17 launching down the inside of the 20. That's Dr. Vapes trying to find a way through, and again on the inside of Team Dineros. Trying to, that's not a battle for position, by the way, that's just a battle for Dr. Vapes to get in front and put a lap on Team Dineros. But of course, no reason why you have to jump out of the way, and there are no blue flags, so you can just keep racing on. And it's up to the faster cart to find their way around you.
Good response from Team Dineros. I think it's Richard Neal back at the wheel for them at the moment. They lost third place in the clubman ranks not that long ago, but they fought back and they've now got 35 seconds over the ditch finders, and they're running a similar strategy. It's starting to diverge now. 24 minutes, the difference between the two strategies in terms of time their current drivers have been out on circuit, and in between them in that regard you've got the Senior Frogs still circulating in the 108. So all three of those mentioned teams running around in the 108s. 2 laps covering them for that last spot on the clubman podium. We've not talked about Trophy or Trees for a while, and the reason I want to talk about them now is that they are now back onto the same lap as Mini Boost. 54 seconds is the gap for Mini Boost, but they are there. and continuing to make progress and close in, make it 53.5 seconds for Trophy or Trees now as they try and get back into the top 20. Leaders come over to start a new lap. 978 laps completed now for DAB Motorsport. Rather cute. There are Trophy or Trees, the team of F1 YouTubers and motorsport influencers on social media. Quite a tough one. It's a new squad that hasn't had a lot of experience across their full team. If you missed it earlier, unfortunately, Matt Amos has had to pull out of the event for this team due to a dislocated finger and doctor's orders during an incident in his first stint, really in the early stages of this race when it was still daylight. Oh, a bit of contact there between the number 1 of Club 73 Young Guns. I think that was the number 18 trying to go around the outside. Apologies, no, it's the number 10 of Williams Esports 1. Down the inside goes Jamie Henderson for the number 24. Bit of pod-to-pod contact between the two of them. Trophy or Trees also had Jimmy Broadbent stand in for a little bit as well. But he's been nursing a bit of illness recently, so unfortunately won't be appearing again in this race. We had a good talk to him earlier. He was feeling a lot better when he got out of the kart. So closest fight I can see at the moment, I think Formula 1 are fighting back in their number 15 kart. 2.3 seconds behind Zesty Drink Racing. They were quicker by 0.3 of a second last time around. They're both trying to close in on South Coast Racing out there again now. Relatively new driver in for South Coast Racing. Only been out there for 5 minutes, still getting themselves back up to speed. Tom says, next year we need a Senior Frogs team with Lando Norris. Now I'd like that. Go on, why do you think it'd be tricky?
Might be slightly tricky in the fact that he might have an F1 schedule to deal with.
He might have an F1 schedule to deal with. I think the more pressing one, sorry to dampen the party here, is Lando's insurance bill. It's probably what would put him out of that one.
Yes, unfortunately so. But it was great to see him a couple of years ago down here when he was an F2 driver at the time.
Yes, I remember that day very well. It was the WTF1 Grand Prix here in the old. It was the old generation fleet of Sodi karts here at Buckmore Park. It's still up on the Alpha Live archives here on YouTube. That was a long, long time ago. I had more hair back then. That was a great day. I remember, that was one of those days of it's like, oh, Lando Norris is Formula 2 driver, and I thought, yeah, he's going to come down, do a couple of laps, and then go home. Nope, he stayed around all day.
He did.
Chat to loads of people. Had a very grainy selfie with him, and he went on to be runner-up that year in Formula 2 to a certain Russell George. We haven't mentioned it so far, but you know the race that we were talking about last year with Lando?
Yeah.
It still hurts.
Yeah.
Still really hurts.
Yeah, I kind of wish you didn't mention it.
There's been a couple of times that I've got close. You say he was down here a few years ago. He was down here a few months ago because they did the filming of the Mario Kart race for the Quadrant channel.
Yes.
Do give that one a watch. It's good entertaining fun. And we heard from Steve earlier on, Steve Brown, that I think Quadrant are back here on Monday for filming another video. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for that one, because they're still on an off week in the Formula 1. I think they're back in next week. Or is it the week after? It just feels forever, this gap, this unscheduled mid-season break.
Yeah, I think it is next weekend. Yes, next weekend. Been a long old break, hasn't it?
Where are they? I've lost track now.
Azerbaijan.
Oh, I don't like Baku.
I
Is
think
that controversial to say?
I don't know, but it's also a sprint weekend.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Sorry, I'm going to get old now.
Yes.
I don't mind the Friday afternoon, late evening qualifying. I love that. I just think the sprint's a bit pointless. There's no jeopardy in it.
My great example of why the sprint race doesn't work is it's if there's a crazy qualifying session.
Yeah.
It kind of-
Like we had in Brazil.
Yes, exactly that, with Kevin Magnussen on pole.
Yeah.
It would have been great for Kevin Magnussen to have full 71 laps to make the most out of that pole
Yeah.
position. Would he have won the race? Of course
No.
not. But he would have got some decent points
Yeah.
out of the back of it. And I feel like the sprint race, all it did was in the drive.
Nullify.
Nullify it and just bring
Great
it back
qualifying.
to a regular
I agree.
qualifying result.
I agree indeed.
But hey ho, it's a sprint race around the second longest circuit on the calendar.
If you want Andrew's TED talk on how to make Formula 1 better, subscribe to Double Dash Motorsport YouTube channel.
Yes.
It comes down to one single sentence. Reduce the number of Grand Prix, it's too many of them. And 2, make getting to the end of a Grand Prix an achievement in itself. Never mind points, make getting to the end hard. The cars are too reliable. And I know I'm coming from the 90s here, where it's like, oh yes, Michael Schumacher's in the lead by 40 seconds, but his gearbox might pack up any minute, because they were genuinely pushing the limits.
Well,
And they don't do that anymore in a race condition. They run them too conservatively.
I did like it when Sebastian Vettel, the race, he said it eludes me, but it was bring back the V10s.
Mm.
And it was, or V12s, I can't remember exactly what he said, but it was an older generation. And you kind of think, well, if that was a failure of a V6, that's actually quite a reliable engine nowadays.
Yeah.
I kind of think you would have retired 4 times at that race. Whoa, there's a little bit of contact in the background there, going down in towards Simon Sweeps. That was
Sebastian Bloch was involved in that one, and it was... Oh, it's the Brentwood kart. It's the only way is Brentwood. That was 4th and 5th places having a bit of a meeting.
Yeah, 3 laps between them, but nothing between them as they made that little bit of contact going through Simon Sweep there, and it sent the only way is Brentford all the way around. They have got back up to speed and back up the hill. We'll wait to see what the verdict on that one is.
Well, sorry, the TED Talk has started now. It's on the state of Formula 1. Putting my engineer hat on, there's actually very simple reason as to why the in a race condition, the engines are... the cars are too reliable now. Part of it is the only being able... The absolute nonsense. You can only run 3 power units per year for saving costs doesn't work. That's not how businesses work. If you make an engine do more stuff, do more mileage, and you are a builder of said engine, like Mercedes at Brixworth, and you're only going to be allowed to sell 3 engines per car to your, Aston Martin and McLaren and your customers, instead of, I don't know, 6 engines a year. What are you going to do to the cost of your engine? One of the engine? Going to double it.
Yeah.
You're still going to want to make your money at the end of the year. So the whole, let's reduce the number of engines because it will save money is complete rubbish. Get rid of it. Make the engine simpler. Make them do 2 races. Put them in a position where if they push them too hard and get the calculations wrong and get the engineering wrong, it blows up at the end of a Grand Prix. Far more exciting. How good was the start of last season when Verstappen was either winning or blowing up? It was great. And then the Red Bull got the car reliable and Max won easily.
Yeah.
Because there's too many races. Anyway, there we go. F1 rant for the day done. There's a race still going on, Andrew.
There is. There's a black flag that's gone out to the number 1 kart, or that's incident going down in towards Simon Sweep, so the Club 73 Young Guns will have to serve that penalty imminently. I think they have seen that black flag now.
Tom's impressed with Aston Martin. Says, oh yeah, I'll give him that. Aston Martin have had a great season.
They have made the most of the off-season.
They have indeed. They've done something a bit different. They've recognised that unless you do something drastically different, you're never going to catch Red Bull now with this set of regulations.
And with this season, they finished in the constructors. Was it 9th or
Yep.
8th last season? Either one of those two.
Mm.
So they have either the second or the third most amount of time in the wind tunnel.
So Sebastian Block in for a black flag now. This is where I hope my deduction's pointing me in the right direction. I think that's for the incident that we saw with the Brentwood number 2 carts going into Simon Sweep with both of them off the road. Black flag, take-out penalty, sitting the pitch for 20 seconds. Not really going to change things too much right now, except extend the lead that the number 2 has over the number 1. It's not going to change any positions. The Young Guns have got a 2-lap gap over Dr. Vapes. Now, Team Silverton have always got the most performance for each pound they spend. Even back to the mid-90s. The only period where they really did do it was the mid-2000s when they didn't have a penny to develop with. It happened. The ending was spoilt for me by someone in chat. I was on comms. We did have a no F1 discussion rule in the chat all day. We had a 20-minute red flag delay that just took us long enough in a broadcast for someone to come into the chat brand new and spoil the result for me. Good. I've recorded who that person was. In fact, there's a general rule for you if you're if you're wanting to know top 5 things that really annoy commentators in our modern streaming age. Don't discuss other race events that have been going on whilst the commentators have been broadcasting on the air. We might be watching those races on Monday morning.
Yes.
Don't spoil it.
What's the situation with Williams 2?
We think retired.
Yes.
We think they're out the race. We've not seen that kart circulating for... Yeah, 3.5 hours now, unfortunately. So, good effort from the Williams Esports 2 team. It should not go unsaid that they came into this with pretty much no karting experience at all. Never mind 24-hour karting experience. They circulated. They did how many laps was it? 817 laps. But we do believe that they have withdrawn that car from the entry.
Yeah, and that's the part of the team, that's the sort of management side, who don't normally go racing, don't normally get behind the wheel of a rig. Interesting thing my voice did there, but we'll look past it. Yeah, they don't normally get behind the wheel, so it was a valiant effort from them, but unfortunately, speaking to Brett there, the team was dwindling in numbers the longer the race went on, so I think it's probably the wisest. I mean, they got to 3 at one point. You really can't run 3 drivers in a race like this.
No.
It's nigh on impossible. But I have sent a message for. I assume he's asleep because he hasn't seen the message yet. But yeah, I think our assumptions are getting clearer and clearer as it passes that Williams Esports, the second team outfit, are out of this race and have retired. But as soon as we get confirmation.
Yep. Alex Smith asks, why would brands want their names associated with blowing up or breaking down? No, that's a fair point. That is a fair point. and getting reliability has always been a part of the sport. But lots of manufacturers have been successful for motorsport over the years, with elements where overcoming adversity and not being guaranteed to get to the end of the race has been a factor. Audi completely revolutionised their brand image. I know they did a good job of trying to ruin it in the 2010s with some things that we won't discuss on air, but they went from being a pretty boring brand in the 80s and 90s to being one of the main premium brands with their efforts to Le Mans 24 Hours. People tell them, you go, oh, as around goes Bazinga. Only a couple of seconds lost there.
Snatching the brakes there and locking up the rears, and the back end just says no. Yeah, and it's that horrible moment because the engine note just cuts out completely, and that's how you know you blocked the rears. And unless you're able to keep the steering wheel straight and perfectly straight as well, if there's even a slight bit of steering input, you are going round.
To expand on my thoughts with Formula One, I want a Formula One where manufacturers can genuinely be innovative and get it wrong sometimes, and then fix it and then put it into car production. People told Audi in the 2010s, you can't take a diesel to Le Mans and win Le Mans, and they did. Took them a while to get it right, but they did, and it delivered onto the road. That's my problem with Formula One at the moment. You force them down a single route, everybody does the same thing, and it all just converges into the same solution. Anyway, we'll stop F1 rants for now.
Innovative and try and bring it on a road car, but you won't see any six-wheeled cars on a road ever. That never caught on.
That never, no.
Having a big fan on the back of a car, a road car.
Careful where you're going there, son. I'm saying nothing on that one.
But it was fun seeing those cars. I mean, seeing pictures, I never saw them first, but it was fun seeing that progression. Personally, I love the early and mid 60s where aerodynamics was just being discovered.
Yeah.
Coming up to the top of the hour.
Massive wings made out of metal. I love those. Absolutely love that.
We're pretty much at bottom of the order, bottom of the hour. So let's do a rundown of how the race is looking. It's been a fairly stable last 60 minutes of the race. Dab Motorsport have the lead. They've got it out to 3 laps now. 994 laps have been completed by them. They're in a good position here. They're in race management mode right now and extending those stints out, trying to count down the number of times they need to visit the pits before the end of this race. Second place are Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. They've got a 2-lap advantage. They're holding that 2-lap advantage over Adrenico Racing. And they've also got a 2-lap gap over the Only Ways Brentwood, who had a bit of a dramatic moment some 10 minutes ago in an incident with the Club 73 Young Guns. Both carts still running though, but the Young Guns are now 4 laps behind the Brentwood carts there. They need to be looking over their shoulders as well, because they've got only a 1-lap gap now to the very impressive Dr. Vapes team on their debut in this race. They're there in 6th place, comfortably in 6th place over the Bayford Bandits, the team from Bayford Meadows kart circuit. They have a 47.5 second gap over Team ARD, who crucially are still your leaders in the Clubman class, but there have been a fair number of changes in Clubman. It's getting closer out there in the subcategory. Williams Esports 1 are there a further lap back, 9th overall. Team De Neros are now up into 2nd place, so they were off the podium not that long ago in Clubman. They've now got past the Ditch Finders, and they've got past TRX Racing as well. TRX Racing 1 lap back from Team De Neros, but they have recently made a pit stop, so be aware that we are in a pit stop cycle at the moment. TRX Racing in 11th place have a 44.8 second gap over the ditch finders. Just to update you on the gap between Daneros and TRX, it's actually 19 seconds, not one lap. Clennigan Strike 7 Racing are there in 14th place. Senior Frogs are in, CS7 Racing in 13th place, the number 4. In 14th place, the number 23 there of Senior Frogs. They'll probably need to start making a bit of a move in the next couple of hours, but they are still in the discussion for a podium position in Clubman. They've got a 1 lap advantage over South Coast Racing, who had a good run, and I think they're just cycling through their drivers and making sure they're keeping drivers fresh for the last third of the race. They have a gap of not a lot at all over Formula None, 8.9 seconds to be exact. So developing battle between those two karts for that position in the top 15. Club 73, not fast but furious, are 1 lap further back. They're trying to hold off Zesty Drink Racing at the moment, who are 22 seconds behind them. Mini Boost are up into 19th. It's not been a good hour for Brighton Motorsport, so Mini Boost have got back past them. Brighton Motorsport falling back down to 20th place, 9 seconds behind Mini Boost. And Trophy or Trees are closing in as well. 39 seconds is the gap now for the F1 and Motorsport YouTuber influencer squad there to gain another position. They have pulled out 2 laps over Club 73 Team Silent now. Team Rango still plugging away there 4 laps further back in 23rd place. And the last running kart out there on circuit at the moment, the Olympus karting by HSR Autos, winning in that battle of the all sim racer teams, taking on a karting event of this magnitude for the first time. They are 56 laps off the overall lead, but they are ahead of the Williams Esports 2 effort, which we are led to believe has retired.
If you
Let's
can
have
try to advert, please.
Let's have a very quick word from one of our sponsors.
Imagine a world where style and sustainability unite. The Anderson A2 charge point offers over 120 finish combinations, so you will choose to bring in or stand out. Crafted in the UK from high-quality materials and precision engineering, the A2 is designed to make the switch to electric driving as seamless as possible. Smart, simple, sustainable. This is luxury electric vehicle charging. This is Anderson EV.
Thank you very much to Anderson EV for their continued support. 8 hours and 25 minutes of the race to go. Who's impressed you in the last couple of hours, Kieran?
Well, I think
To put you on the spot.
to really put me on the spot. Top 4 of the pro class. I mean, they've all been lapping so consistently that the gaps between them have pretty much stayed exactly where they are. 2 of them are due in for a pit stop soon. We've had Dab Motorsport recently into the pits for what we can assume is a fuel stop. But Team ARD, they've been putting in some really good lap times recently. Obviously TRX Racing having that black flag just before the turn of the hour puts themselves down the order just a little bit. But yeah, so the pointy ends of both grids have been fantastic, especially the top 4 in the pro class. They have been lapping consistently when they haven't had traffic, and it's getting to a point where they're lapping so consistently they're not actually catching anybody, and they're not actually catching each other.
Indeed. Just anticipating a few pit stops coming up in the next 10 to 15 minutes. All quite important for third place in club, or a spot we should say now, on the Clubman podium. Senior Frogs, Bazinga has been out there for an hour and a half now. Ditch Finders have been out for an hour and 35 minutes. So let's see how much longer they go on for.
Top 2 in the pro class though.
Yeah.
Exactly as the same as it was last year. The senior
Oh dear.
a moment ago.
Yeah.
Didn't quite see how that happened, but they were onto the curb as Bazinga, so
They just spin out, I think.
they might have just spun out in towards Garden. Maybe put the power down too early. Didn't quite see it though, so I'm not quite sure. But yeah, Dab Motorsport were the winners last year of the Buckmore 24-hour, and Accelerate was second place
Mhm.
last year. And as it stands right now, with 8 hours and 23 minutes on the clock, that's the moment. Ditchfinders, who were runners-up in the Clubman class, find themselves fourth in Clubman at this moment in time. So it's shaping up to be, at least in the pros, that, as I said, they're lapping when they're not in traffic so consistently that it's a case of they're not catching each other.
Yeah.
And there are a few laps between us as we've now completed
1,000 laps. 1,000 laps. 1,000 kilometres
yes.
for DAB Motorsport. And it's quite the distance. And then the first team to achieve it, 2 laps ahead of Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. I've been really impressed with DAB Motorsport. The changes that they've had in the team and drivers moving around between the squads. The process, the way they've gone about this race, the tried and tested methods that won them the race last year have served them very well up to this stage in 2023.
Yeah, I agree. As Dr. Bates get their way past the 16 cart there.
There were a couple of questions about redesignations between the classes. Yes, just to mention, if you're joining us or joined us in, say, the last hour, apologies if we've not noted it recently. We have had, during the race, 2 reassignments from Pro in to Clubman. One of them was the Williams Esports 2 team, which we've talked about as retired from the race. The other one was TRX. So they were a Pro entry, but then they were reassigned into Club when it's decided by race control that was the more appropriate class for them. Dr. Vapes went the other way, but that was before the race.
Yes. You see little bits of squabbling, not for position. Team Rango in third place. And 17, Dr. Vapes doing another lap on them.
Oh, here we go. Matt Plum, the wizard, the man of the moistness, is going to get back in. It's all right. Frogs like moistness. It's just going to be an interesting one now. How are the other teams going to respond to this? Because everybody knows that they have Matt Plum now. They saw what happened earlier, and he did a brilliant stint in the wee hours. I'm sorry, chat. I'm being told never to say the M word ever again.
Please. I agree.
But what do you do if you're the other teams now? Do you throw your best driver out to block and to counter the moves from Senior Frogs now? Or do you hold them for later in the race when you might be fighting for a position with an hour or so to go?
Well, is there a way to defend? I mean, we've already heard from Matt. He loves driving in the wet.
Yep.
So he's at his element in these tricky conditions. I suppose if you've got a wet weather specialist, you might throw them out there now. But for other teams around, a wet weather specialist might also be pretty handy in the dry. And maybe that's when you want to bank on the track drying up. We might be expecting a little bit more weather down the line.
Rain continuing for at least the next 54 minutes is what our sources are telling us here in the box. As in, oh no, now something's gone wrong there. Something has gone wrong for Senior Frogs. That wasn't part of the plan. Ethan Bigazinga's come in. I just wonder, has he forgotten to go into fuel?
Yeah,
I think that's what's happened there.
I think that is. He looked back and
I'm going,
up in frustration.
That's where I'm meant to be.
Yeah.
And that'll be tiredness. That will be a tiredness and lapse of just quick lapse of concentration. So easy to do at this stage of the race. So you haven't lost a huge amount with it. They've only lost probably 10 seconds.
Yeah, and losing out on 10 seconds over 8 hours is not
Not
the
a lot.
end of the world.
No.
But yeah, that will be a bit of a frustrating one. Bazinga will be kicking himself that he's done that, and I'm sure once he gets back into the paddock, there might be some laughs to be had with Bazinga at his expense. But yeah, you're right. That's the fatigue right there. We were talking about it earlier on. About you can just make those mistakes you wouldn't make if you were at your peak performance, at your good best. There he goes. Bazinga now brings it into the fuel bay, and the crew there can start working. And he's going to tag in as well. Although he can't go anywhere yet. He remembers the seat insert though.
Yep.
Got to bring that with him.
Yep. Got to be on weight. Yep. I've got to go for another one, Matt. That one looks a little bit worn and battered. They weigh about 2 kilos. Those seat inserts. Remember that from when I used to have to use one of those to get up to weight limit. Not anymore. Fix that with Coventry Curse fending off cake, which has done a very effective job so far in this race. Well done, everybody.
Well, there he is, the wet weather warrior of the Senior Frogs. Makes his way now down in towards hairpin 1. And now we'll start to see what sort of lap times he's capable of.
This, I think, is the stint. This is going to be the make or break stint now for the Senior Frogs race for the YouTubers squad. They have drafted in a ringer, a driver with a lot of experience and likes these conditions, knows how to handle them, and no concerns about tiredness and fatigue in terms of the muscles. And they've kept him fairly fresh as well through the course of the race so far. Matt's just going to push this as hard as he can, limit the mistakes. If he could take out a lap and a half, I think, from that region around the ditch finders, who are also now in the pit lane, I think he puts the Senior Frogs right back in the firm part of that discussion. We're going to see another Harry stint. I think we're going to see another a Chippo one as well. If there's any chance of them getting on that podium, they are going to be throwing the fast drivers back in for another turn, for another couple of hours.
Definitely. And we'll see how he gets on his laps. There he is, then making his way through in towards Simon Sweet, and then he'll make his way in towards Cormans. And the floodlights still on.
Yep,
around
still on.
the circuit, so no tinted visors just yet. You can't do that until the floodlights have been switched off. That is the ruling from the race director. Once that happens, you can wear tinted visors at your leisure.
I'm just going to check through what is the gap at the moment for Senior Frogs. So okay, so 1.5 laps is the gap that they've got to the ditch finders. And we've been talking about the ditch finders being on the podium in the last few hours. More drivers and more teams going through the 1,000 laps mark. Accelerate and Andrenico join DAB Motorsport in that elite group of teams that have achieved that at this stage of the race.
Can you call it a millennium of laps? Or that
Yeah.
just apply for years?
Millennium of laps.
Millennium of laps.
Chat, let us know if we can call it a millennium of laps.
A grand of laps.
Grand of laps. How about you, sir?
Very close battle between the 14 and the 15 over 15th and 16th places respectively. I think they're just coming through sector number 1 now. This is South Coast Racing and Formula None. 0.3 of a second separated them last time around. That's the number 24 coming through, the number 19. There's Sam Lovelace back in the cart. There is the 14, there's the 15. So still as they were, South Coast Racing ahead of Formula None. But Formula None wanting to try and get through here as soon as possible. 2 Clubman entries, of course. Formula None might look for a switch back here. They're going to be side by side as they go through Cafe Corner. That's going to be a brave move down the inside. And yeah, I think wise to pull out of that was Daniel Mays. Tangerine Tornado not wanted to cause any damage through that particular corner. Very easy. The number of times I've seen in these conditions 2 karts try and race through there and both end off the circuit, drivers right in the wall. That was heads up from both of them. I think at the moment, I'm trying to work out, I think it might be Charlie Baker in for the South Coast Racing team, simply because his kit description is multicoloured helmet, larger fella. Their words, not mine.
Yeah. On the multicoloured lids alone, yes.
Yeah.
I'd probably say that would probably be Charlie Baker. And he's put down as his sort of information and things he's competed in as lots.
Lots.
That's it.
All right.
Fair enough.
Sean Dabin coming through for his team, Dav Motorsport. 3 laps clear now. And I just seem to have this one under control at the moment. A lot's been thrown at them. Qualifying was very close. They knew it was going to be a fierce battle on sheer pace and that they need to do some work with strategy. They need to get to the halfway point in the service windows with the kart in good shape. They did that. They pulled out 2 laps during those service windows. We've still got a lot of racing here to go. We've still not hit the length of 6 hours is always a big one for me. 6 hours to go. The length for a standard FIA World Endurance Championship race. We've got that plus 2 more hours to go yet. Good response this from South Coast Racing. Turning up the pace now. Wanted to hold on to this 15th spot. The 50 seconds behind Senor Frogs. And at the moment, quicker than Senor Frogs. But we know the 23 is full of fuel at the moment, as Sean David trying to find a way past the South Coast Racing number 14. And this is where I'm feeling confident for Dab Motorsport now, because they're not having to throw it in there. Like in a different scenario, you can see Sean Dabin throwing that one down the inside if he's aware that there's 2nd or 3rd place 20 seconds back. Knowing they've got those 3 laps in hand now, Kieran, they can have the luxury to pick and choose when they go for overtaking back markers and make sure that the certainty of a move when going for the overtake, instead of being 50%, it's more like 80%, 90%, not wanting to pick up any penalties at this stage of the race.
No, and you're right. It's that sense of calm. It's collected driving at the moment. They know they've got a good lead. As you said, they don't want to do anything that would hamper that lead in any way, and so they want to be looking to not make those mistakes. And a switch for 20th place. Yes, that's Trophy of Trees moving past Brighton Motorsport then. So that's a move for 20th place overall, and now Trophy of Trees could try and get themselves up the road now. They're 27 seconds behind Mini Boost now, who are on the same lap. So the challenge starts now to try and reel that gap in. Now that they've got a little bit of clear air.
And the gap was about a lap, I'd say an hour ago. So great work by Jamie Henderson to gain a position. Still be chasing the driver that they originally, or the team that they originally set out for. Although we would be expecting both of them in fairly soon. Jamie's been out there for 1 hour and 52 minutes. Similarly, Mini Boost have been out for an hour and 41.
So expecting carts to be in the pits, some carts to be in the pits within the next 15, 20 minutes. Maybe a bit longer as well, those that are trying to push 2 hours out of this stint. But now, we're coming towards 8 hours, 8 minutes. So what about that 8 hours to go mark? You'll expect drivers to come in.
Oh, spin.
Background there. Contact with led to a spin as well. Was that Trophy Tree involved in that one?
I think it was. I think, yeah, that was a spin for the number 24. That was one of those cases of in the wet conditions where you have the differing lines and then they eventually are joined back together, and sometimes it can be very difficult when you're on the edge of adhesion to pull yourself out of one of those scenarios. No matter for Trophy or Trees. I think they did hold on to the position. Yes, they did.
Trophy Trees got a contact for that one.
Yep. As into the pits has come Brighton Motorsport. That's a little bit earlier than I was expecting for Brighton Motorsport. It is good news actually for Trophy or Trees, because when they do come to make their pit stop, I don't think they'll fall back behind Brighton now. So Trophy or Trees are on here for 20th place. Down the hill, Sam Lovelace cutting through there for Drenico Racing. Solidly in 3rd place right now. Lap time's steady at this moment. No one breaking down below at 1 minute 7 right now. It'll be more down to air temperature, and it's still being quite cold, quite chilly. Track not drying out right now.
You can see that slightly darker line, which
Yeah.
is not really a dry line, but it's a more used damp line.
Yeah.
So it's trying to get that water off the line. The only problem is you're trying to get water off the line with slick tyres. It's not very good at displacing the water that's on the track.
Interested to see how the ditch finders play the next couple of hours, Kieran. That they're 54 seconds behind CS7 Racing. You have unfortunately dropped a long way back from Team Daneros, to the extent that they were trading positions back and forth not that long ago. It's now nearly 2 laps between them.
It will be interesting to see how they play that one. What will come of it?
Senior Frogs now only... Ah, no, sorry, that was their first sector time. I was about to say they were 27 seconds behind, but no, don't listen to me on that one.
Not yet, anyway. We'll see what sort of lap time deltas they are setting at the moment. Slow on that lap, and
Oh, now that's a big one for the story of Clubman. Sorry to cut across you there, mate. Ditch Finders Black Flag.
well. They are 4th in class. That will be a big opportunity for Senior Frogs to get back onto the same lap as Ditch Finders. They were closing by 2 seconds on that last lap. What they're trying to do at the moment is get back onto the same lap as Ditch Finders, and this would be the perfect opportunity for them to do that. Once they get back onto the same lap, the next time in theory they see them
Could be for position.
will be for position.
I'm intrigued to know what that is for, because we saw them have a 1 minute 26, and a shake of the head there from driver behind the wheel of the number 16. Not happy about this decision made by race control. I'm afraid it is going to be a visit to the pit lane, whether they like it or not.
Yeah, but I think that's Johnny Angel behind the wheel. And making his way through towards hairpin 2. So he'll have to come in, pull to the side, and it'll be explained what the black flag is for.
And the other good news for Senior Frogs is that Matt Plum is up to speed now. 1 minute 7.919. That's on not far off the pace of the leaders at the moment, who've just both set 1 minute 7.7s. So that's what Senior Frogs need in this crucial phase of the race. They need to make up some time on their rivals if they're going to be on that podium for the clubman category. They were so close to it in 2022. They don't want to miss out again. And there is Matt Plum, experienced driver. Has done a lot of the photography and behind the scenes work. They've also signed him up as a driver to deal with these situations when it's trickier for drivers who haven't got that experience. There are ditch finders serving their black flag penalty. This won't lose them the position as through goes Senior Frogs onto the same lap. 1 minute and 24 seconds is the gap at that last measure. That is going to come down again. So what do we reckon, Kieran? Is it going to be about 45 seconds, 50 seconds?
Yeah, sort of. I reckon about 50 seconds that'll come down to. If we're looking at a 1 minute 7 lap time, yeah, I think 50 seconds is not too far off what the gap is going to be. Of course, he's going to now get that car up to speed as Johnny Angel.
Yep.
On towards the first 2 turns and then towards hairpin 1. So you lose time there, having to try and get up to speed. There is the Senior Frogs then. Matt behind the wheel, turning in towards Garda. Tiptoeing, it is tiptoeing your way through Senna chicane and then up the rise towards Cafe Curve. Let's see what lap time this is going to be. He'll make his way across the line. 107.784. So yeah, 32 seconds taken out of that. 52 seconds. That wasn't a bad guess. Andrew, well done. Is the gap shown for distance for team in first or in front of you? There's one for both. So the behind is how far they are behind the leader, and the gap is the distance they are behind the car ahead of them. So for example, Team Deneros are 19 laps down on the race leader in 10th place, but they are 0.6 of a second away from the number 8 Williams Esports outfit.
On the that being on the live alphatiming.co.uk/Buckmore, on your timing tower on the stream, the way to look at it is if it says gap next to P1, those numbers down below are the gap between, so for second place it's 3 laps to the leader, 5 laps to the leader, 7 laps to the leader, etc, etc. When that word gap changed to diff, then it's the difference to the next kart up ahead. And we are in to the last third of the race. 16 hours completed, another 8 to go. Leaders having to deal with some traffic at the moment, dipping into the 1 minute 8s. There goes the number 25 of Team ARD. What's going on at the head of Clubman? Because we've not checked back in with ARD and Deneros for a while now. There is a gap. There is a 1 lap gap between them. We know that for sure. Both of them in the 1 minute 7s last time around. Williams Esports not too far, but in fact, well, Team Deneros have just got back past Williams Esports 1. So Williams Esports 1 trying to hold on to their top 10 spot in the order overall. There are Team ARD. down towards Syme Sweep. Kieran, we're going to have to say not farewell, because you'll be back for the end of the race, but ta-ra for now. Ta-ta for now. How have you found going through the big chunk of the night, to the last 6 hours?
Yeah, it's been interesting. On and off rain, to come back from a nap and find the circuit completely soaked wet.
Yeah.
Was a bit didn't expect it to come that early, the rain, but yeah, it's been interesting to see which teams have a sort of wet weather master who they've thrown out there in these treacherous, tricky conditions, and it's been especially challenging for some teams and some drivers as well, where the last bit of track they drove was completely bone dry.
Yeah.
And the next bit they drive on is these damp, wet conditions. You have to completely change your driving style in order to match. So it's been really interesting to see how all the teams have got on. Plenty of penalties as well. They really changed up the order. The top four in the pro is pretty much exactly how I left it last time, and I'm expecting no different from my return.
Lee Henderson has come in with a question on the Alpha Live chat. Good morning, gentlemen. Could stints be pushed to even 2 hours 30 in these conditions? Well, we saw Accelerate have a very good go. They got up to 2 hours 25 when they had the kind of first opportunity to do a fully wet, rain-affected stint. That'd be a brave team, I think, to push it to 2 hours 30. As a lovely spring-looking Buckmore Park now. The sun's coming up. We have got a bit more rain falling, I think, at the moment. The trees in bloom. Fresh leaves on them. Wonderful part of the world at this time of year. Through past the number 12 there go Team ARD. That's going past the Club 73 Not Fast But Furious team. DDMM Comms Camp still running. Hello, everybody. We are now on part 3, by the way. That's changed over there. Producer James is looking very confused because we were just waving into seeming thin air to him there. We were like just waving to the GoPro. Number 1 going past the 7 there. That's not for position. TRX Racing currently in the 109s. Ditch Finders to Senior Frogs. I'm going to get an update on that any second now. Change as into the pits come Team Deneros. And out again, 1 minute 55. That looked like a good, efficient pit stop from the number 20 squad. 45 seconds, by the way, is the gap between Ditch Finders and Senior Frogs. 3/4 of a second is what Senior Frogs took out of Ditch Finders last time around. There is Matt Plum running down the course, doing a good job at the moment. This is what the Senior Frogs were looking for. Absolutely not, Ethan. You were not horrendous. That was very tricky conditions that catch out many, many good drivers. Pace was good, was in the 1 minute 8s. Senior Frogs still in the fight here. As I say, if they can pull back, I'd say a lap at least, maybe a lap and a half across the course of this stint for Matt, they'll start putting those teams ahead of them under pressure, and we have seen them make mistakes already. We have seen some black flags. We've seen some contacts along the way. As beautifully moved there, the number 4 kart to the inside, CS7 Racing. So Team Deneros now have got a new driver behind the wheel of their kart. Let's keep an eye on the number 20's pace in the early phases of this stint. 1 minute 11 last time around, but I think that was the outlap, so we can kind of ignore that one. All fairly quiet out there on circuit at the moment. There are Team Deneros with their new driver at the wheel. Track limit warning for the number 8 of Williams Esports 1. Just trying to hold themselves in there at the moment in that top 10. They have retaken 9th place, by the way, from TRX. Warning reset will actually have been an hour and 7 minutes ago, if I've got my sums right, because it's done every 3 hours. Yes, so it will have been done with 9 hours of the race to go. So a third of the way through that portion of the race. A replenished, recharged, hopefully, Yousuf Bin-Suhayl rejoins me here in the commentary box. It's been a fairly steady last couple of hours, mate. You've come back in at a good time. It's just about to get interesting, I think.
I'll take your word for it. I think recharged is a generous term to use.
Okay.
But we move.
We power through.
You know when you have to recharge a battery, it's like, it's like 50%.
That'll do.
Yeah,
That'll get me through to the end of the day. So keep your questions coming in. Thank you for your continued engagement. There's the number 10, the Bayford Meadows Bandits going down the inside of Team Deneros. Okay, the pace for Team Deneros I don't think has gone below the 1 minute 10s yet, so this will be an opportunity perhaps over the course of the next hour or so for the Ditch Finders and Senor Frogs to catch back up. Senor Frogs, the pace of Matt Plum at the moment is really good. 1 minute 7.297. I'm actually looking through this time screen at the moment. Yousuf, I don't think there's a quicker driver out there at the moment than Matt Plum for the Senor Frogs.
Team ARD are coming close. I think it's always tough to really judge exactly how much is everyone's pace and sometimes how much it is just people getting caught up in a little bit of traffic.
True. Very true.
But taking nothing away at all from that one, is driving absolutely phenomenally, very, very quick pace. And the thing to also kind of remember now is we have hit sunrise.
Yep.
The sun's going to start coming out. The track might start to dry up a little bit. I remember towards the end of my last commentary stint, a few hours ago, we were seeing a couple of drivers getting into the 104s and top drivers. So we'll see whether they start to make their way back to the 104s. The main thing to really watch on the stream is to see, is that spray still being kicked up? And it most definitely is at the moment. But once the spray starts to just drop down a bit, that's when the pace is going to really start to improve.
Just giving our weather radar a little bit of a whirl. Rain ending in 26 minutes is what we're being told. Team Deneros now improving their pace into the 1 minute 9s. Leaders.
I was also having a chat with Sam Lovelace just before he went out.
Yeah.
I think about half an hour ago or something. And I think they're relatively happy with how their race has gone. I think it's been... He said it's been very consistent for them. No big mistakes, and they've just got on with what they've had to do. And I guess it's a case for them just to wait and see if anything happens to the two teams above, because that is endurance racing.
It is.
You've just got to drive your own race, make sure you keep everything clean, and sometimes you have to pick up the pieces from the teams around you.
You do indeed. There is Matt Plum once again. Another decent lap time in the 108s again. Just got the number 7 behind. That's the TRX Racing entry, second place. They've taken second place back in Clubman now. Team Deneros are doing a good job here. They're responding to the pressure from behind, down into the low 1 minute 9s now. I'm also going to mention, apologies we missed this one, Trophy or Trees, that's the other YouTuber influencer team, have got past Mini Boost. They were charging along. They did get that switch done before the pit stops that have just been made. So Trophy or Trees back ahead now of Mini Boost for 19th place, but I do think they've had a driver change. Not confirmed at the moment who's got in the kart for them. 1 minute 23.583 last time around. And I think this is my concern for Trophy or Trees at this stage, Yousuf. You know, we've seen Jamie Henderson. Oh, is out there goes a spinner. Just try and catch who that was for. That might have been for Trophy or Trees. They've had their experienced drivers in for a good while, but they're not able to use them right now this second because of the injuries that they've had or the withdrawals from experienced drivers. They haven't really got anyone else who would have that confidence, I would expect, in these conditions to step in the place of Jamie Henderson and carry on the form that he's had in the last couple of hours.
Yeah, and I think the team would have been hoping that the track dried up specifically for that reason. I mean, I think this is also where sometimes the experience of the quicker drivers in the team, the more experienced drivers comes in, of not just being able to go out on circuit and deliver, but also being able to give information to the less experienced drivers and give it in a digestible way that they can put that into effect, and whether that's through just talking to them before their stint or being able to talk to them during their stint.
Yeah, and it's a tough one as well when it's a 25 kart field. And I don't think that's a small field at all. I think it's a very well-rounded group, but it means that there's not like a straggling 10 karts at the back that you'd be like, yeah, we could beat them, because they're all relative rookies as well. Apart from perhaps the two sim-only esports teams, they've probably got the least amount of experience of real-world driving in a race conditions, would you say?
Possibly. I mean, unless there are some teams where they just haven't had much karting experience.
I mean, they're definitely beating teams with karting experience. For example, they're ahead of Brighton Motorsport, who we know they've all got BUKC experience, Club 100 experienced drivers there, so they're still doing a stellar effort. But I just worry now, can they hold themselves in the top 20 for the remainder of this race if the weather continues to be like this up to the checkered flag?
And it's one of the things that I will say with sim racing. I mean, I love sim racing myself.
Yep.
Whether that's on iRacing, ACC. Sim racing never gives you experience for driving in the wet. Every single sim that's out there, the wet weather that it has is never even close to what you have when you're out in a car.
And the I was going to throw in Gran Turismo 7 there. It's got decent wet weather, but you've got a wet tyre, and that's what that's what you've not got here. That you've got to run around in slicks and have that sensation of understeer, lots of it, don't like it. What do I do here? How do I cure this?
Well, I remember
I do very well. She's racing in the iRacing Championship on Wednesday.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Wonderful. So, I remember...
Actually, no, that was complete rubbish. No, she wasn't racing on Wednesday. She did round one.
Okay. So, I remember her telling me at one point that one of the reasons why she was very good in the wet weather was because back when she was doing owner-driver karting...
Oh, spinner down at paddock. It's the number 11 Club 73 Team Silent kart.
They are currently down in 21st, actually currently hunting down Trophy of Trees. But yeah, Jess was essentially saying that when they went owner-driver karting or testing, her dad would essentially just throw her out in the wet and say, no, you're not having the wet tyres, you're doing it in the dry tyres. So when she came into karting with the UKC, and it was like, you're on dry
used to
tyres,
this.
it's like, oh,
this
is easy.
Yeah, it's something. I'm going to put. You've missed me having a controversial Formula One rant. I'm now going to have a controversial owner driving rant.
Okay.
I would ban wet tyres.
Really?
Yeah.
Keep the costs.
Keep the costs down. Don't need them.
What do you think in the chat? Ask us in the chat.
There's certain classes I think you would keep them in. I think Bambino level, you would keep them in. And in fact, a lot of Bambino classes run on a treaded tyre anyway in the dry.
Okay.
Maybe Cadet you'd keep them in, but there's a lot of races for me at junior into level now, where I
thing
go,
is,
do we really need wet tyres?
it's been so long since I've driven on a wet weather tyre.
Mm.
I mean, I'm thinking back to about 2009, 2010 was the last time I was on wet. So I actually don't remember what they feel like
Yeah.
and what the difference is versus being on slick tyres. So I can't really comment, as that's a bit of a battle. 25 going up the inside
Yeah.
of the 10 into turn 1. Very nice move.
That was for position as well. That was for 7th place overall. Team ARD have got ahead of the Bayford Bands. This is a really good run. I've been impressed with Team ARD this last couple of hours. A bit of pressure was put on them. They had that black flag along with TRX. They dropped back into the clutches of Team Daneros. They've pulled themselves back out ahead. You know, they're 17 laps off the overall lead now. TRX and Team Daneros are now 20 laps down off the overall lead. This has been could be, when we look back at 2:30 later this afternoon, this could be the key moment, I think, in the clubman chase for Team ARD, moving out that gap to 2 and a bit laps.
Something else I want to bring up. We talked about experienced drivers in these wet conditions.
Yeah.
I think there is another point, which is the crossover period.
Mm.
Because this is something where I think I was particularly good back in the 24 hours. In the wet test,
Yeah.
even to hit points of the conditions that the drivers who are just able just to be that little bit riskier,
More adventurous.
more adventurous, yeah.
Yeah.
And just find different lines and start taking those lines. And I remember, just taking the wet line and then going back to the dry line when I was crossing over, and nobody else going for it, and you just gain a second a lap, or even in half a second, very easily. So being able to have a driver to do that, you can gain so much time over even half an hour.
Senior Frogs' pace is good. Their gap to ditch finders has come under 35 seconds now. So that penalty, as the number 21 runs wide there, that's Zesty Drink Racing. Big pack going on here. The number 6 are race leaders in the middle of all of this. Dab Motorsport. Club 73 Young Guns as well. Toby McAllister Brown in the blue suit, just running out a touch wide there.
Oh, round the outside of Cafe. I like that from the number 1 car of the Club 73 Young Guns. Also had a question in the chat. Who's currently at the wheel for Adrenico? It is
Sam Lovelace. Unless it's changed recently, which no, it hasn't. Sam's been in for 41 minutes. Very experienced driver is Sam Lovelace. Talked to him on the grid before the start of this race about the wet conditions and was he feeling good about them? Was he feeling confident? He definitely was. I think all the drivers would have preferred for it to be dry. You want to go faster. You want to have the cart on the limit of what it can do in terms of lap time.
That, wouldn't you? But there are some, I call them monsters, who prefer the wet weather. Some bandits, if we can call them. I never understand it, but they just absolutely love the wet. And they feel at home and are able just to find that extra grip out of nowhere. As that was Mortaza Hassan, I saw getting ready. So that's going to be to replace his brother Mo Hassan in the Dr. Vapes car.
Senior Frogs update 31.3. Gap is coming down. 0.6 of a second last time around.
It's in the number 1 and 23, very close to, the number 1 and 21 cart. Adam Britton at the wheel for the number 21 Zesty Drink Racing car, as this kind of 5-way kart battle continues to develop.
You see there from Matt Plum, very, very sharp turning, which you can do with the steering geometry, the Easy Steer steering geometry design on these karts, designed to make that initial turning a bit more responsive. In these conditions, you use it to initiate that sliding, don't you, Yousuf? Especially through... It's not quite a Scandi flick in a rally sense, but there's elements of it in there, as Haldas gives us a thumbs up for Trophy or Trees. Brighton Motorsport have just gone back past Club 73 Team Silent. That's a technique as you're going in through the initial part of the S's, where you've got to get that rotation, that initial rotation around the corner. Otherwise, you're going to be skirting with the barrier on driver's right.
Yeah, so sometimes you do that just to get the back end out, get a slide, but sometimes you also, we were talking about it before, where you just snap the steering wheel and hold it, just waiting for kind of the grip just to kick in, and that's, I guess, more of the standard way, you know, not trying to slide it, being a bit smoother, even though it doesn't look visibly smooth on the steering wheel.
Yeah.
We can see Matt Plum now right on the back of, which car is that? Is that the numbers?
It's the race leader.
Yeah.
It's the race leader, number 6.
That's going to put a smile on his face, isn't it?
Good wheel to have at the moment, unless they could try and go past here, the race leader. We were discussing before we came back in, Sean Dabin and the number 6 Dab Motorsport team. They're in this position now where 3 laps, when it comes to traffic, they don't need to do anything silly. A 50-50 move is just not worth the risk anymore, and losing some of your lead with penalties. So as long as they keep driving in a relaxed manner and taking care of the car, they're in a very strong position at this stage of the race.
And that is something very nice when you are this far ahead in an endurance race. Not that I've ever been in this position, but I've heard it from others that you don't need to take as many risks.
Yeah.
And that's even with taking curbs and that many big curbs that go down the car for Buckmore. But it is nice to see safety for just to be able to calm down, to stay off the curbs a little bit, take it easy, we don't have to look at it, you stay kind of through on the back market. So in this case, with the likes of Buckmore Park and McGinley, that's going to be trying to make its way through the field. It's really starting to get warmer. That's right. And now see the carts whizzing around, whereas before it was very dark and gloomy. TRX Racing picking up a track limit warning, and the number 6 Dab Motorsport have been able to pull a couple of kart lengths ahead of the number 23 of Matt Plum, that is now being closed in by the number 1 Club 73 Young Guns kart, and these 5 have been separated by not much. Also in the battle for 5th place, currently 33 seconds separating Club 73 Young Guns in 5th and Dr. Vapes in 6th, and a pair of them have been pretty much trading lap times over the last 5 minutes or so. We might be having a battle as well for P15, the Formula None in the number 15 car being reeled in slowly by Zesty Drink Racing. Here's Matt Plum once again trying to have another go. Got found the outside. That's a great move. Making his way up the hill through Cafe Corner. That was audacious, it was brave, and pulled it off to absolute perfection. That's one of my favourite moves that I've seen all day today. Goes a little bit wider into the second part of turn 1, but is able to see number 13 of Bright Mode for Shutter Concert. Matt Plum absolutely flying. Who is next for the number 23 Senior Frogs team? They are currently 30 seconds behind Ditch Finders. And they were able to gain about half a second on the last lap. We'll see how much they can gain on this particular lap. We've got the number 10 to pass, and then I think it was sort of the number 15 of Formula None further up the road. Formula None still being hunted down by that little moment that I just saw as well for Matt Plum as he got on the curb on the start-finish straight, and it just made him have a little wobble. Fun wobble, you can call it. Nothing that will scare him particularly much. And you can see the different lines that Matt Plum is taking versus the carts around him. Matt Plum really pulling the cart back through the first hairpin, making sure that he's able to straighten up that cart early, get on the power, and that's one of the key things. Even if you're getting back on the dry line, if you can keep that cart pointing in a straight line rather than continuing to turn the steering wheel, you can put the power onto those rear tyres a little bit more effectively and pick up your speed as well. Now, just keeping an eye on that gap between Formula 9 and ZSE Drink, and Formula 9 were able to extend their gap up by 0.5 of a second. And I was just saying, Andrew, there was a very good move by Matt Plum, who went round the outside of Sean Dabin through Cafe Corner.
Yeah.
And it was absolutely beautiful.
It's what we've come to expect with him over the course of this stream, and thank you to the continued support. He was overjoyed with it. He was down the inside. Looks the number one of the Club 73 Young Guns. That's going to be Toby McAllister Brown driving for them at the moment. TMB on his back. And TMB is going to look down the inside. Matt Plum just holds on the outside line there, knows it's going to have the run down through Simon Sweet. There's a back marker that they might trip across there. It's the number 10 of the Bayford Bandits. I say that's a back marker. That's the cart that's up in 8th place at the moment. I think this time Matt Plum is going to resign to just sitting behind Toby McAllister Brown now. Toby McAllister Brown will hopefully be able to give him a bit of a tow. There will he. Start the race for Samuel Frogs.
Yeah, and they are not working together. They want the pride of being at the front of this duet of cars.
It's tricky to always deep. There goes Toby McAllister Brown. It's quite hard to work in the wet, because we talk a lot about that, a little bit of bump drafting, particularly over the top of the rise through Cafe Corner. With the rear axles sliding around so much in these conditions, the slightest little bit of a tap, which in dry conditions would be very helpful, it's the complete opposite in these conditions.
But it's one of those things, when the racing is done in the wet, you're over the absolute limit most of the time. And if you get that slight little tap, which is not what you're expecting, you just lose the rear end of the car. You're just a passenger at that point, and is really unfortunate, and you can't really push people along as much. I think, all of my 24-hour experience is all at Teesside, and you have two really, really long straights. And if you bump draft, you gain about 2-3 tenths a lap. It is ridiculous. But here at Buckmore, you've got the straight, but in the wet, when you go through Cafe, you have to lift, so you don't get the ability to bump draft all the way through there. So yeah, maybe it is just every man for themselves and battle as hard as they can.
McAllister Brown off there at hairpin 1, gets back on circuit. Senor Frogs and Matt Plum get into the position once again. You just have to be patient there to win out in that on-track battle with the number 15. The good news on the Senor Frogs front is that means they have now got a clear 2 laps, if I'm not mistaken, on Formula 9. And we're just coming to the bottom of an hour, 7.5 hours to go. Let's have a run down through the order as we are getting into the really important phase of the race now, the run to the checkered flag. Dab Motorsport are still your leaders. It's, in terms of gaps, fairly static at the front of the order, but 1,046 laps completed by Dab Motorsport. Their lead is still 3 laps over the number 3 of Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. A further 2 laps back are Adrenico Racing, and another further 2 laps behind them are The Only Way Is Brentwood. Those top 4 have pretty much been in that formation for the last 3 hours, or thereabouts. Club 73 Young Guns have still got a bit of a challenge from behind for that 5th place. They're 4 laps behind the Brentwood team, but only 1 ahead of Dr. Vapes there in 6th in the number 17. It's been a big hour. It's been a big couple of hours for the number 25. Last year's Clubman champions, Team ARD, are looking like at the moment they're in a good position to retain that title. They were in a very close scrap with TRX, but they've now solidified themselves in 7th place overall, and they've got a number of laps over the opposition in the Clubman class, denoted by the black backgrounds there on the number boards. 11 seconds is their lead overall over the Bayford Bandits, who just crossed the line there in 8th place for their 1030th lap. The Williams Esports 1 team are a further 2 laps back, and then a further 23 seconds. We then find TRX Racing. That shows you the effort that Team ARD have put in. That what was a less than 1 lap lead is now at least 2.5, depending on how you cut it and where the leader is. Team Denaros are still very much in the discussion for a podium within Clubman. They're sitting in 3rd spot at the moment, 25 seconds behind TRX. The lap times across the course averaged over 10 laps or so, fairly equal, I'd say, for TRX Racing and Team Denaros. They're in a bit of traffic at the moment. They have the benefit of a 1-lap lead over Clanigan Strike 7 Racing there in 12th place, who similarly have a 1-lap gap over the Ditch Finders. Big stint for the Senior Frogs. They're in 5th place in class at the moment. They've got their fastest driver there, Wet Weather Wizard, Matt Plum, at the wheel for them at the moment. He is closing in on the Ditch Finders. 29.3 seconds is now the gap that they've got to find. On to page 2, Formula None are 2 laps further back from the Senior Frogs in 15th place. 0.4 of a second ahead of Zesty Drink Racing, who are 34 seconds ahead of Club 73, Not Fast But Furious, who are 19 seconds ahead of South Coast Racing. Very tight there from 15th down to 18th. They've got a 3-lap gap back to Mini Boost in 19th place, who've retaken that position over Trophy or Trees, the group of F1 influencers there in 20th place. They've got a 2-lap lead over Brighton Motorsport, who have really struggled in the wet conditions and slipped out of contention for a podium. Unfortunately, they've got an 18.5-second lead over Club 73 Team Silent. Team Rango are still circulating 3 laps further back. They've got a 23-lap lead over Olympus Karting by HSR Autos, who are also still circulating. 1 retirement from the race. It's the Williams Esports 2 team. We'll be back shortly with more commentary here at Buckmore Park after these short messages.
Imagine a world with sustainability unite. An Anderson A2 charge point offers over 120 fish combinations, small shift moving, stand out, crafted in the UK from high-quality materials, precision engineering. The A2 is designed to make the switch to electric driving as seamless as possible. Smart, simple, sustainable. This is luxury electric vehicle charging. This is Anderson EV.
Thank you very much to Anderson EV for their continued support of the event. I've just seen for the first time in a while, mate, that Adrenico Racing, it's only for a couple of seconds as the times tick through, but they have managed to get themselves back within a full 2 laps of being behind Accelerate Kent Brewing Racing. I don't think Adrenico are completely out of this for the race win. You know, they're still pushing on and trying to catch up to the second place cars at least.
Absolutely, and it's what I was talking to Sam Lovelace about before it's in, and he was talking about, you know, chances of the race probably not there. And it was just a case of, okay, realistically, if there aren't any issues, sure, they're not going to win.
Yeah.
But there can always be something that happens, whether it's a slow stop. There have been so many teams that I've been hearing, well, I say so many teams, I think it was one of the drivers from JZ Racing was saying that during their stops, the engine cut out.
Yeah.
Right. Literally anything can happen. It could be that, you could get tagged by a back marker when you're lapping them in these wet conditions. A puncture.
Yep.
Chain coming off. You have to be there continuing to push yourself, push the car, to be able to allow these mistakes to occur. And it's also what we were talking about with regards to Down Motorsport, the fact that they can potentially take it easy, but in my own opinion, I don't think you should take it easy.
No.
Because I remember something that Seb Vettel said back at, was it 2012 Canada, after he, well, bottled the win to Jenson Button, or was it 2010?
You see, it's in that period of life where a former student makes everything very blurry.
You remember
I remember the race in question. I remember doing a former student cost report in Birmingham whilst watching it. So it was either 2011 or 2012.
I remember though, after that race, they essentially spoke to Seb, and he said he was managing the pace because it was last lap, didn't need to do anything, and because he was doing that, he made that mistake. And he said from then on, it doesn't matter how much of a gap he had, he would always push. Properly.
Keeping control.
And I think that's what you need to do, unless it's the last half an hour, last hour. You need to keep on pushing to your absolute max because you don't know what can happen.
The other famous one, Ayrton Senna in the 1980s around Monaco, was had the race won, backed off, hit the wall, out the race.
I heard, so obviously I didn't see that, but I heard that he apparently pushed because Alan Prost got the fastest lap, and that got into his head that he needed to beat Alan's lap.
Lost concentration, hit the wall. 7 hours and 22 minutes to go. That's lighting up the conditions here at Buckmore Park. Hope you enjoyed the stream. If you've just joined us, and you are enjoying the stream, why not click that like button? It really does help us out here. Weather forecast is saying that there is going to be a break in the rain, so let's keep an eye on those lap times, because now that we've got a bit of sun, it's quite overcast at the moment. Let's see if the lap times start getting any better. I should say though, there is more rain forecast on the way. I think we're in for at least a damp race up to the checkered flag here. This one, I just don't think the air temperature is going to be high enough to dry this circuit out.
Yeah. I keep looking outside and thinking, oh, it's brighter, the sun's up. No, Yousuf, it was just dark before, so that's why it's brighter. We do have a battle starting to brew for 10th place. Williams Esports 1 and Team Deneros currently separated by 3.6 seconds. Team Deneros taking about a second a lap out of the number 8 Williams Esports car, so that's going to be a good battle to watch for the final spot in the top 10.
26 seconds. It's coming down, that gap between the Ditch Finders and Senior Frogs. They're having a really, really good go at this. And they've got to keep Matt Plum out there as long as possible, I think. That's the key for them right now.
I think they should just make him Iron Man to the end.
Well, he won't be able to, because you have to do a driver change on a fuel stop. But if you can extend it out to, we've seen some teams running it out to 2 hours. I mean, CS7 Racing, for example, they've been out for 2 hours and 22 minutes. Hello to our camera up there. That's the team are back in. The day shift have returned from a good night's sleep. So we'll be having some fresh camera operators out on circuit very soon. Big thanks to our whole camera operating team. For my sins, I don't have a list of everybody's name right in front of me, but we will try and get everybody's name together, because it's been a huge, huge effort getting this one together for this race, the 24 hours of Buckmore Park. Yourself included, mate. Late caller, stepping up.
Having me in. It's been a pleasure so far. Really been enjoying it. Every time I think I get tired, and then I jump on the mic, I realise I'm not
Just get that second wind. Just get that second wind.
A bit like Senior Fox has been getting their second win.
Yeah.
Second win this race.
The thing for them though, it is, I know it may be hard, not physically, because in the wet it is a little bit easier on the muscles, but on the mind, on the brain, that's the part of the body that's really going to be aching now. If you maybe Harry or perhaps Chip maybe going out for another one when you've already done a lot of driving today. In a way, if I'm in the mind of Cal Freese right now as team manager, and I'm looking at this race ahead and knowing I'm going to need my fast drivers, it might mean that some of the other drivers don't get another go, which would really be a shame. But if they want that third place on the podium, here's how I play it. I think you keep Matt Plum out as long as possible. I think you try and do one of those 2-hour-plus stints in this one.
Put him in every other stint.
And then put him in every other stint. But you've got to make sure that whether it be a Harry or a Chris MD or a Chippo again, they must be asleep right now.
Yeah.
Don't let them be up. Keep them just laid back, chill, and then get them up with about half an hour, 20 minutes before they've got to get in the cars. Keep them as fresh as possible, because that could be the difference in the last quarter of this race.
So I've got an interesting thought on physicality of wet versus dry, because I think wet is less physical, but when you move your body around and you're constantly leaning into corners, I find that does really tire me out.
I think it tires you out on the noggin, because you're having to think. It's a very deliberate placement of your body. It's where you've got to keep the concentration and the timing of all of it up. And that's I agree. I sometimes feel quite tired on that one. So yeah, I think you're onto something there.
I was also wondering, could we get a camera on the number 8 and number 20? They're coming across the start line now, and that is the battle for P10 between Williams Esports and Team Deneros. Team Deneros continuing to close in, although that last lap they did drop a 10, 1.2 seconds separating the pair of them, and it is our closest battle on circuit at the moment.
Inside the top 10.
Just, we're doing a cameraman swap over at the moment, so we haven't got any manned cameras, just, for the next 5 minutes.
Keep an eye on it. We've just got static cams at the moment, whilst operatives are changing over. Lap times are coming down a little bit. I've just seen a 106 go in there from Adrenico Racing.
That's the first 106 in a while.
In a while, and the Young Guns have just popped one in as well.
The Young Guns are liking their wet weather conditions. As it's Sam Lovelace as well, clearly. Ditch Finders have put in a 107.1. That is a very, very impressive lap time as they continue to close in onto Williams Esports. How is Matt Plum doing 107.5 on that particular occasion? There's a couple of carts to make his way through. I think he's just past the Olympus cart and now lapping South Coast Racing.
Yeah, moving on through. What other gaps do we think could be closing down? The Brighton Motorsport Club 73 Team Silent 1 for 21st to 22nd. That's hovering around 28 seconds at the moment. Formula None, I don't think it's fair to say that they're bit by bit being dropped by Zesty Drink Racing, but one mistake, 9.2 seconds could disappear very, very quickly.
Just keeping an eye on TRX Racing. So they are currently 1.5 laps behind Team ARD. So Team ARD are making their way through, I think, hairpin 2 at the moment. TRX Racing heading down towards Paddock Corner. So lap time wise, they've lost a little bit on that last lap, but I think overall they are closing Team ARD.
It's going in the right direction. There's a lot of racing still to go here on this one. I know we've been watching Team Deneros as well. They're half a second behind Williams Esports now. They're just coming through. They were very close through the first sector there. I think we could be seeing the number 20 having a go at the number 8 shortly. And this is for a position in the top 10. We're just about to see them coming through the shot there as they go through and down towards the bottom end of the circuit.
And we'll see if the order changes when they come across the timeline this time.
Yeah, we're going to come across the start-finish line about now. Is there a swap of positions to be confirmed? No, 0.5 of a second is the gap though. So Team Daneros have got one of the big challenges in these conditions. They've caught the Williams Esports one cart, but you've got a damp line and a very much still full wet line. They've got to go on that full wet line to get through and up into the top 10 right at this moment.
And they've got the Accelerate car in second place right behind them as well. So
Yeah.
it's turned this two-way battle into a three-way battle. So when you're in these endurance races, you don't really care if someone is coming to lap you or if you're lapping someone. You treat everything as a battle in of itself. But maybe if it's an actual battle for position, you defend really hard. But otherwise, you just treat every battle as its own thing.
Keep your questions coming in. Hello to Karting World asking which team is Jimmy Broadbent. So Jimmy did a single stint earlier on in the race for the Trophy or Trees team, currently running in 20th place. Apologies, not quite sure who's in for them at the moment. Holding on. I was a little bit concerned for them probably 45 minutes ago that they were going to drop out and back into the clutches of Brighton Motorsport, but they're holding their own now, holding that lead of a lap over the group of current Brighton BUKCers and graduates as well.
Still seeing mainly 107s being posted by our drivers. Haven't seen a 106 again in a bit of time. And again, we are kind of expecting momentarily for the next hour or so the track to slowly be drying. The issue is we don't have much sunlight out on the circuit, so the track won't dry through the sun, and as we were mentioning before, these tyres are not treaded. These aren't wet tyres, these are slick tyres. As a result, they don't disperse water as well, and you don't remove some of those little bits of standing water, and as a result, you can see some of that spray continuing to be kicked up by cars, particularly heading into turn 1. You can really see a lot of spray. Someone has spun out of turn 1. Lost the rear end and done a 270.
Ooh, I thought for a moment then that might be a green suit. It's fine. It's just a very bright yellow helmet. It's not a Senor Frog. They're nearly within 25 seconds now of the ditch finders.
To be fair to the ditch finders, putting in some good laps of high 107s. Mr. Plum lapping in the mid to low 107s currently, and still Team Daneros behind Williams Esports, less than a second separating the pair of them. Accelerate has been able to overtake both of them, and these two are actually closing in on to Brighton Motorsport in the number 13 car. That's not a battle for position, but it will just add a little bit of spice to their battle. Dr. Bates as well, having just been lapped by The Only Way is Brentwood, who are currently sitting in 4th place. Dr. Bates down in 6th. They need to be careful because they're going to, well, they are being closed in by the Beta Bandit, but they do have about 3 to 4 laps in hand.
Fastest lap of the race still with Adrenico Racing. That was set in the first couple of hours of the race. Well, we've beaten, I think, for the remainder of the 7 hours and 10 minutes that we've got here.
And then we're going to see one of the most amazing wet weather laps at some point.
Well, you never know. It's just someone decides to invent their own circuit. They could get around and probably...
Yeah, I think just skip hairpin 1.
Skip hairpin 1, take the club layouts, don't go down beyond the trees, and just have like a 25-second lap time.
New track record.
New track record. I think we had we're going to talk about only in the BUKC where this happened. I think we did have an example of someone who there was a contretemps, shall we say, going over the start-finish. Carts everywhere, spinning round, and someone managed to do a 360 where they went over the timing beam, round the back of the transponder, and then back across the circuit, so it looked like they'd done like a 2-second lap.
Incredible.
We've definitely had that happen at Teesside.
Really?
in the British 24 hour.
Just to note that Adam Sanderson is the face of Devon Butler.
I've always thought in a race at the end, just grab your transponder, throw it across the line, can get in a position like that.
Well, there's been series I've seen when the transponder has been like Velcro strapped to the driver's leg, and drivers sticking their legs out, which I'm not quite sure about that, because surely if you were a taller driver, you're going to have a natural advantage over just a fixed position on the car. But I've seen that kind of
But
thing
I mean,
before.
I know some people back in owner-driver karting, instead of putting the transponder on the back of the seat
Yeah.
or on the side pod, back of the seat is most common. Some of them put them on the front bumper.
Yep,
And
because it's the first bit that crosses the line.
and in a drag to the line,
Yep.
which doesn't always happen. But if it does,
If it does, that's where you want it to be. That's ultimately what karting comes down to a lot of the time. It's like, it's a motor race. It's a bit of a battered race where you're carrying a transponder around. That's really what it is. Apologies, Nang. Yes, I did forget Ben Bailey in my list of who's in the team alongside Jimmy. Jimmy's headed off to, I think he's off to Jamfest actually, in the Skyline. We saw him go around in the Skyline here earlier. But apologies, how did I forget Ben? Terrible of me. He didn't put in a good stint.
We put a nice image of him.
We
swinging
did.
as well, didn't
We did. We accused him of cutting corners, and we were completely wrong.
Wait, was I here for that?
No, it was when you gone for your re-energise session.
Did I get spotted on the camera, Steve?
No.
Oh, lucky me.
No. See, you've done this before. You hid yourself away somewhere.
Yeah, I was just in the other room.
But yeah, coming up to the point where we've got 7 hours to go.
Now, Williams esports have just been passed by Team Deneros. So Team Deneros now are
Yeah,
into
in 10th.
10th place. And we've had another 106 from Sam Lovelace in the Adrenico racing car, sitting in third. Again, couple of laps behind Accelerate. But I think they are slowly closing in. Not by a lot, but by enough to make a visible difference every 10 or so minutes.
The trouble is, though, we had one of these periods, wow, what was it, around half three, where the rain had stopped. It was showing like there could be the startings of a non-soaking wet line out there, and then another load of rain came. And there's rain due to start in 17 minutes. So I think we're going to have it again. Unfortunately for the drivers.
I'm hoping that we don't get the rain. I want to see it dry up a bit.
Yeah, I'd like to see it dry
And then
up
it
a
rain.
bit. Yeah, for the last 20 minutes. Really
A
spice it
late
up.
shower is always very fun to end a race.
Got to give it to ditch finders. They are digging deep. They've spotted that threat from behind for their race position. They've just done a 1 minute 6.714. So it's back over to Senor Frogs now. Can you respond to that? They're in the 107s. Can they get even lower than that? There's the number 2. The only way is Brentwood. Curious position for them because they're off the podium at the moment. They wouldn't have wanted that at the start of the race.
Do we know who's at the wheel of the 16 car of ditch finders that they actually got the inside of?
I think it's still Johnny Angel for them. Yeah, yes it is. White crash helmet with the black Sonic spikes. Each side has orange too in a black suit. So yes, that fits the description that we've got here on the descriptions for the drivers.
Now, while ditch finders may be keeping Senior Frogs at bay, both of them are very, very quickly closing in to CS7 Racing, who are on the same lap as them. The gap is only 20 seconds, so they will be catching up to CS7 Racing within the next 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And they are closing in on Williams Esports and Team Deneros, although those two are a couple of laps up the road.
Yes, they are at the moment. There's some good lap times coming in. South Coast Racing. It just feels like the ante's being ramped up in this hour of the race. Teams are starting to make moves out there. South Coast Racing into the 108s, as our Club 73 not fast but furious. Formula None have responded into the 108s themselves. Yet the track is coming to the drivers now. There's more karts entering the 107s and the 108s on a more regular basis. But as I say, I fear their fun is going to be stopped in about 15 minutes when this next rain shower hits the circuit.
And there is a really fun 5-kart battle now with Club 73 Young Guns,
Yep.
Bayford Bandits, Team Deneros, Williams Esports, and Senior Frogs. And they're all separated by about a second, making their way in through Hairpin 2. You can see that group actually
Yep.
on your screens now. I believe it is being led by Team Deneros for now.
For now, indeed. Just looking at Tranico Racing 2 accelerates Kent Brewery Racing. They're chipping away. We saw them go from 2 laps down to 1 lap down measures, so 1 lap and a bit in reality. Can they get themselves back onto the same lap as Accelerate? That would be a tremendous effort if they could.
I think that was Williams Esports who went very wide on the exit off paddock and have now dropped to the back of this train of karts, and we can see Mr. Plum right on the back of the number 10 Bayford Bandits heading in through turn 1. And we'll just be biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to present itself. Maybe I'll just have a little look up the inside of the first hairpin, and this is something that I've been bringing
Interesting
up
talking
when
point.
You see Mr. Plum.
Visor.
He always goes for this late apex, and he always has that visor open as well. As we like to say, he's a double visor. He's got his visor and then his glasses underneath.
Yeah, I had noticed that. It's I don't think it's got any worse. It's not changed for the last couple of hours of him driving out there.
But one thing that I do like from Mr. Plum, and genuinely keep an eye on this, he always cuts back. A lot of drivers seem to be just holding it wide throughout the entire corner, whereas Matt Plum always gets that kart turned in and tries to straighten up the kart as quickly as possible. And I think that's one of the reasons he is as quick as he is out on circuit right now.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. He's keeping them in the fight. Thumbs up there from the driver behind. Thank you for the help, says Matt Plum.
He won't be saying thank you after he gets sent up the inside into hairpin 1. Is able to get him on the switchback. That is Matt Plum versus the Team Deneros car, and now Team Deneros will have to fend off the Williams Esport car right behind them in number 8.
And it's one of these strange nuances with endurance racing. Ultimately, these are the karts that they are trying to chase down.
Yeah.
They've got to go and do another two laps and catch them up by 2 kilometre distance. But that's where they want to be. That's where the podium positions are. So at least by overtaking them, they will feel like they're going in the right direction.
And I think, has there been a switch? Because I think it's showing at the time that Williams Esports have got back ahead of Team Deneros, but it does look on the screen that Deneros is ahead of the Williams Esports karts for now.
Yeah. Contact warning for the Bayford Bandits. Teams still have 1 hour in this period before the next reset of warnings. So if you've got 1 remaining, so every 3 hours, all the teams' warnings for track limits, contact, etc., are reset. So that was last reset with 9 hours of the race to go. Will be reset with 6 hours of the race to go.
Okay.
If you've got a couple in your back pocket, you probably may just like expand out now. You take a few more liberties in this next hour. You've got to play the tactics of this, but you've got to be very careful if you've only got one more bullet there to use, because if you use it up now and get a penalty, that could be putting you on the back foot, and it could be putting you out of sync for the rest of the race.
Yeah. I feel like in the dry, it's something you can do, but in the wet, where you're always a little bit closer to running the risk of picking up a penalty.
True.
Probably better to err on the side of caution. There has been a team that have unlocked themselves, Adrenico Racing, only 3 and a bit laps down.
Oh, yes.
Down Motorsport.
Yes, no, they are. They have got themselves back from 5 to 4 on our timing screens.
Good news for them.
Yeah.
And again, we're seeing more drivers getting into the 106 and more regularly
Yep.
as well, being the key factor. Again, we won't see them always in the 106s because they're going to be navigating their way through traffic, so they won't be getting clear laps every single lap. But when they are getting clear laps, they are finding those very low 107s or 106s as Accelerate Kart Brewery Racing. We got a 106.8 this time around, though, a 107.6.
Very good. Very good for teams out there. What we will probably temper with Adrenico getting back to 4 laps down is, again, Dab don't overly need to be pushing here. They've got a 3-lap lead. They at this stage, with where they've got it positioned, they can afford to a degree to let Adrenico through. You know, if Adrenico want to race up the road and try and pull that gap back and then fall off the road, Dab will probably nicely wave at them as they go through and re-put that lap on them. They won't mind at all.
Or is this me again confusing
No.
sunrise with sunshine?
There's a bit of both. Adam Sanderson, you just had a quick sight of there in the number 24, the voice of Devon Butler from the Formula 1 Codemasters games. Yeah. Which I must admit I haven't played for a couple of years. Maybe I'll get back into it in the next one. Yeah. Right. Oh dear. The frogs have just re-emerged. They've been quiet for a while. To everybody tuning in, hope you're doing well. And remember, you can send us messages on the DDMM YouTube channel as well. We've got Comms Box Cam still running. I'm just going to check that we haven't posed and frozen. Oh, we have. I'll just give you a couple of minutes, Yousuf, for us to fix this. You can. If you're quick.
If I'm quick. With team faults, do any of them then start off the race as tadpoles? You know,
I think if you were Calyx, if you were Calyx, you were definitely a tadpole because you've never done this before.
yeah.
I don't think he's had enough time in the car. I really feel sorry for Calyx. This weather has somewhat scuppered him because just at that point where you put him in for a quiet period of the race, whoosh, down came the rain. And whoa, as round goes Sanderson for a spin at hairpin 1. It's just very, very tough, especially when you're pushing for a team to achieve something. I do wonder, I do hope they'll be back for another year, because I think they've got bitten by the bug. But I would love to see, because I think this would be a good video as well, a 2-team lineup. Senor Frogs A and Senor Frogs B.
Send your front and send your tadpoles.
Send your tadpoles. And then you put drivers with a bit less experience, not necessarily pushing for a trophy, into that team, development squad.
Yeah.
I mean, they've already called themselves on their if you look very closely on the suit, Scuderia Senor Frogs. So you could have like an Alpha Tauri version.
Yeah.
What's the Italian
You
for
could have-
Senor Frogs?
Signora.
Signore.
Two team names, sidemen and side pods.
Sidemen and side pods. There's only 2 sidemen in there. We've got to keep remembering
You
that.
have the left sideman and the right sideman.
Based on their
I'm going to
political
look it up
views.
now. What's Italian for
I didn't know
frogs?
this considering I'm half Italian. For frogs, it's...
See, when I go to Italy, this is why I have a colleague of mine who speaks very good English and is a native Italian. So it's like, Daniele, I don't know what's going on. and he orders all the stuff for me. Terrible. Classic English. And then he tells me when I'm pronouncing all the Italian names wrong. It's a fair trade. Irani. Signor Irani. AlphaTauri squad. There we go. You can have that one for free, guys.
The other one could be all Beery.
Yeah, William Default still hot on the tail of a team Generosity, the number 20, number 8, just started a new lap, and also Ditchfinders 2.8 seconds behind CS7 Racing. That's full position, and they've been closing into CS7 for the last hour or so.
Yeah, it's. I know it's seemed like the gap to Senor Frogs has been going out, but actually looking at the bigger picture, those are two quick carts, both moving up through the order and looking to pick off CS7 and Williams Esports in the next hour or so. It's definitely getting brighter out there.
I was going to say, call me crazy, Andrew, but I think the sun is definitely shining.
Yep.
You can see it on the camera as well when you see it turns to first set. It is bright. You can kind of see the sunlight reflecting on some of the colours a little bit more.
But rain still forecast to fall in the next 11 minutes. And it could be another quite heavy deluge. There is Matt Plum. What was the lap time that time around? 68.183. Ditchfinders really up. Ditchfinders, I think, are not quite. There's a couple of carts in the 6. Yeah. Ditchfinders in a 107.1. One of the quickest carts out there at the moment. Definitely in the top 5 of the 24 carts still running out there on circuit. Still just a single retirement in this race. Williams Esports 2.
Ditchfinders are right on the back of CS7 Racing, and they might make a move, I think, into the first hairpin. And I think they've got the job done. So Ditchfinders now up into P12.
Interesting conversation
They are
on Matt Plum. Body weight.
Another thing to note is just noted by producer James in my ear. Look at how Matt positions his body weight in the cart. Not so much through turn number 1. You want the cart nice and stable through there, but watch him through some of these tighter hairpins and how. I say that he's not doing it as much now.
something that I was actually talking to Matt with.
There's a little bit now. There's what we call a Euro lean, a mild Euro lean. What is, from your perspective, Yousuf, what is Matt trying to achieve by doing that?
So essentially what you're doing with the car, you don't really get a lot of natural weight transfer, but if you ever sit in a car, so for any people who's watching, if you ever go karting, before you go out on circuit, sit in your car and turn your steering wheel all the way off the ground there. And what Matt is doing is he's leaning to the outside of the car, so he can put more weight on that outside tyre, so it just digs in a bit more and it gets more grip. And then what he'll do on the exit off the corner, he'll lean back to make sure that the rear tyres really sink in
Yep.
to the tarmac, and you get a bit more drive coming out of the corner.
Hello to Martin Webster, who's got in contact on the Alpha Live YouTube chat. Looking forward to doing this race next year with Maple Motorsports. Well, the biggest thing I would recommend is get your entry in quick, because it's sold out very, very fast for 2023. I know some teams were disappointed to miss out. Last year's runners-up, for example, missed out. Nothing but Legends and Neil racing elsewhere this weekend. Yeah. There's the number 1 coming over the line. This has been a good stint. Hands up in the air. That's going to be for a yellow flag through the first couple of corners, and that's why. Is that the number 14 that's gone for a spin? Yes, it is. That's South Coast Racing. Oh, that's a real shame. They were in that big scrap around 15th, 16th place, and I think they're going to lose out there because they were only 0.7 of a second ahead of Club 73, Not Fast But Furious. Yep.
They stayed in touch, only 2 seconds behind, and considering how quickly they were being closed in, I would have thought that gap would be even 10 seconds by now. So really good stuff with CS7 Racing car.
We shouldn't forget as well, they had a very, very tough start to this race. They had a black flag early. They were down to the bottom of the orders. The number 20 Team Dineros cart is in for what looked like a fairly straightforward pit stop for that team. And they could have got very downhearted at that stage of the race, but no, they've kept plugging away. A top half finish is on the cards for them. They are going to have the challenge from Senor Frogs, who are into the wall. Senor Frogs around the outside of Trophy or Trees there. That will have been a heart in the mouth moment for Matt Plum behind the number 23. Yeah, inside or outside.
And you have to judge, is that cart spinning? Is this cart going to continue to go out?
Are they going to get on the brakes?
Will they get on the brakes?
Yeah.
That's something that I know JB is always
yeah, Club 100.
very excited to screen on the drivers. Always jump on your brakes when you spin. Something I like to shout at drivers when I have shit races. People get to do that. Actually, one of the most fun story with that, one of my first sim races, I was driving in automatic mode on F1. We were at Monza. I had a spin coming out of the les mode, so I instinctively jumped on the brakes. I forgot, because it's an automatic, it puts it in reverse. So I did reverse back onto the circuit, and you have a panic because your car's reversing.
What's going on?
You want to press your brake more to stop the car.
Yeah.
And then you just reverse
Even faster.
onto the circuit.
Yeah.
And it was unfortunate. I can't remember if someone selected me as a result, but it was a bit of a panic moment.
I suspect, based on it being that was a black shaded helmet in for the number 24. I think it might be Alex Gillen back in for them at the moment. We know it's not Matt Amos because unfortunately, if you missed it earlier in the race, Matt Amos, who's got a good amount of experience around this circuit. I was really eager to see Matt drive, but he had dislocated his finger in his first stint, and that was him done for the day under doctor's orders. He's okay. We've had him on the interview stand, and came in and did a bit of commentary earlier. We're going to get onto this in a moment. There it is on your screen, because this is a big story developing in the Clubman category. It is a black flag for the second place team in Clubman, TRX Racing. This is going to cost them, Yousuf, because I think Team Dineros are going to get back past them and into second place, and it's going to drop them further into the clutches of Ditchfinders and Senor Frogs.
It's going to make things very comfortable for Team ARD, and it's going to give us a really good four-way battle for second place. So TRX Racing's loss might be the neutral viewers' gain in this particular instance.
I would say Team ARD, they now go back into the same race management mode that DAB Motorsport have been in for the last couple of hours. They've put the pressure on the carts behind, who've tried to chase them down, made the mistakes in the tough conditions. They don't need to take any risks now in the number 25.
I am going to go out on a mini limb here and say that the next hour is very, very crucial, because I think the track is drying. Not quickly, but it is slowly drying. We're getting very close to seeing 105s, and this is the point where it's going to come down to those more experienced drivers. Can they find where that tiny, minuscule bit of extra grip is out on circuit? Can they take advantage of it? Because if they can, that could be a half a second a lap that they were able to find versus anyone else out on track. And for the likes of Adrenico Racing, Tonic goes into Accelerate and Dab Motorsports in the battle for the win. Adrenico Racing currently 1.5 laps behind Accelerate, Kent Brewery Racing, and also in the battle for Howard Buckman Class P2 now with TRX Racing. TRX Racing have made their pits up. They only lost 30 seconds. Not a huge amount, but they are now 7 seconds ahead of Williams.
Definitely 3 that got a penalty.
Turn about a minute ahead of Team Generals. Or about 50 seconds.
Not good news, I'm afraid. I just had a look at the radar. I was hoping that the rain starting in 7 minutes might just be one of those that burns up, it doesn't hit the circuit. I don't think we're going to be that lucky. There is a bit of a system moving in from the English Channel, and there's a stream of rain that is, yeah, it's heading straight for Rochester. We're currently looking at our screen, the showers that we've had through 4, 5, 6 o'clock. We then had this break, and then there is a lot of red on my monitor, ladies and gentlemen, for what is going to hit the circuit in the next 10 minutes. It's about to get very tricky for the drivers out there. Make the most of these conditions while they can, because this may be as good as it gets between now and the checkered flag. Yeah, 108s, 109s.
And just one of those things, there's still that little bit of standing water, isn't with these slick tires, it doesn't really matter if it is raining or if it's just damp and greasy like it is currently. You can't find the grip, you can't find the extra time until a dry line eventually forms, and those, essentially the little crevices in the tarmac,
Yep.
that water in them kind of gets dispersed a bit.
Mm.
Very nice little sliding from the 23 of Matt Plum.
Quick sight into race control there, overseeing all the events going on out there on circuit, and making sure that everyone is playing by the
You get
rules.
the elite crew down there as well, won't you?
Very quite in the pit lane at the moment. It's a good race control box. It's a good race control box. I understand. I've commented on it, you know. I also understand why JV keeps me up the facing the 100. He doesn't want me getting disrupting everything. For those of you not aware, the building in the background there, that's where we are,
With a bit more on
on the far side of it, and some of the drivers as well. 6 minutes and 6 hours and 40 seconds of this race to go. Dab Motorsport 108's there, won't be a concern from them, just holding that gap at 3 laps at the moment. And good to hear that they're listening to the stream as well. Yeah.
Here a bit of the delay.
About 20 seconds.
It's about 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Now, 10 seconds between Ditchfund and CS7 Racing. Senior Fox closing in. 20 seconds behind CS7 Racing now. Taking 1.5 seconds out of them on this particular lap. We'll see as they come across the line. What kind of lap time they were able to do. 7 and also another second going their way. It's going to be a case of maybe in about 15 minutes or so. We'll have a battle for P30. Not for position in a class, because it is pro class versus a clubman class.
Just to come back to TRX Racing, they have served their penalty. 9 seconds is the gap that they now have over Williams Esports. They were actually able to hold on to second place, but they really have put themselves under a bit of pressure now, and they're off cycle with Williams Esports as well. They cannot. They've had a few penalties, kind of since midnight. They've got to make sure that they don't have any more, because they could cost themselves a big result here in this year's 24-hour. They don't want to do that. Adrenico, how are they getting on as well? Yep. Yeah.
Someone down there got confused. They thought that was a full up valve or lovely, filling up the water.
And if you can consistently do it, that's exactly what you need to do over a long race. And we've still got a way to go, 6.5 hours.
And if you put the pressure on the opposing team, we've seen if you get a black flag in terms of track distance and time, you're probably losing about 30 seconds at least with the visit, the 20-second stop, and then the return to the track. The number 13 there, Brighton Motorsport. 46 seconds is their lead over Trophy or Trees now, who are being... Oh no, it's actually pretty even between Trophy or Trees and Club 73.
So, Andrew, are you ready for one of my favourite segments of any podcast, which is Look at Comeback?
Okay.
We had recently our first team dip into the 105.
Yes.
Who do you think it was?
Need your help, Andrew.
I'm being asked to go and help the producer now. I'm gonna ponder that one. I've been saved.
The number 6 car, 3 laps clear of Accelerate and Brewery Racing in second, who are 1.5 laps ahead of Adrenico, maybe 1.25 laps might be more appropriate. The only way is Brentwood are in fourth, a further 3 laps behind, but are on circuit right behind Adrenico, and these two almost working together to make their way through the field right now behind TRX Racing and Team Generos, who are having a little scrap between themselves right now. And TRX Racing currently sitting in third place, Team Generos in 11th. They're about to come across the line, so you'll just see them in the bottom left of your screen any second now. There they are. And that is the four-way battle between Adrenico, The Only Way, Brentwood, TRX, and Team Generos in some order. I think Adrenico are now at the front of that.
Which driver was it first to do a 105?
Yes.
I'm just going to go for a complete guess here.
Yeah.
We're going to go Sam Lovelace.
Sam Lovelace is a good guess, but it's not. It's Club 73 Young Guns, and guess what? We've just done another 105.
TMB. Toby McAllister Brown.
Driving a very, very good stint right now.
Really good stint.
Slowly. I want to emphasize very, very, very slowly drying conditions.
See that we've got the staff coming back in for the circuit. Clint's just dropped off some sustenance for us. Take good care of us here at Buckmore Park. This doesn't happen at all circuits, so I'd like to make an announcement.
I'll take your word
This
for
is
that.
why you should book in with Buckmore Park for your next karting event.
Agreed.
They take care of their stuff.
Right, what do you think is going to be our next spicy battle on circuit, whether that's pole position or just one circuit?
Well, I know we talk about them a lot, but the Senior Frogs closing in. 1.8 seconds last time out of the lead for CS7. So at that rate, we're talking about 8 laps, aren't we? 8 or 9 laps.
And we say that in general, being closed in by the ditch finders, and remember, ditch finders were being closed in at a relatively rapid rate by Senior Fox.
I love this battle.
Turn something on.
This is probably been my favourite battle in the whole race, the Deneros versus Ditch Finders, because since I've come back on, it's probably, I think this is the 4th time that it's flipped back. Dog alert, that's 8. No, we've not seen that one. We've not seen that one. I've been here for all 8. And I know. It's warm as well. That's the best. That's the best dog, yeah.
He's facing the wrong way though. He needs to be watching the racing.
Mm.
Williams E46 Racing, and again, you look at Team Generals in 11, Ditchfinder, CS7 Racing, Senior Frogs, all separated by a minute, 4 carts in this battle for P11, and then you've got Williams Esports, TRX Racing, separated by 10 seconds in their own battle for P9.
I just wonder if CS7 are struggling in the traffic at the moment, because when they've got a clear lap, they can bang in a low 1:07. But they don't do it perhaps consistently enough, and yeah, then you get a response from Senior Frogs for 1:06.7, 1.2 seconds deducted from the gap, 13.4 now. Same story as well for Deneros and Ditch Finders. That's down to 19 seconds in the battle for third. Third in club, I should say.
Generals seem to be struggling at the moment.
Yeah.
109 and a couple of 109 actually coming through. So they've really been hunted down right now by the Ditchfinders, losing a couple of seconds a lap. Gap is now down to 18 seconds. So don't forget, they're being closer by the Ditchfinders. And Senior Frogs are currently done in people, although being first, need to be able to close into CS7 Racing 13.
Rain is expected on the radar. And can I see a few spots of rain on the lens there down at Garda Corner? I hope not as well, but seeing the sources that I've got. It's the big tarp. If we get enough planes from Rochester Airport to just circle round and cover the airspace over us.
Hair dryers out on the circuit to,
Oh, see, carts going round, racing machines and big hair dryers always scare me a little bit, because there's been incidents of that in NASCAR. I think was it Juan Pablo Montoya. They have like jet dryers. It's a bit more than a hair dryer. They have like jet dryers that dry the track at Daytona. And was it Montoya? There was definitely someone who span out under caution. I think they had a suspension failure, and they hit the jet dryer, and it was quite a spectacular boom afterwards. And it's something I'd never like to see. It's like, just stop the race.
jet dryers out on a live circuit with cars going.
Oh, that's rain. That's also Willeney, but that's also rain that I can see on that camera. And the umbrellas are up. And that could spell the end of the improvements of the lap times now.
Let's see just how much the lap times have dropped, because we are still seeing 106s being pumped in. But again, you mentioned that the track isn't in good condition, so the rain probably won't make it that
Rundown advert.
Absolutely. Let's have another rundown through the order, because we're at the bottom of a race hour. Dab Motorsports have completed 1,099 laps here for the 2023 Buckmore Park 24 hours. And their lead is still 3 laps, as it has been for quite a few hours now. Adrenico Racing have pulled themselves back by a lap, so they're only a further lap behind now, +4 against the leader. The only way is Brentwood are still 7 laps off the overall lead, and they may have to settle for 4th place this year. They're 3 laps behind Adrenico, 3 laps at least clear of the Club 73 Young Guns, who have been having this really back and forth battle with Dr. Vapes. But again, I think the Club 73 Young Guns are just that depth of talent that they've got in that team is just starting to win out now. They've got 2 clear laps for the first time in quite a while over Dr. Vapes in 6th place. The Bayford Bandits are the last of the run of pro teams from the top of the timesheet down to 7th place there, 17 laps off the overall lead. In terms of overall position, they've got some work to do there. They're only 53 seconds ahead of Team ARD, who are in a very strong position now within the club category. A full 2 laps clear of TRX Racing there, the number 7 in 9th place. Lastly, in the top 10, 14 seconds behind TRX, who have had a couple of penalties in the last few hours. So Williams Esports are trying to chase them down at the moment in 10th place. They are 62 seconds clear of Team Daneros, who crucially are holding on to 3rd place in Clubman, but being closed down. It's 12 seconds now between Team Daneros and last year's runners-up in this class, the Ditch Finders. Keep an eye on that battle in the next hour. CS7 Racing are next up in 13th place, in a bit of a sandwich there between the Clubman teams. The Senior Frogs continue to push. They have not given this one up yet. They're in the top 5 in class. Matt Plum is in for them at the moment. He's had really good pace the last hour, and they are closing down the cart ahead of them. Formula None are next up, 3 laps further back in 15th place. 6 seconds ahead of Zesty Drink Racing, and Zesty Drink Racing are taking chunks of time out of Formula None at the moment, so that we could see change shortly for 15th place. Club 73, Not Fast But Furious, are a further 63 seconds back. They're also overlooking their shoulders because 17.6 seconds down the road from them are a closing South Coast Racing team. They've got a comfortable 3-lap gap over Mini Boost, who are improving on their position from 12 months ago. They're there in 19th place. Brighton Motorsport have recovered to get past Trophy or Trees and back into the top 20. Their gap over the Motorsports YouTuber and Influencers squad is 41.6 seconds. Getting very close as well between Trophy or Trees and the cart behind them. Club 73 Team Silence are only 3 seconds off the number 24 now. A further lap back, Team Rango, they are closing in. We talked about it earlier that Team Rango had fallen 3 or 4 laps behind the closest cart. They've gone under the radar the last hour or so. They could start gaining positions as we go into the final quarter of this race. They have a comfortable 25-lap gap over Olympus Karting, who is still continuing around. Let's not forget, this is a team of complete novices to competitive karting from the sim racing world. They are plugging away. They've gone past the 1,000 lap mark now on 1,043. They are the last running kart out there, but they are still running. We've had 1 retirement in this race, the Williams Esports 2 team, having completed 817 laps. That is your rundown, with just under 6.5 hours of the race to go. Here is a short few words from our sponsors. Sorry, I unmuted you there, Yousuf. You can do that bit again. It's just plugged away.
No, I was saying it played through our sponsors as per usual. 9 seconds to get between Team Daneros and Ditch Finders. We'll see how that update has come across the line now. We were seeing that the rain was coming down.
Yep.
And the Beta Bandits, because they are bandits, decided that that meant they go faster, and they started to
Excellent.
out of that.
That's not how physics works.
A 106.0 now as well. The Beta Bandits and I think Club 73 Youngers have been the quickest, most consistent out on circuit right now.
Hello to Ian Sumner on the DDMM comms box feed and data center. Good morning, chaps. Looking remarkably fresh. Thank you, Ian. We don't feel it. But we're plugging on as we're approaching that final quarter of the race in 24 minutes time. You can get in contact with us on the DDMM comms box feed. Could be the Young Guns. Yeah.
So I think that might be both of those two respective teams getting ready to take
Have we?
I don't believe you.
Going under the radar, haven't they? So, Senior Frogs, 4 seconds behind CS7.
That's closed quickly. That was above, what, 13 seconds before the rundown?
It was indeed. I think we might be having a change for P13 very shortly. There is the Senior Frogs at heart making their way through Cafe Corner and starting a new lap. And just in front of the number 22 is the number 4 CS7 Racing.
George also asked, why is this Matt guy driving for the Frogs? Because he's a wizard, and this is what good... I'm going to give Cal Freezy the credit here. This is what a good team manager does. He scours the world for good driving, great driving talent, and that's what the Senior Frogs have found. Jesting aside, Matt has been part of their behind-the-scenes effort. So he was here last year. He's doing all the photography for them and a good amount of the filming here last year. And it just so happens that he's a very, very quick driver in karting in his own right. And boy, has he delivered for them today, because this has been really tough conditions. That's the number 17. It's Dr. Vapes. I think that was Marcel Chmielewski getting back in for them.
Let's not forget as well, Senior Frogs, they've got radio, which means
Yep.
Mr. Fun knows exactly who he's battling with.
Yep.
He knows exactly that the car in front is for position, which will
Makes a huge difference.
a bit of extra motivation, doesn't it?
It does. It does when you've got that target to chase. Just good to know though, with the number 17. Don't worry, because it's been a long weekend for both of us already. You notice anything about that helmet in a DDMM fashion?
I'll have to have another look at it. I didn't see anything on first glance.
Okay. On the number 17. Probably won't get it from the angle on the
Whose helmet are we looking at?
Number 17, James. Yeah. Don't worry about it now, James. We'll worry about it later, because there's a very, very close move about to be done here by Matt Plum. That is the number 4 CS7 racing car that Matt has been charging in on for not just the last 10 minutes. About how long has he been out there? 1 hour and 54 minutes. All of that. I was going to say 2 hours. This is what they've been trying to do, pick up positions. Now, they've not been able to catch the ditch finders, but the ditch finders have put a very quick driver in their kart and found a turn of speed. Here is Senior Frogs. Can they make the move on one of the pro karts? The rain is really coming down to the inside, but it's going to be the outside line that works there for CS7 Racing. To the inside there, Matt Plum. Oh, just short of making the move work as they head downhill. There's a bit of chaos ahead of them. The number 17's involved. Can Senior Frogs find a way past CS7 Racing for 13th place in the race? Down the inside. Will they have the inside for Garda? They will, and through go the Senior Frogs. The emojis will go wild. Brilliant work. No, round the outside goes CS7. They say nope. No emojis. Denied by the number 4. And this is a great scrap. Look at the level of the rain now. This is the heaviest rain that we've had in the race so far. This is the band of rain from the storm that we were talking about over the English Channel. It has hit the circuit. It has hit the circuit direct here at Buckmore Park. Matt Plum cutting back there. Trying to find a way through. Is there a switchback perhaps into hairpin number 2? Matt Plum's going to look for it. He's going to get on that curb, go and try and get the drive. Here comes CS7 again, but no, this time Matt Plum gets across in front, blocks the run on the late apex and the sharp run out of hairpin number 2. That is a position gained for Senior Frogs, and it's a well-deserved gain for Matt Plum.
Matt Plum is flushed with success.
You know, the cheekiest thing he did there was that little thumbs up at the end.
Say it.
Thank you. As if it was almost made easy for him. That definitely was not made easy.
No, they put up a fight there. Did CS7. But
Oh, ditch finders within a second of Team Deneros. More battling.
this is the thing. Now the key battle starts, because whilst that is a position overall fantastic, gets Senior Frogs one spot up the order, what they really care about is the next two carts ahead, because they are in their same class, and that is where the chance of going one better than 2022 and being on that Clubman podium, that's where it is. That's where they need to get to. And the Ditch Finders are up the road. They're the ones who've been quick in this phase of the race, but we've seen it go back and forth between Ditch Finders and Team Deneros. The best thing, if you're supporting Senior Frogs right now, is you want those two teams to start fighting for Matt Plum, and you want it to rain hard for Matt Plum to close up to them. But what we do have as neutrals in the box is 6 and a bit hours to go, and still one of our key spots in this race, one of the spots on our podiums, is covered with 3 potential holders of that last spot. 30 seconds covers them.
It's absolutely fantastic. Also, Zesty Drink Racing have just passed Formula None.
Yep.
P15. Ditch Finders still behind Team Deneros, and the longer those two battle, the better news it is for Senior Frogs.
Yeah, Trophy or Trees have just got past Club 73 Team Silent. There it is, the number 17. Now, can...
Chucking it down, the lap times have got about 1.5 seconds slower than 5 minutes ago.
Yep. It's no longer Buckmore Park, it's now Buckmore Park. I've not heard that one. I'll go normally for Buckmore Lake, but I like Boatmore Park. Well, not that far away from the Medway, of course.
This is where everything that the drivers have learned about the circuit starts to change. Yes, it's still very wet, but this is where you really start to get puddles, as
Yeah.
Matt Plum demonstrates, and you have to learn where those puddles are, and is it effective to avoid those puddles? Taking a completely different line so that you don't have to plane over the puddles. Does that actually gain you time, or do you lose more time than you can?
Well, I don't think we've seen the track have more standing water on it at any stage so far in this edition of the Buckmore Park 24 Hours. It got pretty nasty, what would you say, around 1 o'clock in the morning. But this is more. It's considerably more standing water on the circuit now. We can actually see the raindrops. The raindrops are that large now that they're falling out of the sky. Ditch Finders are only 0.1 of a second behind Team Deneros, trying to find a way through, and they have found a way through. Big move, big move in the story of this race. Over start finish and through sector number 1. The Ditch Finders, number 16, have got past Team Deneros and are up to 3rd place in class.
Great stuff from them. Now they can try to hunt down TRX or Racing, who are only 1.5 laps up the road. They have the pace to close in onto them, and still a lot of time left in the race. So for now, they're not going to be worried about trying to catch that 1 lap. They're just going to try to catch them on circuit. About 30 seconds or so are... Actually, no, it's not even 30 seconds. It's about 20 seconds separating the two, and that's what the Ditch Finders need to do. They've still got another half an hour or so with Matt Plum, or pardon me, not Matt Plum. Matt Plum's driving for Senior Frogs, but Ditch Finders still have another half an hour for whoever is currently at the wheel to try to bring that gap down before they actually take their last phase and pit stop. Keeping an eye as well on Adrenico Racing, and again, those two lines on our timing sheet grow closer and closer every time I look at them. And once Adrenico Racing get past, they will be on the same lap as Accelerate Racing, and that is the battle for second place.
We also noted that Accelerate have taken back one of their laps on the race leader, and are only 2 laps behind. No, there's a good reason for that. Tab Motorsports have pitted. So once that cycles back through, it'll be back to 3. Oh, what a stint from Matt Plum. Gets out of the kart. Once again, the Senior Frogs are being talked about going for a podium. And who is getting in? I'm not sure it is. No, I think is it Will and E? I think it is. Well, Will, they all have the same helmet, apart from Matt. Now, this is not the move I was expecting.
Also quite early hits, only 2 hours, 1 minute in the wet conditions.
Yeah, but they have been running 130s and 145s. So that is their longest stint. So, Will Lenny goes out on circuit. Didn't feel good about his first stint. We've not seen him since hour 2 of the race. Let's see how his weather skills are going to fare now. Drifting through hairpin number 1. I really want this to be a good stint for Will to boost the confidence from the first stint where he wasn't happy at all. Wasn't happy with his sector 3.
Sector 3 very tricky garden.
Yep.
Especially in the wet, it's even more difficult. And then you've got to go through Cafe Corner. Cafe Corner in the wet is so weird because you have to hang it wide and just hope that the car sticks. And if you try to go on the racing line, it just is really awkward.
Well, the lines are looking pretty good at the moment on this first lap for Will. Finding that grip out there. What little there is of left of it, going for an extreme wide line. That's fine. That's a good wet line there from Willany. There you can see there's now a river going down the hill from Cafe Corner. That's how much standing water we've got on the circuit here. Yeah.
The first time I'm glad that I'm in the competition.
Yes, no, this is a little bit extreme. I wouldn't want to be out there right now. They have got a wetsuit on Will Lenny as well, which is good to see. Very, very smart at this stage of the race. How was that outlap for Will? 1:14.034. Not bad for an outlap.
I'm just looking at his sector 2 and sector 3 times. I think in total over those 2 seconds, maybe we lost about a second to see
Yeah.
racing, which, well, the first lap out in those conditions, very mistakes.
Yep, not bad at all for pushing on with this effort. I think we'll be looking for some, at the moment, 109s. Lap times are continuing to extend. But Will Lenny looking...
A couple of back markers to find his way through, one of which being the single box part as he continues his pursuit of accelerator.
Yep. Both of those carts will be in pretty soon. They've both gone past 2 hours for their current stints. Yes, just to be clear, Williams Esports 2 have retired. They are out of the race, unfortunately. They have retired from the event. That is why they are 239 laps behind the next cart along. Sam Lovelace. It's when it was just going through there and it was almost squirming in a straight line. That's when you know it's getting really tricky. But these Sodi RT10 carts that were introduced to Buckmore Park last year, showing again that they are a very good machine for this level.
10 minutes ago, Sam Lovelace was really rapid, but now that the rain has come down a bit more, he seems to have lost the edge versus the accelerator,
Yeah.
who is now one of the quickest drivers out on circuit. And it's amazing how this little bit of extra water completely changes the
Yep.
dynamic of who's the quicker driver out on circuit.
And the tough bit for anyone who's just come in, they've not necessarily experienced that transition and built up the confidence from earlier when there wasn't as much water. Say, now there is some grip underneath all of this come out of the sky in the last 20 minutes.
However, counterpoint for that is,
Mhm.
while I do agree with what you're saying, there's also the instance of if you're okay, no, this is maybe the better way of
Yeah.
taking it forward.
Oh yeah, definitely. So Drenico Racing on in that gap now, 1 minute 9.286 last time around compared to Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing with a 1 minute 9.034. In terms of, I know someone was like, how can they do this in the in these conditions? There's a couple of things I'm looking at right now, from putting my own experience hat of these kind of conditions. There was a race similar to these conditions that I was in a couple of years ago at Lydd. For those who don't know, Lydd, much faster circuit in terms of it's got longer straights, and it did get very heavy. The water level started rising, and there was genuine aquaplaning. It's the first time I've had proper aquaplaning in a kart. Now, I was on my team radio doing the old F1 drivers thing and going, red flag, this is getting a bit sketch out here. And I was wrong. I was wrong to say that, because I actually asked JV, our race director, afterwards, of like, what was going... Not to say, oh my goodness, what were you doing? It was like, I'm genuinely interested to know what would have caused a red flag in that situation. He said, well, to be fair to all of you out there, you'd all backed off. You'd all backed off and gone, whoa, this is a little bit interesting out here, and none of you were falling off the track. That's what I'm seeing right now. I'm not seeing a sea of yellow flags all over the circuit and everybody losing control. It's clearly very wet. You know, you're always getting tram tracks of trails being left by the karts in terms of where they're placing themselves on the circuit. But everybody's driving within the conditions and not causing yellows that then breed yellows that then breed yellows as we go around the circuit. The other one that I'm looking at is visibility. Where we're at on Friday for BUKC, Clay Pigeon. Now, I've also driven there in weather that is like this. Now, we did have red flags a few years ago at an event at Clay Pigeon because the fog descended and you couldn't see from one marshal post to the next. Now, quite clearly, I know the cameras are very good here with Alpha Live. That's a pretty representative picture. That's not enhanced or anyway. I can see quite clearly out of the commentary box window to my left. I can see the opposite side of the circuit. Visibility from post to post is not a problem right now. The drivers are dealing with this fine, but it is getting very, very wet now.
And this is also where we can come back to the previous point about dry versus wet. If they were using wet tyres, a lot more spray.
A lot more spray, yeah.
It would therefore be a lot worse.
Yep.
We would not be able to see the cart as clearly as we can because there would literally be walls of water coming up from the tyres.
Yep.
We have slicks, which
It just kind of just pushes the water out the way.
more difficult to drive in.
Yep.
Less spray though. Means the drivers also get
Oh, it's, there stuck is the number 22 of Mini Boost. Now,
that part going.
they're on the downhill from Garda, so they should... Are they going to be okay to just roll that one, or do they need a bit of a push?
A little bit stuck in the grass, and drivers can't get out their car. Those familiar with BKC
Yeah.
Club 100, or if you don't
Might have lost an engine. Have they lost a...
how long have they? Oh, it's only 12 minutes in the car, so definitely not.
Definitely not out of fuel. A big puddle forming there on the inside of the entry to the centre chicane. Through goes Will and E.
Want to be on that apex.
Yep, that's down. That's running down from Cafe Corner. But I'd still maintain the point. I know the 22's had a bit of a moment here, but they're the single cars. That's a tester car. That's a tester car pulling over to one side. Everyone's driving within. Yeah, they've lost an engine. They've lost an engine. Get the pull start, and away they will go. But Mini Boost have lost a big chunk of time there. They may lose 20th place to 19th place to Brighton Motorsport.
I tell you what, about everyone on the circuit is going about 4 seconds slower than before.
Yep.
Except for the Babe the Bandits, who are only.
How are they doing this?
It's like someone needs to tell them that it's raining hard. They're just in denial about it.
Yep.
Saying, no, it's still
We carry
raining
on.
down. Yeah, we're just going to keep
Tis
on
fine.
That's the way to go, though.
Will and he's doing a great job here. His pace is coming back here. So whereas other drivers' pace have dropped off, Will's kind of kept his pretty consistent. He's into the 111s, same as the karts ahead.
But look at this now. The rain is getting heavier and heavier and heavier. Still say the visibility's okay because we can see on this camera shot. This is on the outside of turn number 1. It's a pretty long run between turn 1 and the exit of Cafe Corner. But water's starting to form up. And drivers have got to be very, very careful. This top end of the circuit is like a table. And the water just sits on top of it instead of running down. Yep.
Made up for it. You've got to do handbrake turns only. Yep. You come into the corner deep, skid, gap. Right. Only thing that works. You'll have to bear with me. It's going to take me ages to get up to speed. Yeah. Really good fun though. Hi, Mum.
That has been a sterling stint from Johnny Angel for the ditch finders. We talked skid and gas.
I was going to say, you mentioned poor visibility.
Yep.
Do you remember final round, Club 100, last year here at Buckmore, when Mike Hoppin had that win and spun across the line?
Yes, I do, because my endurance teammate Andrew Ward got a podium. He finally got a good result on a stream round. Remember it very well.
That round,
Yep.
in the evening,
Yep.
really bad for visibility.
Yep, for fog. Yep.
I don't know if that's the case just because we were entering the night
I
time.
think it was, yeah, a bit of night time in November.
So hopefully we don't get that here because it does look fine. It doesn't look like there is any mist or fog that is starting to set. That is Sam Lovelace really just trying to get that car through the hood. And this is something where I think it becomes easier to visualize.
It looks like the brakes are not working, but that needs help as well because it's a nice aggressive
Yep.
brake. Okay?
Joshua asked, do we think the rain will stop? There may be the odd break in it, so to update everybody as well as I can, I am not a weatherman. This is a very thin corridor system that is blowing in from the channel. It's almost like a finger of it pointing out from the southwest across to the northeasterly direction. This is the finger crossing the circuit like straight line, bang across the Rochester and Chatham and Maidstone area. So there may be odd little breaks in it, but when the rain is hitting, it's going to be heavy. So I think it's as good as going to be in, I would say, for the rest of the race here, because it is a long strip of wet weather that is extending out all the way back to Chris MD's house on the Channel Islands. That's how long it is, and it's not pretty. I'll post it up on Twitter for you to have a look at @double-mm, because this isn't going to be good for the drivers.
I saw a comment that I do want to address, which was crazy how F1 wouldn't run it.
Oh, Auntie, don't get me started. We've already had one. Well, I think Formula One needs a big shake-up. We don't need another one.
I just want to explain that one. Formula One are running wet tyres. They kick up a lot of water. If these cars were running with wet tyres, and again, this isn't Formula One cars driving at over 100 miles an hour, you would not be able to see the cars like that because of how much spray would be kicked up. And when you're driving at over 100 miles an hour and you can't see in front of you, it's very difficult. Imagine driving on the motorway, the rain's shutting it down, and you don't have your windscreen wipers on. Turn off
Yeah.
your windscreen wipers. Actually, don't turn off your windscreen
Don't do that.
wipers. But if they were off for a couple of seconds, that's what F1 drivers can see or what they can't see. And that is why those races have to be red flag. Not because the cars can't go around in those conditions, just because they can't see.
And they've also not done enough on the aero to make sure that effect is reduced. Who knew? You make the underside of the cars not flat and suddenly they kick up a lot more spray out the back of them. Who knew? Oh, trouble for Sam Lovelace, the number 5, third place, Adrenico Racing. That looked like a recovery from a spin there.
Through Cafe Corner, where you kind of
Yeah, it was a spin, guys.
Commit to the corner, get that front end to turn in, and it can just go so badly wrong. He's lost about 8 seconds as a result, and it just goes to show someone as talented as Sam Lovelace struggling in these conditions. And you have to push if you want to find the time. And Adrenico Racing really desperately trying to close in on to accelerate, and as a result, these mistakes can occur.
They've got 3 laps over the next kart behind them. How is the pace looking for our clubman battle? Well, Team ARD are in the 1 minute 10s. They're extending their lead. It's nearly 4 laps now over TRX Racing. Team Deneros in the 1:11s, holding 3rd place. Ditchfinders the 1:15s. Senior Frogs the 1:13s. So they are catching the Ditchfinders now, but ultimately they want to get up to 3rd place. They need to find a bit more pace, maybe 2 seconds per lap. What a slide that was from the Bayford Bandits. That's how they're getting their pace, mate. They're treating this like a gymkhana course.
Skid and gas.
That was skid and gas. I think if I did that, there'd be a different skid and gas, but we'll leave that one there.
2 types of skid. Someone's gone wide. That's the number 4 car. Is Sam Lovelace is being closed down here by the senior foot cars, or has he found a way through? Well, 100% sure. I think he's found a way through, but I'm hoping that we can actually stick with more cars around the last bit. It'll be really cool just to see where all of this spray is. I think it is all on the run out of Garda, all the way into turn 1. That's where all of these big puddles are forming, and Sam Lovelace is staying well clear of the inside through that left-hander and starting to find where the puddles are and avoiding those puddles. It should be a really big one on Casper then here on the run into turn 1. You can see the aquaplaning happening as they just hit these patches of water. And as soon as they hit the patches of water, that's when they start sliding. Bayford Bandits, they love the sliding. They're going for the puddles. They're just out to have fun. Scorpions, the number 1 car, front section through Youngland, doing the exact same thing as the Bayford Bandits. And Bayford Bandits drivers out on circuit. The only cart in the 109 currently. Team ARD very close to the 109 as well. 1.2 on this particular lap. It's going to still 9 seconds behind TS7 Racing, and it's going to run ahead of TS7 Racing, have made their pit stop, now closing that in, and Senior Frogs have dropped about a minute behind the Ditchfinders after their pit stop, and good luck to them by the number 16 car. So, do these drivers have direct drive similar to what F1 drivers have? So, what we have in parts is you have 2 types of visors. You've got your iridium visors and you've got your clear visors. You also have some mixes where you get some fogged or misted visors, but those are the 2 usual ones. So, you've got your iridiums and you've got your clear visors. Iridiums you only use when it's sunny or during the day. If it ever gets a bit cloudy, if you go into night, then it's straight clear visor. So you can see Sam Lovelace has his clear visor on. One thing that a lot of the drivers like to use is they have this tiny little spray that they can rub onto the visors, which just stops water droplets from sticking to the visor and just keeps the visor clear. The other thing is they open their visor a bit just so it doesn't mist up as much, because a lot more when it is raining. So yeah, no special visors. There have been some weird visors that they almost have a fan that sticks out from the chin guard on the visor, but they only really use it in owner driver classes when the wet tyres are out, and I think it's just to stop water from going into their face. I don't really know how it works, but it's this visor and just spins round. Not visor, it's like a little wind turbine, a little fan that spins round and round like the front of the calendar. So, lap times 109 for that Motorsport and Accelerate, 109.1 for Dr. Bates. Very quick time for Dr. Bates and the Bayford Bandits. So, third time here for Dr. Bates. I think it's not come into the pit this time. Some love lace now being closed in by the number 10 Beta Bandit. This should be something I'll battle for a bit, and it might actually be something that helps Sam out, because once he sees the Beta Bandit in front of them
Yep.
and how they're finding time, he might be able to emulate that and just find that extra half second.
Yeah, it's confirmed they are all on slick tyres out there at the moment. On your timing tower on the left hand side, you've got the gaps between the different carts out there. And if there's no mention of laps, that is the number of seconds. So we've got a number of gaps that even after so many. Just to remind everyone, 1,131 laps is what the lead cart has done, and each lap is a kilometre here at Buckmore Park. For example, 7.8 seconds between Ditch Finders and CS7 Racing.
Definitely closing in slowly but surely.
Yep.
Definitely Ditch Finders, CS7 Racing do that to match the pace of Ditch Finders. Formula 9, Destiny Racing separated by 8 and a bit seconds. Tokyo Trees actually right behind the plus 73 Team Silent Club. We might have battled there. There's 6 seconds separating the number 11 and number 3.
Hello to Shahib. Morning, guys. Yousuf's still up. He has been asleep, or at least attempted to.
I did fall asleep for about 2 hours, I think.
Oh, not bad. Okay.
Back out, rolled in.
See, now the problem I've got is I left my sleeping bag and pillow in the car.
Oh, no.
I don't really want to walk out to the car
Not
now.
anymore.
No.
Keep my sleep.
I might just deck out on the floor here. No, that was a while ago, that one. That black flag for Zesty Drink Racing. We've now got 2 rivers down the hill from Cafe Corner, all drivers sticking to the right of those rivers. There is Will and E for the Senior Frogs. They're so close. They're so close to being back in the battle for 3rd place in class. And they've just got to keep believing, keep it on the black stuff, keep it pointing in the right direction.
It is still raining, and just for those viewers tuning in, this is the wettest that the circuit has been over the course of the racing by a long shot.
Yeah.
There is spray absolutely everywhere. We're seeing a bit of aquaplaning as well on the start and finish straight. Literally that little right-hand kink on it to grid up.
Club 73 Young Guns go through there. The number 16 is on the inside. This isn't for position. But through go the Ditch Finders. Well, it's not for position, but it is to put a lap on the Senior Frogs. That's a big move for Ditch Finders. That would be a bizarre one. He's done a long stint, 2 hours and 32 minutes. There's sort of no fuel going in there.
So
I think you might be onto something there, mate. Because if they've not, you've got to change a driver.
driver change.
You have to do a driver change. If there's no driver ready,
My team had this issue many years ago at the Beatles as well. There
Yep.
wasn't someone ready. So our driver went back out and did another stint.
yep,
Can't do that here.
can't do that here. So they've not serviced the cart as a result, potentially. They've got the laps in hand to mean that this isn't going to be too big an issue. A bit of a lapse of concentration perhaps there for Adrenico Racing, which
The poll has just
tossed
finished.
them,
4,500 votes. 91% for Frogs.
is going to set them back. I've just heard in my ear that we've had a poll running for quite a while that's had a 4,500 votes for it of Frogs versus Lemons.
Lovely
You'll have less votes in council elections in a few weeks' time than that. It's a resounding victory for the Frogs, 91%, and 8% for the Lemons. That's right. Where is the 0.1%? There's been a the 1%. There's been a rounding error there. Recount. I demand a recount. I would say I think it's Harrison Kirkham, but this is also the stage of the race. Yes, no, I was about to say it might be one of those where driver has a wet helmet. Ooh, that was a bit of a wall of death from Harrison Kirkham. And he shakes his head there, but he's got away with one.
He's definitely pushing.
Yep. Finding the limits and then some.
Very quick driver is Harrison
Yep.
Kirkham. Club 100 C3 champion, battling for the C3 championship this year.
Had a good turn of pace last weekend at Wilton Mill. He's on that trajectory. What can he do here now for Adrenico Racing? Can he find out where the grip is remaining here at Buckmore Park in these really, really treacherous conditions, tough conditions to get on top of? Lap time's starting to improve though. I'm seeing a few 108s for the first time in a while, Yousuf. Yeah.
It doesn't look like the cuts in there. It still looks like there are rivers out there. The rain is still coming down.
Yep.
Not as
heavy.
But I think there is still a net addition of water to the circuit.
Yep. It's at least his second, because we saw Harrison out earlier in the race. Just looking further down the order, the Trophy or Trees Club 73 Team Silent and Brighton Motorsport battle. This is the one to try and get in the top 20. It rages on, and at the moment Trophy or Trees have got it back. Great stuff from Trophy or Trees to respond to a lot of adversity. I think if there was an adversity award for any of the teams in this one, it would be going in their direction. Lost a number of drivers through unfortunate incidents. But they've kept logging on. They could have gone home, but no, they've raced on, and they're still in the chance of a top 20 finish here. Here's Adam Nather for the number 21 Zesty Drink Racing team. Also races for the University of Sheffield Motorsport and Karting team. And you'll be able to see them in action on Friday here on Alpha Live. Live coverage of rounds 7 and 8 of the BUKC 2023 for the Mains Championship. Again, the top end of the circuit. The water pouring off the fairings on the rear axle there of the Zesty Drink Racing kart.
And this is actually one of those situations where sometimes it's better to be a heavier driver just because you've got more weight to actually put down on the wheels to get those tyres to dig in.
And push through the water. Yeah. It sounds ridiculous if you've never heard of it, but you see it in effect. In these conditions, and that is probably. I know there was a few questions of like, oh, well, why not put Chippo in for this phase of the race? These might not be Chippo's best conditions because he's very light. Yeah. He's not necessarily got the mass to push through that water, and by running, I mean, there's one way of looking at it is that you deliberately load your driver up too heavy. You load them. you lump lead on 5-10 kilos to get that effect,
But the
or
issue-
you just put a driver who's got a bit more, a few more kilograms.
But the issue
with
with putting
them.
lead on the car is the fact that you can't move that around.
You can't move it, and it's off centre. Yeah, very, very good point, Yousuf. Very good point indeed. It's not particularly good for vehicle handling.
You know, there's a cool shot when a car comes through on the start finish straight into turn one. You can kind of see the line,
Yeah.
and then they slowly disappear as like water comes across. I thought it was quite a nice shot we got there. That phenomenon, that effect taking place. What else is happening? TRX Racing now 25 seconds behind Williams Esports 1. Are there any other close gaps? Still, Zesty Drink Racing within a second of Formula None. That might be a battle. Actually, I think Formula None have just passed Zesty Drink Racing for P15. So Formula None now up into P15 and demoting Zesty Drink down into 16. In 2 seconds between Trophy of Trees and Club 73 Team Solid. Team Solid that time round, waiting a second out of Trophy of Trees, so now they got just 1.5 seconds.
I think it's still Alex Gillen in for Trophy or Trees at the moment. Been in for an hour and 8 minutes. Number 12 of Club 73, not fast but furious behind them.
I think there was a spin comparison curve from last time round because Speedy put in a 117, and that I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
was out that. So more time being lost for the number 5 car as Harrison's trying to get to grips with these very, very treacherous conditions.
Number of drivers down into the 107s now. Team ARD are one of them, who are running very nicely, very comfortably in Clubman in the lead of this race. I'll do one next year. Do they go for a bit of an assault on the pro categories? They've beaten a number of pro kart entries here this weekend so far. Number 21 going down the inside of the 24. That's Zesty Drink past Trophy or Trees.
Team ARD is a very impressive 107.9, so one of the first teams back into the 107 since downpours. The 21 car a bit wide on the exit of hairpin 2, rejoins, catches the puddle, almost sends himself into a spin.
10 minutes until the stream changes, guys.
So Zesty Drink
It will automatically redirect.
trying to find a little bit of time right now.
A quick reminder for those on Alpha Live at YouTube. Part 3 of broadcast here today starts in about 10 minutes' time. It will be an automatic redirect, so you literally don't need to do anything. But if you are sharing the stream link, shall we say, in about 10 minutes, 15 minutes' time, then yes, you will need to be sharing the third part, the third link there. Thank you for your continued support. Because we're 10 minutes to go, I'm also going to look. Can we get the likes up to 550? Do we reckon? Let's have a push for that. 550 likes, James. Shall we try? Let's go for trying. Don't let me down, guys. We achieved this last time on part 1 and hit 600. Let's go for 550 on this one.
I like the sound of that.
There's a good. See, this is why James does the business. If we hit 550 likes, we'll get one of Senor Frogs in for an interview. How's that for a deal?
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Very good trade.
So if you haven't done so already, make sure that you've clicked that thumbs up. 5 hours and 38 minutes of this race to go. Dad Motorsports still in control, 2 laps clear of.
Wait, have we already hit it?
I think we've already hit it. We sold ourselves short.
Yeah.
Sold ourselves short.
Right,
There we go. We should have.
700. We'll get 2 of them in. I cannot promise that.
No, that's the part. That's part of deal making.
Yeah.
That's terms that we put on our side of the table, and the audience have got to deliver.
No, I'm saying, yeah, we've got one, see if we can get two. We
We'll
have a
get
question
two.
in chat, which is a somewhat relevant question on how would red flags work. So, I believe, Andrew, correct me if I'm wrong here, if there is a red flag, they bring all of the carts to a stop on the circuit.
Yep.
Where they are, every cart will just come to a stop just wherever they happen to be on track until whatever issue is there is
Cleared and
rectified,
carry on.
and then we go back to presumably yellow flag and then
Yep.
green flag racing.
It's confirmed by the boss. 700 likes, 2 Senior Frogs
Okay,
for interviews.
I think we're going to get that rather quickly. Yeah,
609.
609.
Come on.
But it's only
Oh, it's round goes Willany. Oh, that's not what the Senior Frogs need. They're not going to lose too much time. But that was a mistake, just pushing a bit too hard. The rear end of the cart over-rotated. There's another cart that nearly joined Willany there.
When we hits up hairpin 2 as well, he has that spin straight back on the power, pushing it 100%. Full commitment, love it.
Now, don't push too hard here, Will. Don't try and make up for that lost time and then have another one. That's very, very easy to do. Get frustrated under the helmet.
You know what would be cool to do, but we can't do it, but it would be cool.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to the drivers while they're out on track.
Maybe next year.
Ooh.
Maybe next year. We can work on that one.
Trying to think how we do it, but I think that tech is a bit beyond my understanding.
We've tried it before. We tried it with the Bluetooth headsets that we use for the DDMM endurance racing. Audio quality was a bit.
Yeah.
The signal didn't really go through building walls. So, yeah. I still think it's possible. Oh, you see, Will's frustrated with himself there. The time, to be honest, the time loss wasn't huge. It was only 3 seconds based on the pace that Willany's had in this part of the stint. As the rain intensity has subsided, it's not completely died away. It's still coming down. The water level is still high, obviously, on the circuit.
625 likes at the moment. So, remember,
700
we get
for
2 members off the side.
double froggage.
Yeah.
Before, and it's got to be before this part of the stream changes.
Yes, that is true.
Before we go to part 3.
What happens if they get 700 on part 3 though?
The stream will end at that point.
Yeah.
Unless we get 700 likes in part 3
Yeah, that's what I mean.
nice and early.
Okay. Yeah. I think that's
Gotta get busy.
reasonable offer.
Yeah.
We're keeping our eyes on that number. It is going.
Come on, guys.
It's
This is
right.
brilliant. Thank you very much for this, for the support.
The likes are rising faster than the rain is falling here at Buckmore Park.
I like it. Buckmore Park. Hello to Ryan again. Good morning to the commentary box. Track seems to have turned into a boating lake. Yes, yes, it has, and it could still get worse, based on some of the radars that I've seen. But thank you for tuning in, mate, on the DDMM comms box cam.
Spinner at Garda. Sorry, Paddock. That is the number 19 car of Team Rango. To be fair, Team Rango are putting in some great lap times.
Yeah.
1:05.
Yep.
So they definitely were pushing. Apparently 4 minutes left before we change the
27
stream.
likes to find.
Is my racing number 73? Oh, it's gone.
It's gone.
Can we end on a perfect 7:30? That'd make me very happy.
I will have another rundown through the order in a few minutes' time. In fact, well, a little less than a few minutes' time. We'll do it in 90 seconds' time, whilst things are continually changing out there before we cut to the end of part number 2. If you're on YouTube, you'll be automatically redirected to part number 3. If you're watching on DDMM Comms Box Cam, we're already on our part 3. This is us through to the end of the race. Live timing
race control messages and the driver tracker on there as well.
So, a couple of questions I'm seeing, or statements in the chat. One is, it's wet now. This will make it interesting. It's been wet for a very, very long time. The other one is, how are they getting grips with slicks? And my response to that, I don't know about you, Andrew, is they're not.
They're in the grey zone between grip and no grip,
Yes.
but it's suboptimal grip, but there is still some of it out there.
Yeah.
These Dunlop tyres are a lot better, that we mentioned before, for driving in the wet as well.
Yeah.
The compound of the tyre is able to just move around a bit more and push through the water, disperse the water, and then get to what levels of tarmac. And aided by here, it can be quite a rough surface in places. Track limit warning for the second place carts. They don't want to pick up too many more of them.
I'm going to be honest, I thought it was a black flag when I saw it
Okay.
initially, and then you said track limit warning. I thought, oh, why did I point that out?
Let's go for a rundown of the order then, with a couple of minutes. Oh, we'll start it on the next one. Okay, apologies, James. But I think we're going to hit our target here. 692, 700 before the end of part 2. We've got
How long do we have?
less than 2 minutes.
Ooh.
There's 8 people out there. If you've got second accounts, that applies as well.
Yep.
Hop across, double deploy.
6 needed now. I think they're going to get it. They've been messaging their friends on Discord to come and add some likes to the stream. Can you imagine if it ends on 699?
Dana asks an interesting question. In your guys' eyes, what is Will doing that is losing time? It's really hard to. I don't want to criticise Will, because I'm very much recognising the level of experience. Thank you, guys. I think we have just hit 700, like 709. My goodness me, we could have the 730 here.
Yeah.
This comes down to experience, and what Will probably isn't used to is initiating that oversteer to scrub through the corners and carry the speed and keep the tyre temperature up. So he's having a go. He's applying what he's been told about aggressive turning. He just needs to do more of it. That's scary though, because obviously he's had a spin.
Moving to the new stream,
The back end will step out on you if you do that, and it's then having the ability to control that slide and not over rotate and go all the way around. We'll talk about that more on part 3. We're going to transition over now to the new stream. We'll be back in a few moments here on Alpha Live for more coverage of the 2023 Buckmore Park 24 Hours. And we're back. Welcome back to coverage of the Buckmore Park 24 Hours. Andrew Mather and Yousuf Bin-Suhayl on for you for the next half an hour before Kieran comes back.
Yeah.
It's been an interesting couple of hours, mate.
It has. The rain really came down for my new favourite circuit, Buckmore Park. We've seen a couple of spins here and there. We've seen a little bit of aquaplaning, a little bit of sliding. To go back to the question that was asked just before we swap stream, which is what can Will be doing differently? You mentioned how it's kind of just being able to control that slide a little bit in these wet conditions. You have to keep through on the edge of the grip. It is completely different to driving in the driveway. You just send the car through the corner and in the wet, your back end is always about to come out, and you have to steer a little bit with the throttle. And I think a lot of times people who are newer to driving in the wet, they'll turn and they'll just wait for the grip. You have to be constantly just providing a little bit of throttle just to help get that back end out, help get the cart rotated around a corner, and then it comes down to, tense in every corner. And something I was actually talking about with Mr. Plum was being able to ease on the throttle on corner exits. and you'll see drivers easing on the throttle a little bit too much in the rear end, get squirrely. The really good drivers just toe that fine line between the back end stepping out and not losing any traction. But looking to some of our gaps, 15 seconds separating 3 drivers in the battle for P11, currently being occupied by Team Deneros, CS7 Racing, then P12, and Ditch Finders down in P13. So those 3 separated by 6.5 and then 7.2 seconds respectively. Formula None, Zesty Drink Racing separated by 7.5 seconds, and Brighton Motorsport and Trophy or Tree separated by 9.6 seconds in the battle for P20.
Let's have a run through the order at the moment. We're into the final quarter of the race. Dab Motorsport, 1,153 laps completed. Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, 2 laps further back. They have gained one of the 3 laps that they had as a deficit back there. A further 2 laps back are Adrenico Racing, who had a scruffy pit stop and lost some time there. But you never know, they're still in a position where if the 2 front runners hit trouble, they're in a good position to pick up the spoils here, and at least at the moment they're looking set for a podium. The only way is Brentwood are a further 2 and a bit laps back. Club 73 Young Guns consolidating their position in the top 5 at the moment, 4 laps back from Brentwood, 2 laps ahead of Dr. Vapes. Dr. Vapes have held that position though very, very well, I think, over the past couple of hours. They're still 3 laps ahead of the Bayford Bandits, who have put in some supreme lap times in the very heavy conditions that have befallen the circuit in the last hour or so. Leading in Clubman comfortably now are Team ARD, on for a 2nd Clubman win in a row in this event, 3 laps ahead of the first of the Williams Esports teams. They're in 9th place, but it's still this fight for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th in Clubman, which is still very, very much hard to call, especially given how tricky it is out there for all teams. TRX Racing currently hold 2nd place in the category. That's a team that was demoted from Pro into Clubman at Race Control's discretion. They are 21 laps off the overall lead. Crucially, though, they have a lap over Team Deneros, who hold 3rd place. 7.5 seconds back from them are CS7 Racing. They have just had a black flag, though, so this order is going to change. Just bear with us on that one. 5.2 seconds back from CS7, or were 5.2 seconds back, are the Ditch Finders. Senior Frogs are a further lap back from the Ditch Finders, and we'll keep an eye on the pace of all of those Clubman entries. Let's go on to page number 2 then. Formula None are holding on to 15th place at the moment, 8 seconds ahead of Zesty Drink Racing. 2 laps ahead now of South Coast Racing in 17th. Club 73, not fast but furious, 29 seconds further back, dropping away actually at the moment from South Coast Racing. 2 seconds the difference on that last lap between 17th and 18th. Mini Boost had a short delay, we saw around 20 minutes ago, lost motive power from one of their engines, but got it refired with help from one of the marshals. They're still there in 19th place. They're still holding off Brighton Motorsport, who are a lap further back. 14 seconds ahead now of Trophy or Trees. So Brighton have got themselves back into the top 20 in the last hour. Club 73 Team Silent are still in that problem as well to sort out who's going to finish in the top 20. They're 44 seconds back from Trophy or Trees. Team Rango, they keep pushing on. They have been trying to get this 22nd place for what feels like hours, and they're 3.5 seconds off doing so. Well done to Team Rango and their pursuit of the rest of the field. They have got 25 laps over. They're still circulating. Olympus Karting by HSR Autos, the debutants there in competitive karting. 1 retirement from the race so far. Williams Esports 2, 339 laps down. We're going to have some interviews I'll leave you to it, Yousuf, whilst we get ready for that. And yeah, it's still looking very tricky out there with 5 hours and 23 minutes to go.
It is indeed. The lap times are starting to improve. Actually, saw 106 being set by Team ARD. I'm not sure who is at the wheel of the 25 car, but whoever it is doing an absolutely sterling job. Ryan Coombs, Vincent Schofield, Rob Lofting, and Kevin Schofield in the team. As another 106, this time being set by Dr. Vapes, currently sitting in P6 a couple of laps down from the number 1 car, as I believe Andrew is ready with an interview.
Thank you, Yousuf. Here with Harry.
Hello.
Oh, this is tense, mate. You're in that top 5 again, pushing for the podium. How are you feeling?
I mean, I think we're a bit far off it, unfortunately. What are we back? Like a lap and a half, 2 laps?
You're only a lap and a half off that top 3. It's very close there.
And we've got our 2 quickest drivers left. You never know. But we said this last year. Maybe this year. You never know. You never know. Can I just say, by the way, I'm impressed with you guys.
Thank you very much.
I've gone the whole night, and I think it's more difficult than the driving we've done, because I don't know how you keep it entertaining and keep talking the whole night. So fair play to you lot. That's very impressive.
Cheers, mate. How's the experience been second year in? No more kind of like new eyes to it. You were experienced drivers with this now.
Yeah, I think we finessed ourselves here, because I think by Chip posting his video, he got all the go-karting sweats to come around, because I think the standard, there's not as many big people this year. I was expecting more like pub teams this year, but they're not. They're all pretty good. It's been a lot trickier this year, I think, and especially at the start we were really slow. So I think we've been consistent. We released our secret weapon in Matt Plum. Yeah. We kept him in the back pocket for a while, but he had to come out when it started raining. But it's been fun as always, man. Fun as always, yeah.
We seeing you out later in the race?
No. I've had a beer now. I've had a beer. I did my 1 stint, and then I was gonna go out at like 2 a.m. and that's when the rain started coming down. That's when we're like, Matt, you gotta go out. So no, I'm done, thankfully. Yeah.
In terms of the weather, I've seen races like this before, but I've not seen it for a while here at Buckmore. Will's out there now in horrendous weather. He's doing a fantastic job, isn't he?
Is it still raining, or is it like? Is it? Well, I guess
it's still a bit light out there.
It's terrible. Fair play to him, because he hasn't. I don't think he's spun yet, which is the move. Just don't spin. Just go out there, just keep it on the track and don't spin. And he's done that so far, so fair play to him. But yeah, I don't envy anyone out on this track right now. It looks horrendous. Are
we going to see more karting from you guys in the future?
If we don't get podium this year, we might pack it. No. We'll have to come and get it someday. No, I don't. We might not come to Buckmore for a while. I think we've seen enough of this track for a while. But yeah, no, we'll stick at this for sure.
Good stuff. We'll stick at it, mate. It's been great having you back once again, and best of luck for the rest of the race.
Nice one, mate. And keep up, guys. You lot are sick on the comms. You're sick.
Yousuf, back over to you.
Have a good one. Will do.
Right, thank you, Andrew, for that. We are now nearly 19 hours into the race. 19, we're approaching the 20-hour mark. 4 and a bit to go.
Yeah, this is where it gets real now. It's everything that's happened up to now has just been preparation to put the teams where they are relative to their target achievements at the start of this race. So we'll be delivering against those targets. Some will be just a little bit off. Here is your race leader, Dab Motorsport, who through the pit, we're in the middle of a pit stop cycle, aren't we now? Because Accelerator recently stopped, so the leader's gone back up to 3 laps.
Trent Maroney.
It is Trent Maroney driving for them at the moment. Question of what happened to the Only Ways Brentwood. Kind of difficult to say. It's just not quite fallen right for them. A few penalties along the way. But the pace of the number 2 car just hasn't quite been there through the course of the night time, really.
Ironically, they're the faster drivers out on circuit right now.
Yeah, it's unfortunately for those guys, and I hope they'll still keep pushing along, because you never know, they could snatch a podium late on. It's again one of those cliches on the endurance bingo board of you can have pole position, but you've got to be able to
reliably translate that into race pace, and for whatever reason, it's just. And we're talking such fine percentages. I think Harry was absolutely spot on there. The overall quality of the field has stepped up from 12 months ago. It's made it a much tougher race, and if you're 97, 98% eking out your potential performance, and you're in this top battle, this top four that we're talking about of Dab, Accelerate, Drenico, and Tawib, if you're not quite there, and I think that's been the case for the number 2, you're probably going to miss the podium.
And I think as
Could
well,
still turn around.
That factor is only multiplied with the rain.
Yes.
And it just becomes more and more of a thing. And I think, as well, looking at a couple of drivers on the field, we're quite familiar with them because we've seen them in the likes of the UKC and Club 100.
Yeah.
It's one thing going from 2 strokes to 4 strokes. It's another thing going from 2 strokes to 4 strokes in the wet. I think it is completely different driving them. And if you're not familiar with them, compared to some of the drivers for example, in the likes of Dab Motorsport, who have a lot more experience driving in 4-stroke championships, and as a result driving 4 strokes in the wet, it's a lot harder to bridge that gap. And I think when it was dry at the start of the race, it was a lot closer. Once the rain started coming down, I think that's when this field really started to stretch apart towards the front end of the field.
Hello to Randolph, who's tuned in and asked, where are the boys? The boys are out there on the lake somewhere. They're in 14th place as one of our cameras has started to steam up there. Now that's a good sign in a way for the drivers out on the track, because that means the moisture's rising off the circuit, or it's just going to be the rain's teeming in again. Will and he's still out there for the moment. He's been out there for 56 minutes, and the pace in the 109s right now, but he's keeping it trucking. He's keeping it moving in the right direction. And as we discussed there with Harry, they've got their 2 fastest drivers, so I imagine we're going to see a little bit more plumbing in the wet. Matt Plum to come back out on circuit for a stint, and I would imagine that we have Chip out there as well.
Look, if you've got a water leakage out on circuit, there's no one else that you want it on the track other than the plumber himself. And we've already talked about Frogs being very adaptable in wet conditions, so things can go very upwards for them.
We've not forgotten, by the way, that we promised 2 Senior Frogs for 700 likes on part 2 of the stream. The mitigating circumstance here is we are going to try and get Ethan on. He's not actually at the circuit at the moment. He's at a Sunday League football match. He's playing a football match right now. But he is coming back. Don't worry.
What an absolute Chad.
What a boy.
24-hour race and then jumping straight into a football match.
And he's a new dad as well, so he's probably not had more than 4 hours sleep for the last however many months. That's why Howard's not here.
Oh, okay. It's very, very impressive, I think. I mean, I know how my body feels after a 24-hour race, and all it wants to do
is sleep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sleep and grab some food. That's it. Actually, have I ever told the story about what happened after my first ever 24-hour race?
Go on, tell us the story of what happened after your first 24-hour race.
My first 24-hour race, I was young, super excited. I was like, 24 hours, it's going to be so much fun. I practically stayed up all night long, right, because I was so excited. My team made me go to sleep. I slept for about half an hour, and then I was like back out, like watching the racing. I had a flight the next day. 7 a.m. I had to get to the airport, or had to leave at about 6 a.m. And so I got back home at about 3 p.m. And I thought, you know what? I'll grab some quick shut-eye. I'll get up at about 8 p.m., grab some food, go back to sleep. So I fell asleep at about 3:30. I woke up at 10 a.m. the next day.
Oops.
Oops, indeed. To a barrage of messages from
Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
Then messages from my mum, are you dead? So that was an experience to some degree. But then after that, you kind of just learn how to manage sleep schedule, how to manage eating and drinking during the 24 hours, and it is a bit better. Oh, actually, it's a lot better.
Just trying to track where our leader is at the moment. I think they're coming over the start-finish line now as Nathaniel Gollin and Will and E having a good scrap there over that position on the road. Brighton Motorsports, one of the most experienced drivers in that squad, cuts back onto the inside. Frustrating race for Brighton Motorsport. They've shown the flashes. They know they've got a lot of experience in that team, but the night has really not been kind to them. That's where we see these endurance races really change. If you'd watched the first 4 or 5 hours of the race, you were probably banking on Brighton Motorsport to have a very good run in Clubman, but it's just not been their year.
And Nathaniel Gollin, very, very quick driver. I've had the pleasure of racing against him a couple of times. Always fast. I remember racing against him. The one time I did race against him was actually in the wet at Clay Pigeon back in, I think it was 2018 when we had finals at Clay for the UKC. I think he won that race after a really good battle with Simon Morton, who remember that particular race. I think they did that in the...
I like to eradicate defeats for Birmingham University from my mind, so that one's a bit fuzzy.
Simon Morton might have got him on the last lap. I remember it was very tight between them. So I was in third, and they just left, doing their own thing in the wet.
There's your race leader. It's Trent Maroney in for Dab Motorsport at the moment. And I'm conscious that I think I've just requested for the wrong card. Apologies, guys. It was the number 2. We're 19 how many hours into this race? The only way is...
To be fair, Dab Motorsports are only a couple of seconds behind the number 2 car.
Okay.
So there is the number 2 car, and then there is the number 6 car of Trent Maroney.
Can we work out who they've got at the wheel for them at the moment? This might be one of those where they haven't given us the information of that lid.
Let's just guess it's Charlie Ratford.
No, it is Charlie Ratford. No, I'm sorry, that was a classic rain suit confusing me there. That is Charlie Ratford in the kart, who started the race from pole position. 2022 junior champion here at Buckmore Park. I was a member of the DAB team that won this race 12 months ago. He's also done a little bit of owner driving as well, and a 2-time British indoor champion to boot. So there we go. Now, there's a couple of questions regards how Brentwood were getting on.
Very quick driver is Charlie. Very accomplished driver as well, considering
the
fact that he is very young. Harrison Kirkham a little bit further behind, followed by Bayford Bandits, and I don't know what it is with the Bayford Bandits. When everyone else is going slowly,
they go quick.
When everyone else has picked up the pace, then they start to struggle. It's bizarre. There's some kind of magic happening.
Yeah, as I said, the top 6 are all in the 1:08s at the moment, and the Bayford Bandits down in the 1:10s.
If this was owner driver class, let's say they had a wet setup and everyone else had a dry setup or something, but it doesn't really apply.
No, as I say, I mean, there will be variances from kart to kart, but they're all the same spec. They've all been prepared by the same team of mechanics here at Buckmore Park.
And all the cars will be within a few tenths, at most half a second, of one another. Just under 20 seconds separating William Esports and Team Deneros. Team Deneros are currently lapping 2 seconds quicker on this particular lap, but it may have been a slow lap. Sector 1 this time round. Team Deneros taking 4 tenths out of William Esports. We'll see what the Sector 2 difference is, with 21.5 for William Esports. Team Deneros will probably be looking to get into the mid-20s, actually 20.7, so yeah, another 8 tenths going down.
Yep. Keep chipping away on it all the time.
Do we have a bit of a battle between Team Rango and Club 73
Yes, they've been closing in, the 11 and the 19, and there are the 19.
And there is the 11.
This has been a sterling effort from Team Rango. Again, kind of similar to Brighton. They were right up there in the first few hours of this race. Fell back a bit as we got to sunset. Lesser teams would have thrown the towel in here because they were 3-4 laps behind the next cart, but they have kept working hard, and now they've got an opportunity to gain a position on Club 73 Team Silent. Is it 3 carts ahead in this train? The number 11 as they're coming down through Symes Sweep now. This long, snaking, winding load of carts headed up, I think, by the Club 73 Young Guns at the moment, who've just received a track limit warning.
And the number 18 Olympus karting team is in that battle as well, in the red suit with the black helmet. Now being passed by the number 19 Team Rango, which is that blue suit with black helmet, making their way through Cafe Corner now. And on to the start finish straight to start a new lap.
Closest battle on circuit. It's for 22nd place. It's Team Rango after many, many hours of being in 23rd, on the verge of being able to break through and gain a spot on the leaderboard. And are comfortable in 23rd. They're 25 laps ahead of the next cart back, which is the Olympus karting by HSR Autos. There they are, Team Rango, the number 19.
Continuing to hunt down the number 11 Team Silent Club 73 car. That time round they lost a bit of time in the traffic. We'll see now that they have a bit of clean air whether they can close back into that number 11 car, which every time I see that helmet I just think, oh, it's just Alexander. From the back it looks different, but from the front I think it's
Yeah.
similar.
Yeah. I'm not going to say something controversial. No, it's fine.
No.
We've done Mather Rates helmets for the day.
Oh,
There's certain
was there
colour
a-
combinations that are a bit overused sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Have you seen my helmet design?
We got a new one.
It's coming out.
Ooh.
I was supposed
I look
be there
forward
for
to that.
Wilson last weekend, but no right to vote. So we'll see how it looks. If it goes with the suit or not. Oh, what is happening? We are almost 19 hours in, just 5 more minutes to go. And then we have 5 hours remaining in the race at that point. Williams Esports on the same lap now as TRX Racing. And then it's battle for P9. How are Dr. Bates doing? They were putting in some very quick laps as well in the number 17 part with Marcel at the wheel for the team as they try to close in Club 73 Young Guns team. What about
Couple of members of the Williams Esports crew there. I think they can be pretty pleased with their efforts. They're in the top 10.
because they I got a free monitor thanks to them.
Yeah?
Yeah, there was a little so at the British Esports Championship they had a little sim rig out.
Yeah?
And it was the fastest lap to get the monitor.
Nice.
So I'm very happy.
Good stuff.
Couple of years ago, I think.
Yeah. Their second team, obviously we know, has withdrawn from the event and retired. More good questions from Joshua Huey. Who's impressed us since it started raining? I know it's a really cop-out answer, Joshua, but can I say the whole field? Because when I was hearing about the level of rain that was coming, I was like, this is going to be spin central. There's going to be carts off left, right and centre. And it really hasn't been the case. It's been everyone driving within the limits, recognising the state of play and that there's still 5 hours of this race to go. I've been thoroughly impressed by the driving standards
of the entire field, really. Please don't think that's a cop-out answer, because it is genuine. It's been very impressive to see how everyone's been dealing with not nice racing conditions.
As you see, Mel Hassan jumping behind the wheel of the Dr. Bates car. I'm going to add to that, when it has been raining hard, Bates had landed. With the light around, you know what? I think I might be
Yeah.
it could possibly be him.
Yep.
I'm trying to think if there's been another.
Max
driver.
O'Shaughnessy had a very good, impressive in the night in the wet. Very consistent again. Some really good work for his team. And it's got to be said that the leaders, not only have they controlled this race, you'd say since the 12th or 13th hour. That is difficult enough when we've been talking about how close on sheer pace those top 4 teams are. When you then throw in the deluge of rain, and that it's kept coming in waves. It's not been a persistent and consistent scenario. It's ebbed and flowed. We had that stage, what was it, just after sunrise, after 5:30, where you thought, I mean, we knew it wasn't going to be the case. We were looking at the radar and seeing what was coming in from the direction of the Channel Islands. But there was that 20 minutes where I think if you didn't have your eyes on the weather forecast, you thought, oh, we've got past the worst of this. The track's getting, clearing the standing water and getting through into some better running conditions. And then the heavens opened. So, the DAB Motorsport, they did an impressive job 12 months ago dealing with the pressure. They've stepped it up even more here so far in this race.
If you want to know how close the field is, last time round, the top 4, 1073, 1073, 1074, 1075.
Yeah.
And that was the one.
I think the 24's just had another one of those where they've gone through and their teammate wasn't ready. That's the trophy or trees team, because team members are there to be ready to get into the cart. Bit confused by that one as to why the 24 was sent around, but there we go.
We have to ask them to figure out exactly what happened. We've seen that with a couple of teams. We saw that with Adrenico, and actually, in regard to Adrenico, if they didn't have that incident where Sam Lovelace came into the pits, no one was there for him, they'd actually be on the same lap as the Accelerate Racing team right now.
They'd be very close to that indeed. We're gonna have a change on the microphone. I'm gonna sub me out. I'm gonna try and get my head down for a couple of hours, and Kieran's gonna rejoin us here. 5 hours to go. Keep it locked here on Alpha Live for more coverage of the Buckmore Park 24 hours.
So Kart 24 into the pits this time, and this time there will be a driver swap as well. So Trophy of Trees into the pits.
Do you mind grabbing my phone and this shot on the back or anywhere else?
How you doing? Doing good? I'm tired.
I do not blame him for being tired. That is fully understandable. As now it is indeed Alex Gillen jumping behind the wheel of the car, taking over for Kart 24. 1069 is being set by Team ARD. Fastest drivers out on circuit, just a little bit quicker than our top 4 who are lapping in the low 107s. As I'm joined by a rogue Kieran McGinley.
Hello, rogue. That's not very nice. Not very.
Lovely Kieran.
That's better. That's much better. I seem to have missed a deluge of rain.
You did?
I did. I seem to miss all the rain, all the.
There were cars aquaplaning. I think there was parts aquaplaning. There was spray. Yeah, that was about it, to be fair. You missed the Bayford Bandits being absolute bandits as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So Bayford Bandits, they're cursed. Whenever everyone else is fast, they're slow. Whenever everyone else is slow, they're insanely rapid.
Okay, that does sound a bit cursed.
Yeah.
I've got to be honest. But yeah, it's been an interesting one, hasn't it? In terms of weather, track's absolutely soaking wet to a point where, well, the times, at least when I've joined, were similar to when I left.
Yeah.
Has it stayed that sort of 107, 108 range? I see some teams dropping into the 106s there.
The track was drying up. We got a couple of 105s, and then it chucked it down.
Mm-hmm.
We went to 110, 111s.
Yep.
And then it's come back down to this. We don't really know how, because it chucked it down, it went to 111s. The rain never stopped. It kept coming down, not as hard,
Yeah.
but the lap times got about 2 seconds quicker. And we don't know why. And now it's, well, it has stopped raining. I think that is relatively clear for us to look at.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
I thought you wanted rain, Kieran.
No, I didn't. I said every time I leave, there seems to be some sort of rain. So I was implying I'm a bad luck charm to these teams.
Oh.
I think I have to be up here because otherwise it's just light rain.
Right.
If I leave, then the deluge arrives. Because I did see that we've got the Senna chicane. There's that water gathered on the inside. Whether that's, I doubt that's cleared up fully at this point. We've got a bit of a puddle on the inside of Paddock. Senna chicane looks a bit better. That camera tells the story of how heavy that rain has been and how heavy the spray is as well. That picture tells 1,000 stories.
I think a little bit of water on the camera lens on that camera that looks down from, I think, cafe somewhere or
somewhere.
Mahasan and I think it is a quick time for the Dr. H team, lapping in the mid 107s. DAB Motorsports low 107, 107.0, and that's kind of the fastest time of the quickest guys out on circuit. Low 107, maybe a 106.9, but we've only seen that from Team ARD in the last 5 to 10 minutes.
Yes. Leaders, though, top 4 seem to be as I left it. There seems to be similar equidistant. I think DAB Motorsport have gained a lap on Accelerate Kent Brewery, but I think other than that, the gaps are exactly the same as I left, which pretty much sums up how consistent that top 4 has been all race long.
Team Deneros were putting in some very quick laps, as was one of the drivers for Ditch Finders. Team ARD picked up a contact warning in the number 25 car. Not fully sure who is at the wheel for the team at the moment. But yeah, Ditch Finders and Team Deneros had some good pace. Team Deneros currently just over a lap behind the number 7 car. Team Deneros in the number 20 car. Just trying to see if we can spot them out on circuit. I think they're heading into hair picture around about now, actually. So they're a little bit behind this group of cars.
See, Senor Frog's up to 4th place now in class. And, yeah, are there others around that pitted? No, they are 4th place seemingly on merit there. So, yeah, looking pretty good, trying to get themselves up the order. Of course, we know they're fan favourites here. I saw you were speaking to one of the team, or Andrew was, behind us. And, yeah, it's great to see them still in the high spirits. There you can see teams well, having a bit of R&R, just taking care of things. Tired ways they are, I think. That was a very tired way from the Accelerate Kent Brewery racing team. And a bit of massage going on as well. I think it's just next door, so thumbs up. Food being brought in as well. We've got telemetry, and all across that room, scattered bits of helmet, suit, waterproofs, whatever you can think of, it's scattered across that room. Possibly, yeah. Well, when I went in there for a kip last night, there was like a burger and chips uneaten. I would leave that behind.
Well, you said last night. I think you said it was morning.
Well, I went off last night.
Oh, okay.
So that is technically true.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Trying to catch me out.
Just checking, it's very important, Kieran, that we maintain consistency
Sure.
throughout the broadcast.
Is that what you call it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I go. Drivers have to be consistent on circuit.
Fourth in class, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 5th.
Oh, we're fifth. All right. Can I blame it on me being tired? Fifth in class. That's my mistake.
But they will be fourth in class.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Let's have a look at the sort of pit stops around them. You've got ditch finders who've been out there for an hour and 9 minutes. Senior Frogs have been out there for an hour and 20 on this stint. There they are, making their way in towards the first two corners.
A lap down on ditch finders, so it is close. If they can put in some quick laps, at the moment they're losing a bit of time. 1:13.3 last time around versus ditch finders with a 1:08.0. If they can pick up that pace a little bit, they are in a very good spot to be able to challenge for that top 4, top 3 in the final couple of hours of this race.
Yeah, it's a bit of varied pace though, all up and down the field. Some drivers seem to be really doing well in these conditions, others not so much, and it's really sort of expanding out the field in certain places, and then the field is shrinking down. I see, for example, second place, Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, they were half a second slower than Dab Motorsport. Adrenico Racing were 2/10 quicker than Accelerate. Only Way as Brentwood were 6/10 quicker than Adrenico on the last lap. Club Cemetery Young Guns were 4/10 quicker than the Only Way. And you see how this is. So it's all sort of coming together, and it's a shame that they're about 2 to 3 laps apart each position, because they would be closing up at a good rate.
That was a really nice switchback from the Senior Frogs car going up the inside of Ditchfinders after Ditchfinders went up the inside of them, and now they're still battling. This is Ditchfinders putting a lap on Senior Frogs, and they will be able to make the move into hairpin 2.
Yes, and it's not for position, but I think just have fun. Yeah, have fun. Try and get that position. 16 cart is the Ditchfinder, so this is getting them back onto the another lap unlapped, if that makes sense. So this is an important one. They have to get past the Ditchfinders here in order to catch them further. Yes.
Take a quick trip down Milky Memory Lane.
I don't like that. Well, I don't like that at all.
No, you can avoid Milky Memory Lane if you want.
That is a very I don't want to know what's down that lane.
So, one of my 24-hour races, I decided I'd give my helmet to our team captain. I said, design my helmet for me using the duct tape and sellotape that we had lying around. So, at the front of the helmet, they cut out a bit of Foster's and they stuck it on the front. Quality. On the back, well, we were university students, so you can imagine what they put at the back. And they did.
Oh, hang on.
Credit to them, a very good job. But that's a black flag for zesty drink racing. Who've been maybe a little bit too zesty out on circuit.
Yes, it doesn't indicate what the black flag is for, but they are. Right, let me count this. They are 7th in class.
Yes.
Next, I'll have a member of Zesty Drink Racing telling me, "No, we're not that. Surely not. We're first." No, it doesn't work like that yet. But they will have a black flag. They'll have to serve that one.
They'll stay in 7th. South Coast Racing might make it onto the same lap as them. Their lap times are starting to drop. The leaders are still lapping in the low 107s, but the rest of the field have made it into the 107s as well now, which leads me to believe that the track conditions are improving. Hopefully, no more rain, because I want to see the track, continue to improve. And it does look like it's getting a tiny bit of sunshine.
Do you know what? I'm not optimistic. I think the track's going to stay wet for the whole rest of the race.
I agree, but I think it'll get less wet. And that's what I want to see. I want to see some 103s.
Ooh.
I love 103s.
Ooh, 103s. We'll we'll have to get up our trusty. Well, it's not been very trusty because well, Buckmore Park has its own climate, so
So I've heard.
yeah, probably from me
Yes,
today.
it was.
So let's have a look and see what it says. No, apparently there's more rain on the way, and that's quite consistently raining. So fair to say, I think these are as good as the lap times are going to get. Maybe we might reach the 105s, 104s, but I think that is as good as we're getting. I think every lap from here on in is going to be 60 seconds plus.
Yeah.
We're not
60 seconds plus, I agree with. But will it be 64 seconds plus?
if there is more rain on the way, which is what my unspecified application tells me, then no, we won't get to the 104s. But the deluge of rain, whilst I was away, the spray that was being kicked up, and the fact that these drivers, through it all, they've had the elements thrown at them today, and overnight, and in the morning. It's been quite a challenge to stick it out there. These have been tough conditions. We had some great dry running for the first, I would say, half of the race. The second half has really been defined by water on track equals.
It was raining from about 8 p.m.
Oh yes, it was. Yes, you're right.
When I got here, the track was definitely down.
Yeah. No, well, yes. So from 8 p.m. it had a shower and then stopped. Then it showered again and stopped. And I think that took us up to 9 o'clock. So the lap times got back to sort of 49, 50 seconds. And then we started to have the rain. Consistently from about 10 o'clock. So okay, yes, 8 hours in then. It hasn't. That's been defied by water on track, pretty much.
106.4 by Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing.
Okay.
They are brewing something up right now, and it is a bit of pace. A few tenths quicker than Adrenico on that lap. 106.7 for Team ARD. They've been particularly quick over the last 15 to 20 minutes. I think we're going to get some 105s at the very least before the rain comes down once again.
Is that a prediction? I hear.
That's a naughty prediction.
Well, we'll have to see how right you are then towards the end, and see how well it goes.
Do I get a prize if I get it right?
That's a good question. I would say you get the pride of being right.
Okay. I think I also get a grape from the
I mean, you can go and grab a grape at any point.
No,
I'm
not allowed to get the grape unless I get my prediction right.
Because this is you limiting yourself now.
That is very true.
I have no part in this. I have no say in whether you do or don't have the grape. What I will say is, by doing the prediction, you're potentially limiting yourself from having a piece of fruit, and I don't think.
Specific type of fruit.
Yes, and I don't advise that. But that's all you. Well, Dab Motorsport are leading the way. Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing 3 laps behind. Adrenico Racing in 3rd place overall and in class. They are 5 laps down on the leader. And then top 3 in the Clubman class, you've got the number 25 Team ARD. You've got Team Daneros, who are TRX Racing is second, 4 laps down on ARD. And then it's Team Daneros in 3rd in class, 5 laps down on the Clubman leader. Your top 3 over the 2 classes as it stands. So we're watching on then the number 15 kart, trying to get through the S's. Down the inside when the track is wet. That's a brave move from Formula None, but where doesn't bravery get you? It gets you the move done there, that's the very sure. Might not have been for position, but I don't think that matters anymore. They're just trying to move themselves up the order. Now they've got the 18 ahead of them, and they go up the inside of Olympus Karting and get themselves another overtake. It's not for position, but disposing and dispatching of traffic.
Yeah. I've got a question for you, Kieran.
Oh no.
Bit of a sidetrack.
Okay.
Formula None.
Yes.
Is that like, are they trying to say Formula Zero, or are they saying it's None Racing?
I think it's the former. as in 0?
Why not call it Formula 0?
Because then
Zero
it's
is a number. None isn't a number.
but they're there's a bit of contact there. They're not but they're not playing. If they call it Formula 0, they're not playing on 1 and using that as a pun, as in Formula none.
Oh, adding an end. Okay, I see. That makes
You got it?
sense. Yeah.
Good.
thank you.
It's been a long day. Don't worry.
It
It has.
I'm going to be honest. I probably wouldn't have figured that out at the start of the day either.
Do you know what? I could have given you the rest of this race, 4 hours 42 minutes. Do you reckon you could have got it?
Maybe.
That the maybe's the worrying part.
Depends how hard I think about it, to be honest. We do have some gaps dwindling. Team ARD, 14 seconds behind the Bayford Bandits, taking 3 seconds on that last lap. That's a lot of time, 3 seconds.
Especially in these conditions,
I
yeah.
can do a lot of things in 3 seconds, and that's good from Team ARD.
Well, Formula None have closed in 3.72 Senior Frogs in that battle for class position. And normally, when we talk about the leaders and how we haven't seen them, but that's normally a good thing because it means there you go, there's your race leader, Dab Motorsport, making their way through turns 1 and
Red
2.
Bull as well, right behind them. I'd say
There's a Drenico.
Yeah. Harrison Kirkham at the wheel for Adrenico. And that is the 12 and 22. Part 7 TRX Racing currently sitting second in the Clubman Championship, Clubman class. Although I guess it is kind of a championship as well.
Well,
does one race count as a championship?
I don't think so. This is a one-off. I would have thought. I think you'd need at least 2 races for a championship, and even then, that's a very short championship.
Anyway, another 1.5 seconds to Team ARD over the Bayford Bandits. 106.3. They're getting close to the 105s. Look who's getting ready for the Froggies.
Oh yes. Is it the wet weather warrior?
I think it is the wet weather warrior. So, less than 10 seconds now between the Bayford Bandits and Team ARD. We'll see how much that gap changes by the end of this lap. And change it will. 9.752 is the current gap. Team ARD are lapping in the 106s right now. Can they make it into the 105s is the question though. Across the line then for the Bayford Bandits, a 108.3. I think they're definitely going to lose a second at the very least to Team ARD as they now come across the line of 106.4, so consistent mid-low 106s for Team ARD currently in these damp, wet conditions at Buckmore Park, or as I've been endearingly calling it, Buckmore Park. Ditch Finders as well, 17.5 seconds behind Williams Esports, who are in turn 28 seconds behind Team Generos. They have recently been lapped by TRX Racing, so they're just over a lap now behind second place in the class. As there comes Dab Motorsports, a 107.1 for them across the line, 107.0 for Adrenico Racing in third place, and Brentwood also with a 107.4 as well. As Kieran McGinley is ready with an interview.
I am indeed, and here I am with Jack Simmons, currently second in the Clubman class. Jack, how's it going for you out there? Second in class at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's going good. Everything's going as work as planned. JJ, one of my teammates, is about to head out in about 20 minutes now, trying to close the gap and hopefully be able to get past.
Now, obviously, you were leading, but you've had a couple of black flags. I mean, how's the team doing in the closing stages now?
Yeah, I mean, we're all getting a bit tired, so mistakes are slightly creeping in, but trying to keep as concentrated as we can and trying to make up as much as we can.
Now, it's a long way. Still got just over 4.5 hours to go. What's the expectations for you in the closing stages? Do you still think you can get the class win?
Yeah, I mean, if we can keep our head down and just hopefully everything goes to plan, well, yeah, we think we can do it.
And so, obviously now, apparently we're expecting more rain, but here at Buckmore Park, you can never really tell. It's got its own climate here. If there is more rain, is there a change of strategy?
No, to be honest, the hope is the rain. To be honest, one of my peasants going to go out next is really good in the rain. We're hoping that it rains even more so he can go out and try and win.
And talk us through this race. Obviously, you've been class leader. We had the melee of black flags to start this race, all in the pro classes. Send out the message there. Have you found it?
Well, I mean, the start it was very difficult. Obviously, me being second one out, it just didn't go as planned. Obviously, we had a bit of a kart issue, so we had to pit and change kart. Lost about 6 laps, but we've been slowly working it back up, and everything's sort of going to plan now. But you never know. We might be a bit of luck and maybe a bit of unluck. We never know. Really.
Guess my final question for you is: what do you prefer racing on, dry track or wet track?
Definitely dry. Hate being wet. It's not a fun thing.
No, not even taking alternate lines. Not your thing.
Ooh, nah. I mean, I might be faster, but I just prefer the dry. It's a lot faster. The racing's faster, and you can actually be wheel to wheel people. It's a lot more fun.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll leave you to get back to your team. In the meantime, good luck, and we'll see if you can get the class win.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to you, Yousuf.
Thank you, Kieran. That is what I would call a base response to is but out onto the circuit goes the 23 car. Now let's see what the pace of Mr. Plum is and how quickly we can close in to Formula None up the road. And then after that, the likes of CS7 Racing and Ditch Finders. Still, Kieran, very sadly, no 105s yet.
No 105s yet. You're desperately looking for a 105.
I really want to have a great.
Desperately looking for it. But I don't think it's going to arrive. I hate to burst your bubble. I really do. But
I think our little chat thing isn't quite working. We haven't had any updates in.
I've got 2 chats here if you can see it.
Okay.
Yeah. We've got a backup. Don't worry.
I'll leave chat checking to you.
Oh no, you've left me in charge of chat.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, you're closer.
That's true. In fairness, I am closer, so that makes perfect sense.
Do we have any close backup? Oh, we do. Right, Team ARD in a 25 car, 3.5 seconds behind the base of Bandit. Last time round, they took a second out of them. We have a battle about to emerge, so hopefully we can.
That is indeed, and you can probably see from those pictures that it is raining again, so perhaps the prediction of a 105 is going to be delayed yet again, but a change of driver for the only way is Brentwood, and they'll be changed over imminently. Off they go, and making sure everything's working perfectly, and they know there's a bit of a gap to the young guns, the Club 73 young guns. There's a 3-lap gap, so they don't have to rush in these conditions. And although they don't want to lose too much time, of course, pitting in. There's the number 25 machine, which is Team ARD. They are your clubman leaders. Stevenson is behind the wheel at the moment, and taking that kart around. So happy to keep leading the class, and I believe Yousuf has found someone to have a chat to.
Thank you very much for that, Kieran. I'm here with one of the Formula None drivers. Why don't you introduce yourself to the stream?
Yeah, hello everyone. My name's Bert Chapman. We are Formula None. So yeah, we're kart number 15. Currently running in 14th place, I think, at the moment. So yeah, I think rookie class. But no, it's been a fantastic day. Really grateful for all the staff and everyone that's here. Really, like putting this on. This first one here for myself personally. Two of us, it's the first time, and two have done it 1 year previously. So yeah, just really excited to be here, getting absolutely drenched. But yeah, what a class event! It's so good.
Now, one thing I have to ask is, you mentioned it's your first time doing a 24-hour race. I think back to my first time, I was terrible when it came to like sleep management and eating at the right times. How have you found it in terms of that and just keeping yourself kind of physically and mentally prepared?
Yeah, sure. No, it's a really good question. So first of all, I just got the meal deal here, right? So yeah, half my meals are already sorted for me. So yeah, big shout to the caterers and everyone working downstairs, because yeah, it was a bit of a lifesaver not having to think about what to eat this morning. Sleep management, yeah, I got an hour and a half in my car earlier. Literally head hit the car seat, and then next thing I know, my mate's knocking on the door and I'm wiping dribble from the beard, you know. So yeah, no, it's been a tough one, but I think it's genuine. You're coming out of the start, you think everyone's like, oh, have a rest. You're like, I'm literally shaking. Like, I've been at it for. So we're doing our, well, not to give the game away, especially at such a key part of the race. But yeah, we're doing like hour 45 stints, 2 hours in the wet. So it's like, you know, the full amount. So what you're doing as long and as much as you can. You come out of the cart and then you're just like, yeah, I'd love to lay down, but you know, you just. But I'm up here because I've been doing some back exercises, got the massage gun, doing everything I can, because yeah, got to go back out there one more time. And it's definitely the lower back that goes. Shoulders and arms aren't too bad in the wet. It's just the lower back, really. And psychologically, I think that's a really good question, because in the wet, you know, it's not that tough on the body, but it's definitely tough on the mind, because it's about not making mistakes. Number one, that's it. Like, I got two. I've been doing okay today. Got 2 black flags in the last session, purely for track limits. Same hairpin, of course. First hairpin. It is a nightmare down there. A couple of times in a row, you know, going off at the same pace, and yeah, it's just tough to try and go back from that and not do it again, and then try and maintain position, maintain speed, try and keep up with people. I think good advice for anyone else starting out, as we have, is you know, let the fast people by and then try and follow them. You know, like follow their lines, do what they do, and yeah, just don't try and get in any trouble. It's not worth it, is it? Especially in an endurance race, of which this is my sort of first one.
I do have a final question, because I was having a discussion with Kieran about this, and I trust him, but I do have to make sure. Formula None, is it because you're adding an N to 1, or is it to do with nuns?
It's not to do with nuns. It is purely because we have no talent, so there's no talent, but it is a bit of a play on the word on Formula One. So yeah, that's it really. But yeah, really grateful to everyone to be here, the whole sort of Alpha Live team and everyone that's really doing this. I'd love to give a massive shout out to my friends Ben Brown and Maddie Brown, who've just announced that they're going to be having a baby boy soon. So really excited for them, and my girlfriend Megan as well, who's not watching a live stream, but my dad is, so you know, it's nice to have some support.
Hello, Dad. Not my dad. Thank you very much for that, and I'll hand back over to Kieran.
Thank you very much, Yousuf.
Can we do a rundown?
Starts pouring down, and let's have a look at how things are looking heading into the last 4.5 hours of the race. We have DAB Motorsport leading the way, 1,205 laps completed so far in the Buckmore 24 hour. It's Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing in second place, 3 laps down on the race leader. Third place, it's the number 5, Adrenico Racing, 5 laps down on DAB Motorsport. Fourth place is the number 2 kart, The Only Way is Brentwood. I keep getting that wrong. 7 laps down on the race leader. And the top 4 have stayed pretty much line of stern for quite some time. Fifth place then, the number 1 kart of Club 73 Young Guns, 11 laps down. Sixth place is the number 17, Dr. Vapes, 14 laps down on the race leader. Seventh place overall, leader of the Clubman class, is the number 25 Team ARD. They are 17 laps down on the overall. Eighth place and 7th in class, number 10, the Bayford Bandits. Second in the Clubman class and 9th overall is number 7, TRX Racing. And rounding up the top 10 overall, 3rd in class, Team Deneros 22 laps down on the race leaders. 11th place overall is the number 8 William Esports. 12th overall is the number 16 Ditchfinders. 13th overall is the number 4 kart of CS7 Racing, and 14th overall is the number 15 of Formula None. Looking through the rest of the order then, 15th overall is the number 23 of Senior Frogs. They're 25 laps down on the race leader. 16th place, the number 14 of South Coast Racing. 17th is the 21 of Zesty Drink Racing. 18th place is the number 12 kart of Club 73, Not Fast But Furious. 19th place is the number 22 kart of Mini Boost. 20th place is the number 13 of Brighton Motorsport. 21st place is the number 11 kart of Club 73 Team Silent. 22nd place is the number 24 of Trophy or Trees. 23rd place is the number 19 kart of Team Rango. 24th is the number 18 Olympus Karting by HSR Autos, and our only retirement so far is the number 9 Williams Esports. That's the sister team to the number 8 outfit, and that's your rundown so far. So 24 teams still in the running in this latter stage. Of course, we've only lost the Williams Esports second team, which was the team made up of the team's managers and those that don't normally go out karting, and it's quite a brutal first foray into karting if you've never done it before, and if you've never done motorsport before. That is that's quite the event to launch yourself into for the very first time.
Yeah, to jump into a car and it's a 24-hour race, and in these kind of conditions is not a pleasant one. Also, the rain is starting to come down a lot harder, and I'm guessing we didn't get one of those juicy 105s through, did we, Kieran?
No, we did not.
Unfortunate. However, there are gaps that are dwindling. Ditchfinders, 8 seconds behind. Williams Esports taking a second out of them on the last lap. Senior Frogs, 12.5 seconds behind Formula None right now. We were speaking to one of the members from Formula One just a few moments ago, and they were very happy with their performance so far and just really enjoying the event.
Yeah, that was the main thing. As long as everyone is enjoying themselves out there, no matter how hard the rain may fall, it is great to see everyone having a good time, coming off of stints with smiles on faces, even if they look as wet as anything. Yeah. It is great to see so many people having a great time, so many people happy to have a microphone shoved under their nose and have a chat to us for a bit. It's great to see, and great to hear from the drivers as well, as I know many of them are lacking sleep, and they still trudge their way up here to have a chat with us, so we really do thank you. And also on the YouTube, keep your comments and questions coming in. We'll do the best we can with them. Of course, let us know who you are supporting today as we head towards the closing stages of the Buckmore Park 24 Hours 2023. 4 hours and 24 minutes left on the clock here at Buckmore Park, and as you can see, the rain has returned.
Into the final fifth of the race, and the rain is really coming down. This means that the Bayford Bandits are soon going to become the quickest drivers out on the circuit, if they follow the trend of the last time the rain started chucking itself down. But Accelerate are putting out some good laps, as are Team ARD. I don't know where Team ARD have got this pace from, but whoever is at the wheel of that 25 car is an absolute monster in these wet conditions.
Yeah, and you do have your wet weather warriors out there. There's one of them in the Senior Frogs kart. Yeah, you do have the people that just relish these conditions. They absolutely love driving in the wet there. We heard from one that no, prefers a dry track. Absolutely, Jack Simmons prefers a dry track. None of this wet track business. He wants no part of it, but dry track is fine. Briefly saw Dab Motorsport in the lead there. They've been out there for an hour and 55 minutes, so we're expecting them to stop soon. Of course, being so close to 4 hours and 23 minutes, you would expect possibly 2 more stops. Yeah, possibly 2 more stops for Dab Motorsport as we enter the closing stages. There you can see the bright green time from Adrenico Racing
that 48.844, our fastest lap of the endurance, and it was set within the first 3 hours when the track was at its best. And since those first 4 hours, the track has never got as good as the 48s that we were getting in the early stages of the race, unfortunately. So, but that's the way it goes. Sometimes you have the fastest lap opportunity early, sometimes you have it very late on. But we'll see how the weather fares for the rest of this one. But I don't think it's going to improve. We've got rain for the foreseeable at the moment, so on and off anyway for the foreseeable. So I think the drivers are going to have to get used to these conditions because this is it now.
Still seeing a lot of 107s, 106 from The Only Way is Brentwood, so the pace isn't dropping off that hard. A lot of low 107s from quite a few teams out there. Formula 9 with a 106.8 as they are lapping very, very quickly, hunting down CS7 Racing by a vast rate of knots, 3 seconds on the last lap. We'll see whether they can keep up that pace difference for the next few laps. Need to be able to catch up to CS7 Racing, unlap themselves, and then catch up another lap before they can battle for a position.
Yeah, we've had a question in the chat asking predictions. What are our predictions for class podiums? I think for me, the class podium for the pros is as you see it now. I think Dab Motorsport, Accelerate, Kent Brew Racing and Adrenico, they have been, in fact the top 4 have been so consistent in pace the whole way through this endurance that I don't see anybody catching them. I don't see them making any mistakes. They're not going to make any unnecessary moves. They're going to lock down their positions and try and get to the end and wrap this one up with a bow. It's the clubman class that's still up for debate. Now, as you said, Team ARD,
I think they're going to win.
Well, they're as you say, they're in the mid 106s at the moment, which is one of the fastest lap times out there. They're lapping quicker than the 4 leaders at the moment, so they're doing a
second as well.
Yeah, so they're doing a fantastic job out there. I want to see if we can try and find out who is in the 25, because that really is their wet weather warrior being deployed there. Without a shadow of a doubt.
They're slippery surface specialist.
Oh, well, that's good. I like that.
I'm proud of myself for that one.
That was very good. Well
Thank
done.
you.
Well done. I think as well, Daneros are only a lap down on TRX Racing, and that's the number 20 and number 7 respectively. That could still be an open battle, and I think Ditchfinders, they've got an outside chance of that podium, but they've got to try and get back onto the same laps as Daneros, and that involves 2 laps involved there. There's the number 25. Now, I wonder who that is.
Ready blue helmet.
Yes, it was, wasn't it?
And we don't have many.
We don't have a ready blue helmet.
We've only got 1 helmet, so we can't use process of elimination.
Yes.
Oh. Silver and purple lid, Kevin Schofield. White lid, Rob Lofting. Vincent Schofield, black helmet.
It could be Kevin Schofield, because it's a.
I think so.
Yeah, it's a silver and purple lid. We'll see if we can find.
Is it a yellow and white suit?
That's the one. That's the bit I want to see now.
Wetsuit though.
It is.
Is it a see-through wetsuit? Is the question?
Yeah, that will be a question now that I will have to ask. See if we can see. There it is.
There it is.
Oh, it's a
black suit, isn't it?
It is.
And it's not a white lid.
No. So
they have a mystery man at the wheel of the car.
Someone who didn't register.
It's the Stig.
Yeah. But
no.
Well, a black flag then for Team ARD. So they're going to have to come back into the pits and serve a penalty. Now, what is the gap between themselves
4 laps.
and TRX? So 4 laps. So they're not going to lose out on position here, but they can't afford those kind of penalties throughout. They've got to rein it in. I can only assume that's going to be for track limits.
I see. Rein it in.
Oh, I didn't even mean that one.
That's very good, Kieran.
Thank you for crediting me. I didn't even mean that.
It's one of my favourite pastimes, Kieran, to show everyone how they use puns without even realising it and make things a little bit cringier than they otherwise would have been. As does that say Schofield on the back of that 25 kart suit? Can't quite tell. 106.4 being set by the Accelerate Racing member in the number 3 kart. I'm still just looking for some gaps. Senior Frogs in the 23 cart, just under 20 seconds behind Formula None. That is a battle for P4 in the Clubman class. Also 20 seconds between Zesty Drink Racing and Club 73. Not fast, but furious. That's a battle for P17 between the 21 and the 12 carts. What other gaps do we have? Ditch Finders are within a lap of Team Dineros. They have lost a bit of time on that particular lap, and Team Dineros on the same lap as TRX Racing, but on the verge of being lapped. So we could have a very close battle for second place depending on everyone's pace, and we have seen Ditch Finders and Team Dineros both having some very, very quick drivers that have lapped incredibly fast. So it's just a case of, are those drivers going back out again at any point in this race, as Team ARD make their pit stop, and they're going to lose about 35 or so seconds as a result of it. That Motorsport crossing the line with a 1:07.5. Accelerate with a 1:07.2. So still seeing a lot of 1:07s from our leading quartet of drivers. And the top four separated by 7 laps currently. Field having spread out over the evening. And I think Kieran is ready with an interview for us.
I am indeed. I'm here with a member of the Williams esports team with Ben Hawkins. Ben, great to have you. Obviously, why don't you give yourself an introduction? How are you affiliated with Williams esports?
Yeah, so firstly, thank you for having me, and secondly, I apologise if my words don't come out. I'm probably running off about 4 hours sleep. So I've recently joined Williams esports as the head of performance. Head coach probably is how most people would recognise that. And I've come in as we're trying to be as close to a professional outfit as we possibly can. I think this week is something a much bigger picture. As you can probably see from the grid, we've got one team that's trying to be competitive and the other is more here for social reasons and testing themselves to try and find their physical and mental boundaries. So yeah, it's been an interesting, 20 hours in now? And yeah, I think we're all looking forward to some food and some sleep, but it's been a great experience so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So you entered the 2 teams. Now we have seen that the second Williams team is about several hundred laps down. So what's gone on out there?
Yeah, so we're not just incredibly slow, and I think it's probably nearly 400 now in terms of the laps that we are behind. So essentially we were working off a small team. We knew from the start it was going to be a challenge, but I think part of, like I said, we were aiming for was that physical and mental challenge. So our team 2, our rookie team, only had 5 drivers from the start, most of them having never driven a kart before. So real testing experience for them. The physical and mental challenge has pushed some people to their limits, and we've had physically some people have broke, for want of a better word, and mentally as well some people have probably reached their limit. So we got to a point probably around midnight where it looked like we weren't going to make it through the race. So we had to sit down and decided strategy wise to speak with race control, and had an agreement where if we could make it to the service point, then we would be able to park and pick back up. So hopefully those numbers aren't going to keep going up too quickly, as we will have the 2 drivers that we have left getting back in the car within the next hour. And our aim for that second team is to complete the race. The aim for the first team is we want top 10. We are here to be competitive, despite it being social, bonding, etc. We still want that team to be competitive, because that's part of our podium mentality that we have at Williams.
So this obviously deep dive into an endurance race, pretty much thrown in there. So how does this help the sort of the esports side development?
Yeah, so I'd say thrown in terms of the dynamics of the car and not being used to the kart, but a lot of the guys that we've got out there across both teams have done endurance races. So some of these guys have been in the Le Mans 24 virtual, and they're used to that element, they're used to the team element. I'd also say that in Team 1 we've got probably, and obviously I'm biased, but I'd say we've probably got some of the fastest people on the track in terms of what their capabilities are. We've got racers here that have raced with the likes of Lando Norris and competed. We've got drivers who have done for national teams in karting and have been with George Russell, Max Verstappen, etc. So they are karters that have taken time out. It's quite common in sim racing to go from karting, funding runs out, and then we've created a pathway in there. But for us, this is about understanding what it takes physically and mentally. Being in a sim isn't as challenging physically, but if we can compete out there, then we're going to have that marginal gains over everyone else in the sim in terms of the fitness, and their concentration levels. So this is part of a much bigger picture for us.
So there's a new addition. What's your sort of plans for the coaching side of the esports?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, this is part of a bigger thing for us. This week has been very intense. Obviously, the teams that are here are all running off of low sleep, but for us, it's started with a trip to the army to do some training with them, which was still physically challenging, but looking at their values. We spent some time with Arsenal Football Club on Friday, and then we're obviously here now. The bigger picture is my background in professional football is bringing that into the esports landscape. We are going to be a professional outfit. We are going to operate like a professional sports team. These guys are athletes. They're not gamers. They're athletes. And I think it's an exciting space, and one that I'd recommend people watch to see what we're doing and how we're emulating professional sport to help drive not just Williams esports but the whole industry. And you'll see us here again. This won't be the last time that we come and do stuff like this. We've got lads, and there's talks. I probably shouldn't say this, and they've probably got anyone from Williams listening, but I think there's a future potentially to have a Williams eSport karting team, that we have a very competitive team, that if they had the track knowledge and had the right preparation, I think we could be very competitive.
So above the karting team, as much as you're allowed to tell me, what's your sort of 5-year plan with the programme?
Yeah, so when I joined, and like I said, it's been relatively recent, but you're talking a team of 3 in terms of the management, support, coaching. There was obviously volunteer engineers, etc. In the short space of time that I've been there, this is the 3rd week, we've hired 4 full-time members of staff. We are going to get as close to, that professional setup that I spoke about, and our drivers will have access to nutrition, they will have access to performance support, they'll have access to, you name it. If you imagine what a professional footballer's getting, our sim racers will have the same. But the social side is our unique selling point, if you like. I don't know many teams that are going to be offering the kind of stuff we're offering in terms of going to the karting, going to Arsenal, and doing the team trips that we do. So the 5 years are going to be incredibly exciting. I know what that end goal looks like, and although I believe in myself, I don't have the complete arrogance to tell you that exactly where we're going to end up, but my advice to you would be follow us and see where the journey takes us.
And watch this space, obviously.
Yeah, exactly that.
So just to wrap up, the final question then, how have you found today? Has it been productive for you?
So today for me feels probably about 3 days rolled into one, but I've absolutely loved every minute, and I think for me it's great to see what's going on out there and see our guys out there, but it's just getting to know our drivers, getting to meet other people, and just I'm a competitive person. We're not win at all costs, we'll win the right way, but obviously coming through the background I have, there's always going to be that competitive edge, and just being around a competition, and I think there's something really special about a 24-hour endurance. It just adds another dimension, and the tiredness is all part of it, and it's been great fun, and I'd recommend people that even aren't karters to actually I'd recommend preparing for it 100%. Maybe come and get a few laps in before it starts, but yeah, it's been an unbelievable event.
Ben, thank you so much for your time, and good luck for the future.
No, thank you, and yeah, make sure to watch this space.
Watch this space, there you go. Yousuf, back to you.
Thank you, Kieran. We're heading back on in then to the almost final 4 hours of the race. 4 hours and 9 minutes remaining. Senior Frogs are 19 seconds behind Formula None currently. 106.9 from Formula None, lapping very quickly. To be honest, considering when we spoke to Formula None, they were talking about, we're called Formula None because, we've got no talent, none of that. Considering their pace right now, I think they should rename themselves to Formula Sun, because they definitely have something going on in that team, and it is not shabby at all. 106.9 from The Only Way is Brentwood. They're currently running in 4th place as they try to close down Adrenico Racing in 3rd in the number 5 car. It was Harrison Kirkham at the wheel not too long ago. I'm not entirely sure who's at the wheel for the number 5 car now. We'll have to wait and see if we can figure out who their helmet belongs to. I don't think we've seen Callum Jones or Robin Kassam at the wheel for a while. It is still Mr. Harrison Kirkham. He's right behind Mo Hassan. Now, these two know each other very well from not just Club 100, but I think Club 73 and various other bits of karting. So there'll be a lot of respect between these two, and I think they'll have a fun little battle, or maybe Mo Hassan will just let Kirkham through. Last time round,
as that's the number 18 kart going wide of Olympus Karting. So Dr. Vapes and Mo Hassan last time around a 107.1. Adrenoco Racing a 107.8. So Mo Hassan actually the quicker of those two drivers last time around, Kieran.
Interesting dynamic in that battle. So we'll see how it all unfolds. Of course, the track still soaking wet. Just looking out the window, it's still looking very unsettled out there, and more rain is expected. The rivers are flowing, of course, and flowing onto the track. It's very wet out there. You can see the multitude of wetsuits out there. Speaking to some of the drivers about wetsuits and do you go for a wetsuit? Do you not? Is there a benefit to having a wetsuit out there? The general consensus is it's 50-50. Some of them just do it for personal preference, and others say no, it's not worth it because you just get soaking wet anyway, because the water goes down your neck and it just makes your suit wet anyway. So really they find it's no benefit to having a wetsuit on. As you can see, Dab Motorsport at the top of the table, 1,224 laps completed out on track. And I believe Yousuf has managed to catch someone and interview them. Yousuf.
Thank you, Kieran. Now, we've been thinking that our interviews just haven't quite been, raw enough. So we've dragged a driver straight in off your car. You've had no time to rest. Who do we have here?
Trent Moroney from Dab Motorsport.
You guys were doing very well out there, weren't you?
Yeah, not moaning. Second stint now. I just finished at my last, but I went on late midnight-ish, came back and we were in the lead 3 laps ahead, so I wasn't moaning at all. All I had to do was literally just keep us on track at that point when I went out. So
we've been having discussions essentially. What has been your strategy? You guys, having known that you're 3 laps in the lead, is it you're still going to push as much as you can, or is it play it a bit safe, just make sure that you don't take any risks going through the traffic?
It's basically just playing it safe at this point. We know we're 3 laps ahead. We know we have time. We have 2 of probably the best drivers here, Jake Taplin and Jack Goldsmith, racing with us, who are also amazing in the wet. But yeah, it's basically just playing it safe and pushing every now and again when we need to.
So one of the questions we've been asking the drivers is, do you prefer it in these conditions, or would you rather it be dry?
I like the dry, but the wet's more fun to drive in, obviously. Obviously, the worst part of it is actually getting wet afterwards. But probably the wet drives, more fun, more eventful, and then it's just everyone's game when you're on track. So
one of the other things we've been asking is just how demanding is it, and then how demanding is it when you're out on a wet track versus being on a dry circuit?
On a dry, I find it more physically hard, but I think that's just because you're going faster. You're yanking the kart a bit more. But in the wet, it's more focused because you need to make sure you're not going in the wrong line, and you have to just keep the kart as much as you can. So I think it's kind of the same. Physically, dry is harder, but mentally, wet's harder, I think.
Do you have any more stints then coming up this race, or was that your last one?
That was my last one. Wish I had more, but we'll take it.
So what are you doing for the rest of the race? Are you, helping, doing some engineering, or are you just sitting back, legs up, enjoy the rest of the race?
Bit of both. I mean, I'll help. I will support my team, obviously. Going to dry up a bit before that. But yeah, just chilling back.
Any tips for your teammates or any of the other guys out there?
Just keep it on track, to be honest. That's all I can say.
That's a smart word. Well, thank you for joining us, and back over to you, Kieran.
Thank you very much, Yousuf. And if that's Jake Taplin out in the kart right now, I'm going to guess that it is Jack Goldsmith finishing the race. I knew it. Of course, that was the strategy all along. Jack Goldsmith taking the checkered flag later on. But it's Jake Taplin in the kart as of right now. It means they've only really got 2 stints left of this race. And Yousuf, obviously, some drivers preferring the dry. Obviously, Trent Moroney. I'm much preferring the dry, but admits it's a more physical being. But maybe that's why he likes it more, because it's more physically challenging. It challenges you to really ask more of yourself and the kart. But in these wet weather conditions, it's about finding the right line and making sure you don't overcommit.
Yeah, and I think that's what base drivers like myself think about dry conditions, because you get to push to the absolute limit, and being able to race going wheel to wheel is a lot more fun. You can be a lot braver on the brakes. Driving by yourself though, the wet is really fun, because you're always learning, you're always trying to find grip, you're sliding the cart around a bit more. You can do different things to try to find time. And I almost want to say there's less of a science behind it when you're in the wet. So you can be a bit more creative with how you drive. And you just get to test yourself a bit more. But in terms of actual wheel-to-wheel battling in the wet, it's a little bit harder to do than in the dry. So,
Yeah.
that's why dry's better for races.
In your humble opinion.
Humble opinion.
There you go. Zesty Drink Racing, I think, running slightly deep into Garda, left them slightly open to the Club 73 Team Silent team. They are not on the same lap. In fact, there's 2 laps between them, I think. But they make their way. No, 1 lap. My apologies. Now they got their way past. So there is a lap between them. But yeah, running too deep in towards Garda. I know you've got to take a slightly wider line, but you've got to be careful about that. So this is now Club 73 Team Silent trying to get past Zesty Drink Racing to get them both onto the same lap. So that's an important battle for Team Silent to be able to try and win in that one. Right behind them, they've got Mini Boost, who are ahead of Team Silent, but still behind Zesty Drink by 7 laps. So yeah, it's quite a distance they've got. It's fair to say then that Zesty Drink are just making sure they get this one home. They've got a good enough gap. They don't have to battle, and they get themselves involved anyway. Maybe not intentionally, but they are getting themselves involved. So maybe 7 laps, the gap to the next cart behind them. I don't think they're too worried about seeding positions, he says, as the 21 rides over the curb at Senna.
Yeah, not really left with much space, so it just has to go over the curb, and then you just hope that there isn't a massive puddle you're going to run through. We have a battle, what would you say, at the start, battle simmering up. 15 seconds between TRX Racing and Team Dineros. This is the battle for second in the Clubman class, 9th and 10th overall. And Team Dineros have been taking about, half a second to a second out of TRX Racing. Although that being said, TRX Racing do put in a very respectable time this time around of 1:07.5. We'll see what Team Dineros can do. They've been stuck in a bit of traffic actually right behind Ditch Finders, who are currently running 4th in the Clubman class.
Yeah, Team Dineros then, let's see, yeah, they're 15.5 seconds down. They lost half a second to TRX Racing on that lap, but it's one of the closest battles out there, and it is for second in class. So keep an eye out for the number 7 TRX Racing and the number 20 Team Dineros. They will be ones to watch for the battle for second place in class. Other battles out on track as well. Team Silent versus Trophy or Trees. That's 11 versus 24. There's the 14 cart into the pit lane. That is South Coast Racing. They've just had Club 73 Not Fast But Furious past them to now go onto the same lap as them. Although they are, as you can see, currently in the pit lane. Rain has started again. It has. So this weather is on and off at the moment. New driver jumps into the 14.
I think the term we could use for this rain is persistent.
Yeah. Well, I would say it's more on and off. It's very unsettled out there.
Yeah.
The weather's not quite sure what it wants to do, whether it's raining or not raining, on and off. But it's fair to say that we are just going to have these wet weather conditions for the rest of the race. Speaking of that, we are into our number 21 of the race. We have less than 4 hours on the clock, and looking into the last 4 hours of the race, Yousuf, it's not quite the home stretch, but teams will be thinking now it's tantalisingly close now, this checkered flag.
Yeah, my brain's also thinking, it feels like it's about 4 a.m, time to go to sleep. Then I look outside, I'm like, oh no. I then look at the PC, 10:30. We are getting towards midday, and
you're getting delirious. It's what it is.
I am getting delirious.
Yeah. Welcome to the club.
You've already passed that point.
I have, yeah. I passed it ages ago.
But no, we are getting some good battles out on circuit, and it's enough to keep us sane, I think, is the key term. As again, just keeping an eye on this gap between Team Dineros and TRX Racing, hovering around 15 seconds. Ditch Finders as well, having just made their pit stop, I believe, have dropped behind William Esports. They're going to be getting a new driver at the wheel of that 16 cart. And with considering there's 4 hours remaining, one more stop to go. This is where we can start to really think about how many pit stops are left in this race. And something else to consider is, well, if a stint can be maximum about 2.5 hours. But we'll get to that in a second, because Kieran McGinley has a special someone awaiting an interview.
I do indeed, and I have one of the car 24. It's Matt Amos. Matt, first of all, show off your lovely plaster to everyone.
I feel like I'm really milking this, and I'm honestly not. It's like it bent backwards, and it's I can't do much with it, and I'm just not me milking this. I swear to God. Yeah, no, I think our team unfortunately just had a lot of like badness thrown towards us. We've had some issues with the pit stops. A few times when we're coming to refuel, because of all the rain, we've just outbraked ourselves a little bit, which means you can't roll back. You have to go around again. So it's all those little issues sort of adding up, unfortunately. So I think we're running currently at the moment 20 seconds. So yeah, we're hoping that the wet rain is going to really affect all the other guys out there to try and bunch it all up. But lo and behold, there's people out there who really know how to drive in the wet, and I don't think we are that strong in that at the moment.
We've got yourself with the dislocated finger. You've got Aldas with blisters on his hands. Yep. You've got Jimmy, who had to pit in early and withdraw. I mean, it's been a day of attrition for your drivers, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, we've pretty much had everything kind of thrown at us, and I would like to say we're coming out the end of it, but as you said, currently you're just running P22 at the moment. But at the end of the day, we're just having a load of fun here. That's the whole point of it all. You know, you got some people out there being absolute sweats, not because of the rain, but just because they want to do really, really well. But we're just there to have fun. You know, loads of us just want to have a group of mates together, do a big endurance race, and at the end of the day, we're not too fussed.
So, roughly how many drives have you got left in your stint? How many stints have you got left?
I think we've got 2 more left. So, we've currently got Alex Skinner out there who did a mega shift early on this morning. And then I believe afterwards we have got, we're currently in 2 minds at the moment, because one of our drivers are actually starting to feel a bit sick just because of the wet weather and of the long hours. So, we're still muddling up at the moment. So, I think we've got 2 more drivers who we're going to be putting out, but at the moment we're not too sure who is just yet.
So have you regressed into some sort of team management role per Cal Freezy?
Well, I was actually speaking to him earlier, and I was like, it would be great if next year we both come with like proper white embroidered shirts, and like, because he's got the headset on, and now everyone wants the headset, and I think we're one of the very few teams who don't have a headset, and it's obviously very lonely for the drivers out there when they're not being able to speak to each other. So we just got to do the old hand signals and patting the head if you want to go pit. Yeah, no. So I woke up this morning, got the guys lovely McDonald's breakfast, just because the food won't give them any energy, but at least like emotionally they feel a bit better. Well, I hope so at least, but yeah.
You're already following the high morale strategy. There you go. You're already on your way.
Got to keep the energy up. I mean, what time is it now? It is currently, let's have a look here on the phone here. Currently 10:30. It's not even that early in the morning, but yeah, got to keep some energy up. Not too much coffee, otherwise it'll just get high with an adrenaline. But yeah, just got to keep the vibes up, because we're in it all in it together as a team. So keeping everyone happy.
Your limited time in the kart today, did you enjoy yourself?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yes. We did the early on practice this morning, trying to be sweats at 9 o'clock, and I got to do that session, and then yeah, sort of did an hour and 10 minutes before yeah, I fully had to like just come in because it was just a bit unbearable. But it's lovely here. I love driving around this circuit. It's such a lovely venue. Not only the track is good, we obviously got the clubhouse here as well. They recently done their kitchen, so everyone here who got hungry has been fully utilising that, and it's just lovely. Obviously the infrastructure here. We've got all the marshals, even you guys with the camera crew as well. It's just been a phenomenal job, and you just don't really get this at any other circuit here in the UK.
And hopefully then that means you'll be coming back next year, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Absolutely. I think we might change our team name though, because we thought we could, trophies or trees. We're nowhere near either of them at the moment, so yeah, fingers crossed.
Well, one of them's a good thing, and one of them's maybe not such a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe at the end of the race, we just go fully planted into a tree, so we can live up to the team name. But I don't think we'll get much likeness from the race director with that.
No, I don't. It's not a highly advised strategy.
Definitely not. No, absolutely.
That has to be Strat Z, if anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just absolutely send it into the final corner if we can see P3 ahead of us. But at the moment, I think we're just going to support, Senior Frogs, just because like we're sharing a room with them, and if they've got a chance at the podium, they're so close at the moment. They're doing really well out on track, and so yeah, we're just really backing them.
Great stuff, Matt. Thank you for joining us, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Cheers. Thank you very much, guys.
It's back to you, Yousuf.
Thank you very much for that, Kieran. So, I've got something to admit to you, Kieran, and it's not something I'm particularly proud of, but I think you know how I've been having a bad day with understanding names like Formula None, for example.
the name Trophies or Trees just finally clicked to me, and I've just understood what it meant.
Okay, lay it on me.
Well, either they're going to get a trophy or they're going to bin it,
Yeah,
essentially.
yeah.
It took me way too long to understand the trees part of that name, and I'm very disappointed in myself here.
Well, I mean, honestly, that's not such a bad one. Because either, hopefully, only one of them was ever going to happen, and that was the trophies.
Yeah.
But it's a classic name for them anyway.
Yeah.
Trophy or Trees.
It's quite hard to get to the trees at Buckmore.
Well, yeah. Well, you'd like to think so. So, yeah, I don't want them trying.
No.
That's for sure. Like I said, there has to be Strat Z.
Yeah. Unless like
nowhere
a
near.
tree branch breaks and falls onto the circuit, then you can kind of hit a tree. But
no, that's a branch, really. So there we go. I mean, Matt was also saying about the headsets, the radio. Trophy or Trees are one of the few that don't actually have that sort of system there, and it's quite a lonely race. They're down to hand signals, and that can be really tough. I know you've dabbled in the Club 100 scene, in endurance racing as well. You know, that's a difficult thing, hand signals, because there's not a hand signal for specific instructions or specific commands.
Honestly, when I started in Club 100 endurance, we didn't have a headset, and then I got one. It was so much nicer having that little bit of information for a very long race where you don't exactly know who you're battling with, who's a lap ahead, a lap behind, in the same class as you, and so on. So it is very useful to have that headset, especially for these longer races. Even 24 hours last year was the first time I had a headset at the 24-hour race. Again, makes the world of difference, just being able to have that little bit of information being fed to you to keep you company. It helps keep you a little bit sane while you're in the car, not get in your own head. You know, if you make a good move, you can start screaming over the radio, pretend you're a Formula 1 driver, start shouting like smooth operator and all of that kind of stuff. But yeah, we got some battles still brewing, still about 15 seconds between TRX Racing and Team Dineros, and also 11 seconds between Zesty Drink Racing and Club 73, as well as Williams Esports and Ditchfinders. Those are the kind of three main gaps that I've been keeping my eyes on in the recent few minutes, and pretty much everyone lapping in either the high 106s or the mid to low 107s.
Yeah, and the rain has started again. Lighter rain this time, but rain nonetheless. So it's just keeping drivers on the toes. It doesn't want to know, or it keeps giving the drivers maybe a false sense of security of, oh, maybe the rain's finally stopped, and then literally a couple of minutes later it begins raining again. It's not very nice to these drivers. I will have to admit. Keeps on raining and keeps on raining. Let's see some of the gaps we've got there. We've got 15 seconds Team Dineros to TRX Racing. And, oh yeah, Trophy or Trees really have closed up to the back of Team Silent then for 21st place. Umbrellas at the ready. Staving off the rain. That's a good thing, actually. Better than a hood, I think, an umbrella. In my opinion, anyway. And it looks like on the telemetry that Trophy or Trees have passed the start-finish line, and they're now ahead of Club 73 Team Silent. So that is a position gained for Trophy or Trees, and that moves them now up into 21st place. Their next target would be the number 13 Brighton Motorsport. They are a lap behind them, but with 3 hours 49 minutes to go, that's still an attainable target there. So we'll see how they get on, and we'll keep an eye on them. We'll keep one eye on them as they make their way through. Still raiding in Buckmore Park. If you're not familiar yet, this place has its own climate, and it's really tough to tell what sort of weather it's going to be. Yousuf has found someone else to stick a microphone under a nose of. Yousuf, over to you.
Thank you very much, Kieran. I'm joined by another unsuspecting victim of our random interviews. Why don't you would you like to introduce yourself and your team to the stream?
Hi, I'm Ollie Smith, and I'm part of the Accelerate Kentbury Racing team.
Sorry. You guys have been having a relatively decent race. I was talking to a couple of your teammates who were fairly happy with how the race had been going and your consistency so far today.
Yeah, we've had a, for us, relatively unproblematic 24-hour. We've not really gone wrong too many times, not in any major ways. We've just sort of stuck with the pace. Just lost out where the other team are quicker. It's been nice for us not to have a catastrophic event like usual, but yeah.
What's the plan from here? Is it just hold on to second, or are you looking at first, worried about third?
We are always looking to progress. I mean, last year we went into the final stint 2.5 laps behind, which is where I believe we are about now, and we ended up 20 seconds off the win. So, anything to play for. The wet makes it way more exciting.
Now, you came in here saying that you're very tired. How much sleep have you had last night?
According to my stopwatch, 4.5 minutes. It was more of a... I don't like to sleep. Blood.
That doesn't sound particularly pleasant.
No, it's not. I'm very aware I have eyeballs. Like, they're sort of... Yeah, there. I just don't like to let things go. Just got to be aware. If you miss things, then you blame yourself, don't you?
So, are you going to sleep after the race is done then?
Yeah, for a long time. I have booked work off tomorrow. Need a bit.
That's probably a smart thing. I'm guessing that's a lot of caffeine in that cup then.
Yeah, this is number somewhere between 8 and 11. We also got Red Bull, which is nice. Not a sponsor, but yeah, it's not the only thing I'll be drinking tonight. After that, courtesy of the fantastic Kent Brewery, I must mention again, I will be drinking a lot of beer, obviously far away from the track, but just to make this event cap off a fantastic event.
Well, it can offset some of the caffeine from today, I guess.
I don't know how that will affect my body in the long run. Offset. I don't know what's going on anymore. We're somewhere out there. It's going well. I might collapse at any minute. As long as the car keeps going, we're good.
Well, in that case, best of luck to your team, and do get some sleep after the race.
Nah.
And on that bombshell, back to you, Kieran.
Thank you very much, Yousuf. Oh, that poor man. That poor man. 8 to 11 cups of coffee. That's ridiculous. And the energy drink. That's ridiculous. Oh well. Can't blame a man for trying. Can't blame a man for having at least a little bit of caffeine in there. Some of the drivers in the CAF having debrief or getting themselves some refreshments in the last 3 3/4 hours of the race. I've just had a look at the undefined weather app that I'm having a look at, and it says rain for at least the next 2 hours. If I scroll through the next 4 hours, it's meant to rain all the way through until 10 minutes after the checkered flag. So that's where we're standing with the weather at the moment. Of course, that is very, very likely to change as and when, because right now there is a little bit of rain out there. I think it is drizzling out there, but there is supposed to be light rain for the foreseeable. But there we see the number 21, that's Zesty Drink Racing, at the forefront of the picture, making their way through in towards Conways and in towards the second turn. There we see our race leaders, Dab Motorsport, in the number 6 car. Following right behind them was The Only Way is Brentwood. They are 4th place overall and also, of course, 4th in class. We'll see, there's the Senior Frogs. They know we're watching them, you see. There's the number 4 kart, CS7 Racing. The number 8 kart coming across the line in the Williams Esports kart. And then there was a little bit of a sizable gap there. We'll see. I'm actually not so sure about those gaps, because I thought there'd be less of a gap out there, but I suppose with the rain and the higher lap times, there might actually be more gaps out there than I realised. But there we go, as someone's slipping and sliding into Syme's sweep there. No surprise, it's Senior Frogs. No surprise there at all. But looking at this then, it looks a pretty settled race for Dab Motorsport. They have been into the pits about 25 minutes ago. Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing are due a pit stop soon. Adrenico Racing are due a pit stop imminently, which will put them further down the order. The Only Way is Brentwood came in nearly an hour ago, so we're not expecting them in soon. probably another hour before they come in, and they will try and time that so that it is our final stop. There is our race director, Clinton Bell, watching on, walkie-talkie in hand, making sure the race runs as smoothly as possible. Yousuf, you did miss the briefing yesterday that he undertook. I've known Clint for a while now. Oh, there you go. You're on it.
Was it a good briefing?
It was a good briefing.
Was
yeah.
there swearing in it?
I plead the fifth on that one. But I had an ear in. I've listened to a Clint briefing. I've listened to many of them, so I know what they're all about. And I was there. It was made perfectly clear what the track limits were. That the sector times would be monitored under yellow flags, so that if you were going at the same race pace or quicker, you would be penalised. We saw that with the top 6 of the race. In the opening hour of the race, they all got black flagged because they were racing under yellows. They were matching or going quicker than their fastest sector times. So, yeah, it is a case of what he says. He doesn't mess around. He will stand by what he says. Well, I know Clinton. He's a born racer. He loves to go racing and loves to make sure that races run smoothly as well.
So, would you say if you go through one of the corners and you reach the M2, that's track limits?
That depends if you gain an advantage. Okay. I would have said if you go all the way out to the M2, I would say it's very unlikely you gain anything from that.
Yeah.
So I don't think it'd be track limits. But it's a nice thought. It's a nice thought.
Just, have to cover all the bases.
You do. I'm glad you did. I am glad you did. I guess as well, we do have a new poll there. Always we have the 22 having a bit of a boost. It is mini boost. We've had a spin at hairpin 1. We do have a new poll in the YouTube chat on the Alpha Live YouTube. Will Senior Frogs get a podium? Yes or no? Put your votes in and we'll lock them in. We'll lock in those votes and see whether they can. Senior Frogs, are they still...
What do you think, Kieran?
It's... Well, this is going to sound like a really...
Horrible?
Mean? No, not
Negative?
mean. Not mean, but very obvious thing.
Yeah.
Is that the more time that passes...
Oh, God.
Yeah, the more time that passes, the harder it's going to get for them to catch. Now, they are currently lapping...
Not necessarily.
Well, they're lapping in the 107.9s. Ditchfinder's last lap was a 107.6. Team Dineros 107.4 and TRX 106.8. So they're lapping slower than the top 4 at this moment in time. Where do they find themselves? So the TRX are leaders. And Team ARD, yes, they are 106.8 as well. So they're 5th in class, but out of the top 5, they're not lapping the quickest. So that is a tough order, but I'm going to use that trope again, everybody. Brace yourself for it.
Yeah.
Still a long way to go,
There is.
3 hours and 40 minutes is still plenty of time for things to turn dramatically on their head. If we've seen anything dramatic in this race, the 6 leaders all getting black flags for racing under yellows. Sort of proves the point that the law has been laid down and it will be followed. So the important thing is to make sure that you do not step over the mark. It is Matt out there right now, Matt Plum, who is the wet weather warrior. He's loving his time out there. He absolutely is relishing these wet weather conditions, and it's great to see Senior Frogs just having that complete faith in him to say, go for it, go for another stint, get us back in this.
So, I wanted to bring something up, and that is talking about maths.
Oh no.
More specifically, the maths of pit stops, because if you look at, for example, Team Dineros, they are 1 hour 48 minutes into their stint. That means that they've got 2 more stops to do. However, when you look at some of the teams around them, for example, Ditchfinders, possibly Senior Frogs as well, only 1 more stop to go. So that has to be remembered that effectively, Team Dineros, sure, they are currently sitting in 3rd place, but they do have 1 stop to go. And that'll bring Ditchfinders and Senior Frogs a little bit closer to them.
Yeah, and we'll start to understand in the last 2 hours where everyone will properly line up towards the end. So it really is, the last 90 minutes are critical for races here. That's when we'll find out that some drivers will have to come in for a splash and dash, and because of the new rules this season where you have to make a driver change if you fuel the kart, that will take into account of any splash or dashes, because in the past we've had drivers come in with half an hour to go and just make sure the kart's full of fuel and then get back out there again. Well, this year they have to think again about doing that, because if they do that, it means they have to change the driver that then takes the checkered flag. And if I know Dab Motorsport, which I do know Jake Taplin and Jack Goldsmith, they will not budge from their strategy now. It will be Jake Taplin in the penultimate stint of this one, and Jack Goldsmith will take over for the race end and to take the checkered flag. That is the order. That is how they will finish. That's been confirmed to us by Dab Motorsport. So that is how they will finish up. And yeah, 2 laps ahead of Accelerate Kent Brewery, and trying to catch them as well. Oh, if only Andrew was here. He could give a rating of that one. He's not here,
You can't
unfortunately.
give a rating of that helmet. That's the default. That's the helmet that you get. Like those the bell designs that they have going around. You get like the blue and purple ones. So it's a cool helmet, but it always bores me because it's just like the standard one. Even though it's quite a cool design actually.
So the race are in the chat here.
The race?
The race are in the chat. They're rivaling us for puns at the moment.
Are they?
Yeah, sponsored by Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
See?
For the
They
Senior
are-
Frogs.
They're men of understanding.
Absolutely.
Puns are amazing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I stand on that hill. Puns are very punny. Now the Bayford Bandits have got themselves a black flag, so they're going to have to come in and serve a stop-and-go penalty. Where are the Bayford Bandits? They are 8th overall, 7th in class. Now, are they going to lose a position to Williams Esports? No, I think there's about 6 laps between them and Williams Esports, but it's been a tumultuous day for black flags when it comes to the Bayford Bandits, hasn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, living up to their name, they've had some really good pace at certain points. Then they've had a couple of black flags as well, which has not particularly helped them down into P8. We'll see whether they can close in onto Team ARD or whether they'll be closed in by TRX Racing. Also, my response to the race is, what about Coca Toadler?
Let's just swiftly move on from that one, shall
okay,
we?
agreed.
Cool. Let's just pretend that was never said, Yousuf. You'll be fine. But as you said, Adrenico and Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, deep into their stint at the moment. We've got Adrenico who've spent longer than 2 hours out there. Of course, that's going to be the subject on everybody's mind, is how far can you make these fuel tanks go? Now, it was advised in the briefing that it's 2 hours, but as Clint said in that briefing, it could be more, it could be less. He's seen more time done on it, he's seen less time done than 2 hours, but entirely it is up to the teams to decide when they pit in, and if they run out of fuel, that is on them. And that was made clear in the briefing that it is up to them. So when we see Adrenico, it was 2 hours 10 minutes since they last visited the pit lane. They're clearly confident that in these wet weather conditions, because they're on full throttle for much less of the time around a lap here, they're using less fuel. Yeah. So they're able to extend a stint further, as we see the Senior Frogs trying to go down the inside line on a wet Buckmore Park track. Yeah, you can see the despair there. Not quite how we wanted that one to work out, but you go to the inside, there's just no grip in the wet there.
No. Usually you can brake quite late on the inside when it's wet because you are off the racing line, but then you find yourself on the inside at the apex, and that's where you really lose grip. As up the inside goes Mr. Plum through Garner, but again, number 19 just holds the momentum all the way around the outside, and now they're making their way up into Cafe Corner. We'll see who's ahead of who as they make their way on to the start-finish straight, and there they come, and it is still the 19 ahead of the 23, heading into the double right-hander that is at turn 1. And Mr. Mark Plum is going to have to come up with a new strategy to get past the 19, or just use the same strategy but try to deploy it a little bit more effectively. But still, the 19 just carries the momentum around the outside of the opening hairpin. So now Mr. Plum looks for the switchback on the exit of hairpin 2, and that may have potentially worked side by side now as they're heading into the S's, and a little bit of contact to side pod to side pod.
Well, Dab Motorsport still leading the way by 2 laps in the pro classes as we're nearing the top of another hour. It is 10:56 in the UK, and wherever you're watching in the world, and wherever you're watching online, if you're watching us on the Alpha live stream. If you're watching us on Twitch, and if you're watching us on the Double Dash Motorsport Media stream, where we've got a lovely webcam set up so you can see us. I don't know why you'd want to be honest, where we've got sleep-deprived faces, but nonetheless you can do that if you want to. But thank you very much everyone for tuning in. Hopefully you're with us for the next 3.5 hours to find out who comes out on top in the Pro and Clubman classes. Keep those comments coming in, keep those questions coming in if you can. We'd love to hear from you, and we'll see. We'll do our best to answer some questions, of course. Let's see some battles going on here. Have we got any close battles for position? Well, we've got Formula None, who are 47 seconds back on Senor Frog, so they're almost a lap down on Senor Frogs there. And they have lost a little bit of time. They lost 3/10 on that last lap. We have got Zesty Drink Racing. They are 8.5 seconds behind Club 73, Not Fast but Furious. Now that's a position, that's 17th overall in this race, and 8.5 seconds now. Zesty Drink did lose about 1/10.5 of a second in that last lap, so not too much in it, but we shall see how they get on in the later stages, although I think Yousuf has managed to found someone who wants an interview. Yousuf, over to you.
Thank you very much, Kieran. I'm here with Mortaza Hassan from Dr. Bates. How's your race going so far?
Brilliant. It's been going really great for us. We qualified P7, that was about 20 hours ago, and now we're up to P6 overall. But we did have a kind of like a slow start, so we got dropped down to about 14th. We were fighting for sort of like top 10 at the time, and then we found ourselves up into P6 overall, which is really, really great.
How have you found the wet weather, the downpour that we had earlier on?
Yeah, it's a mixed bag. Personally, I found it a bit of a struggle. I enjoy the dry a lot more. My brother, who's out on track at the moment, is doing 106s, so he's pretty quick out in the wet. He loves it in the wet. So although we're brothers, I'm more into the dry weather. He's definitely into the soaking wet. He absolutely loves it.
Well, it's good then that you've got one person good for the wet, one person good for the dry. Sadly, it's been pretty much entirely wet though this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I had the 8 to 10 stint, so I had a few drizzles in my stint. Nothing too bad, but I was still in the 49s, so it was pretty decent. But then you'd get up into the 50s. It would change, conditions mid stint. But overall, I had a dry stint, and then I went out again in the wet. Did about an hour and a half. Struggled a little bit, but found a bit of pace towards the end. The wet line here is definitely one to be brave for. You've got to be super late on the brakes. You've got to take the outside line, and if you touch a bit of paint, that's it. You lose the back end of the car.
So one thing I kind of like to gauge an idea from the drivers is obviously you've done a lot of karting. We've probably got viewers in the chat who have done some karting or who have done no karting. Explain how physical it is relative to someone who hasn't done karting and to someone who's just done the occasional, 30-minute race at their local karting track.
It's definitely tough. It's mentally draining. That's the main aspect of it. Personally, you look at the clock and you see yourself still going about half an hour left, and it's not draining yourself in the beginning of your stint, but saving some energy towards the end. So it plays quite a lot in your mind, because essentially you want to go out and you want to push, but you find yourself, towards the last hour needing, you've got to have your batteries loaded by then and really start to deploy towards the end of your stint. So, it's very physically draining, but mentally also, I'd say.
Final thing, I have seen you guys having the old headsets out. What's going through the headsets? Is it just, lap times, gap to the car in front, or is there a bit of singing, some motivational stuff happening?
To be fair, when I was out on track, they were actually guiding me on the wet line, so where I was doing really well, where I needed to take a wider line, where I needed to cut in, and where I needed to pivot the cart. So as well as lap times, of course, it's definitely helping guide the drivers out on track on the wet line, giving them a bit of experience from the guys who are a bit quicker in the wet. And generally, gap to the cart ahead, gap to the cart behind, who you're fighting, who you should let pass, who's lapping, and so on and so forth. So it's a lot of things going through the headset, and it's the first time we run it. The only 24-hour race we've done before was the Le Mans race. So coming into this with comms, it's helped enormously. Prior to this, we didn't have any sort of comms, so to have comms with the driver on track has just helped massively, I'd say.
Well, best of luck for the rest of the race. Thanks for joining. And Kieran, back to you.
Thank you very much, Yousuf. Would you believe it? Rain has stopped again. But I'll tell you something. Do I even call it my trusty weather app? I don't think it's been right many of the times I've looked at it. It's meant to start raining again in 3 minutes. So, jury's out. Do we think that's right?
Can we do a
it's
rundown?
actually starting to rain again. So that's pretty interesting. We've got a nice scenic shot. I know what this calls for. Let's go for a rundown. Let's see how everybody lines up. Just with 3.5 hours left to run in the race, it's Dab Motorsport leading the way with Jake Taplin behind the wheel. 1,259 laps completed so far in this race. Second place, Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. They are 2 laps down on the race leader. Looking at the gap, it's been fluctuating between losing half a second for Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing and then gaining time. So it's very much fluctuating, and that could be down to traffic as well. Third place is the number 5 Adrenico Racing Machine. They are 4 laps down on Dab Motorsport. Fourth place is The Only Way is Brentwood. They are 7 laps down. Fifth place is the number 1 cart of Club 73 Young Guns, 11 laps down. Sixth place is the number 17 cart, Dr. Vapes, 13 laps down on the race leader. Seventh place and leading the clubman class is the number 25 Team ARD. They're 17 laps down on the overall leader, but they are leading their class, so I don't think they'll mind too much about that. Eighth place is the number 10 cart, the Bayford Bandits. They are 18 laps down on Dab Motorsport. Ninth place is the number 7, which is the TRX Racing. That's second in the clubman class. Third place in the clubman class and 10th place overall is the number 20 Team Daneros. They are on the same racing lap, I do believe. They're separated right now by 26.3 seconds, so we'll have to keep an eye on that battle for second place in class. 11th place is the number 8, the Williams Esports outfit. 12th place is the number 16 Ditch Finders. 13th place is the number 4 CS7 Racing, and 14th place is the number 23 Senior Frogs. 15th place is the number 15 Formula None. 16th place is the number 14 South Coast Racing. 17th place is the number 12 cart of Club 73 Not Fast But Furious. 18th place is the number 21 Zesty Drink Racing. 19th place is the number 22 Mini Boost. 20th place is the number 13 Brighton Motorsport. 21st is the number 24 Trophy or Trees. 22nd place is the number 11 Clart of Club 73. I got those mixed up, didn't I? Team Silent, currently 22nd. 23rd, 19 is Team Rango. And last of the runners at the moment is the number 18 in 24th, Olympus Karting by HSR Autos. I'm falling apart here. The only non-runner at this moment in time, you see they're 444 laps down, is the number 9 in 25th, Williams Esports 2. But we did have a chat to Ben Hawkins earlier on, the esports manager at Williams Esports, who was saying that they had a meeting with race control. As long as they made it to the first service stop, race control was happy that they could take the carts to the end if needs be, if they wanted to. They do apparently have 2 drivers on and ready to go, but it's a very grueling test for them today as a team building exercise. But that is a team there that's made up of the managers, that the people that don't normally go racing behind the scenes at Williams Esports, and having a chat to him about this program that they had set up. It was a full-on week. They visited the army. They went to Arsenal Football Club. A grueling week that's ended then with the Buckmore 24-hour. So it is a grueling week they've had. But Ben was telling us that they have an intention to get a driver in the cart to finish this race. So watch that space coming into the latter stages. We'll see if they keep their word, and hopefully we do see them at least take the checkered flag. Yousuf, we have less than 3.5 hours to go. In fact, we've got 3 hours, 24 minutes to go in this race. And, well, we've got...
I was going to say, if they don't have anyone, I'll jump in the cart.
You're not allowed. You weren't in the briefing.
No.
That's literally rule number 1.
Is it?
If you're not in the briefing, you
I'll
can't.
go and ask Clinton if I can have like a late briefing or something.
No, that won't happen.
Worth a try, right?
No, not worth a try. It's in the rules. You can't do that. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on them.
The briefing was like recorded.
That's why briefings aren't recorded.
Okay, I see.
For that specific reason.
Ditch Finders, 5 seconds though behind Williams Esports. Bit of a battle that might be starting up there.
Yeah, that sort of intra-class battle. It's a pro versus a clubman, which should be pretty interesting. There is Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. They're currently lapping the circuit. Second place overall and in class. It's weird to say overall and in class when they are third in both, but I'm sure you understand what I mean. Let's see. We have got a good judgment on. Yeah, as I was saying before in the sort of rundown, the DAB Motorsport and Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing gap is 2 laps, but the delta between them seems to fluctuate. Now, it went half a second in favour of DAB Motorsport on a previous lap. It then went 0.2 of a second in favour of Kent Brewery Racing. Accelerate, it's gone 1/10 in the favour of DAB Motorsport. So it's really fluctuating. And I think one of the main things for that, I think that was both a clean lap for both teams, but they seem to come across a bit of traffic every now and again, and that's always going to happen in an endurance race. And obviously you'll get a delta that's sort of 0.6, 0.7, and you might think, oh, that wasn't a very good lap. And you'll probably see the 2 or 3 carts they had to negotiate and slalom their way through to get to a position where they had some clean air again. But other than that, the gap remains 2 laps. It's actually 2 laps between first and second. It's 2 laps between second and third. It's 2 laps between third and fourth. So they're very equidistant from each other at the moment. It's a very weird thing to see.
Yeah, all kind of spreading out very evenly. Although I guess that's just me kind of defining equidistance. But yeah, it's just been very solid from all of them and consistent, right? And that difference between them has kind of stayed consistent throughout the race. And yes, sometimes we've seen Adrenico a bit quicker than Accelerate, and sometimes it's been the other way around. They've always kind of been trading blows, but over a long race you really see the effects of that, and in this case it's a couple of laps between all of them. We have had a pit stop recently from Team Deneros. 3 hours and 20 minutes left. That means that they have 1 more pit stop to do. Team ARD also having just made their pit stop, they will have another pit stop to do. Essentially anyone who isn't about 1 hour 20, anyone who's more than 1 hour 20 into their stint is going to have to make 2 more pit stops. Anyone who is more than 1 hour 20, anyone who's more than 1 hour 20 into their stint have to do 2 more pit stops. Anyone who's less than 1 hour 20 in maybe can get away with 1.
Yeah, but that's entirely on them, of course. That's up to their strategy. That's not easy for me to say. Not up to us to decide. There you go. I got it. Yes. Thank you very much. We had a question in the chat about what the gap was between Senior Frogs and CS7 Racing. It's 25 laps down the leader. Oh, I read entirely the wrong thing. 45 seconds is the gap between CS7 Racing and Senior Frogs. And Senior Frogs were 1.6 seconds quicker than that cart ahead on the last lap. New pole, apparently. Have we redone that poll? Have we redone that? But I thought we had a poll of that. Oh, okay. They wanted to catch my attention about the poll that's set up in the chat.
What's the current poll reading, actually?
Yeah, what have we got for the result? 68-32 in favour of? In favour of a podium. Strong believers.
You know what we call that, Kieran? Hopium.
Do we now?
Yes.
Okay. Is that... No, yeah, that's surely not a word.
It is.
Surely not.
It's internet lingo. Hopium and copium.
I don't know.
We'll get it.
Yeah, they might do. Who knows? We've got Aaron Deep saying we need Chippo in the last stint. You might do, but the unfortunate thing is we're not sure when they're going to jump out and see when they get into their stints, of course. We have no control over that, unfortunately.
No, we don't have control of many things. We watch, we observe, and we record and talk about it. So, 6 seconds right now between ditch finders. That's all. The number 3 going up the inside of, was that the 25? It was indeed. So this is Accelerate against Team ARD. Team ARD, one of the quickest drivers out on circuit, at least until this lap. And Team ARD trying to keep the number 3 Accelerate cart behind for now. We briefly see Harrison Kirkham making his way down the sweep. And it's really interesting to see so many different racing lines heading through there. Some drivers just trying to take a wide line through the right, others kind of just sliding it through, taking the apex as well. through the right and then sliding it in through the left as well. A lot of drivers now lapping in the 106 is the quickest time. Last time around was a 106.2 from the only way is Brentwood. And Adrenico now just under 2 laps behind Accelerate, so they are slowly closing in, but with 3 hours 18 left, not probably enough time to close in unless there is some drama that befalls Accelerate. As another lap comes round, Team ARD still ahead of Accelerate. Just looking for some other gaps as well. 7 seconds between Ditch Finders and Williams Esports in the battle for P11. Williams Esports in Kart 1, not Kart 1, Kart 8, and Ditch Finders over in Kart 16. Last time around, Ditch Finders falling about 9/10 back. Williams Esports putting in a pretty quick lap of a 106.9. Also 55 seconds between Formula None and Senior Frogs, as Kieran McGinley is ready with another interview.
Yes, I am indeed. I'm here with Director of Buckmore Park, Rich Martel. Rich, happy to have you here. First of all, it's been a long day, still got plenty of time on the clock, but how have you found it? How's it gone?
Yeah, it's gone really, really well. I mean, we haven't had any, major incidents, touch wood, it's going well. The weather has been, chaotic for all the teams, going from a completely dry first half of the race to then it being completely on-off. I'm personally glad I wasn't one of the drivers out overnight doing a nighttime wet stint, but they seem to have handled it very, very well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, talk us through this, because we've got the live stream, the decision was made to go through the night here. Talk us through that.
Yeah, so last year and the last times we've done this, it's always been we split the stream up and gone until about 9 p.m. and then started it again the next day. And you lose that momentum a little bit of, you've got a lot of people that are wanting to watch it overnight, not just in the UK, but in the US as well. And we thought that there was demand for us to go all the way through the night. And what's been interesting is actually some of the stats that we've seen are that we've actually had as many viewers from 10 p.m. to 9 a.m. as we did that entire first half of the race. So it's definitely been the right move. I know it's been exhausting for you guys, but you've done a fantastic job, and we'd definitely be looking to do it again.
And of course, you've got the Twitch stream as well, which was new for this year. It's always on the move then, it's always expanding.
Yeah, that came about quite last minute. We'd always planned to do it on YouTube, and as a lot of the viewers here know, we've got a couple of YouTube teams with big followings, but Twitch got in touch in the last couple of weeks and have been keen to get more involved with the event. So it's been great to have them, and Harry from Twitch came down to see the start of the race and is keen on karting. So, from our point of view, the more reach we can get, the more people that can see the race, I think, is the best thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously this must set in motion talks for next year's Buckmore 24 Hour. Have you made thoughts about that?
Yeah, well, we always start planning the next year's event before we actually do this one. So, we always take on learnings and see what we can do better. And I think, the stream has definitely been a big step up for us. These karts are in their second cycle. For the next race, we will have new karts. So we've got to make the decision on which direction we go with. I think the RT10 is a very popular kart. The other thing for this race is we've got these Dunlop tyres on, which have, from the drivers that I've been speaking to, have gone down very well, especially as they've been a bit more sticky in the wet. So overall, I think, everybody's had a great time. I don't think, the race directors had too much stick. There haven't been that many yellow flags for a wet race as well. So, there's still a bit of time to go. I think the podiums are, it might be almost locked down a bit now. I don't know what you think about that, but let's hope for an exciting, is it 3 hours left of the race? Yeah.
I suppose there's one more question. We've had to pose this in our poll. Do you think Senior Frogs will get a class podium?
I don't know. I think it'd be. I mean, to be honest, it'd be a great story, wouldn't it? If I was chatting to them on the grid, way back in last place, and I think they were a bit disappointed because that 10-minute window of qualifying up until that point, it's very difficult to know where you place because all of the other timing for practice sessions is completely under wraps. So in that 10 minutes, I think they thought it was a lot more competitive. But it was only after that 10 minutes they realised they were bang last. But yeah, they've really moved up, and I have to say that fight back and some of the stints from say Harry and Josh, Chip, amazing stints overnight. I managed to catch a few of them on the stream, and I think they should be really proud of themselves, even if they don't quite get the podium.
Yeah, absolutely, Rich. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for having us, and I hope you have a rest of an enjoyable day.
Thank you very much.
And Yousuf, back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Kieran. Seeing the lap times continuing to drop here at Buckmore Park. Lots of low 106s from our top few drivers. Adrenico Racing have made their pit stop, but will they be able to get to the end of the race from here is the main question. And with over 3 hours left, I think they will not be able to do that. Same probably for Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. It's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? Kent Brewery. Anyway, enough about me and my inability to say certain words. Bayford Bandits, 106 dead. They're currently sandwiched in between Team ARD and TRX Racing, having had to serve a black flag not too long ago. And one of the battles that we were keeping an eye out on was William Esports against Ditch Finders, who are currently separated by just under 6 seconds. That's the number 8 and number 16 carts in 2 separate categories at the moment. Williams Esports being in the pro section and Ditch Finders being over in the amateur section. And that gap has been kind of yo-yoing between 6 and 4 seconds over the laps. Last time round, Ditch Finders actually 9/10 quicker than Williams Esports. And then pretty much everywhere else there is at least a lap separating out all the drivers. Club 73 Team Silent are one of the exceptions to that, being 42 seconds behind Trophy or Trees, and that is the battle for P21 currently. Ooh, black flag for TRX Racing. That came through about 7 minutes ago. That could be really big. That is really big, because this is a battle for second place. So TRX Racing, have they served that black flag yet? I think they must have. And that's why Team Dineros are now only 48 seconds behind TRX Racing. If they can pick up the pace a bit and TRX struggle, TRX are not struggling at the moment, but it would provide an avenue for Team Dineros to take a second place in the Clubman's Enduro. And that kind of just goes to show, you can't stop pushing. You never know when a team gets a black flag, could get taken out or anything of the sort, really. And you have to just keep on pushing the entire way through, because you don't know what fortune or even misfortune will fall your way. And if some misfortune befalls you and you think, if only I just pushed a bit harder in one of my earlier stints, wouldn't have lost the position as a result, you'll be kicking yourself really, really hard. Senior Frogs 37.5 seconds behind CS7 Racing. Last time round actually taking over 2 seconds out of the number 4 kart. As we're seeing the number 10 and 20, that's the Bayford Bandits and Team Dineros. Just over 3 hours remaining then. Last time round, Ditch Finders taking 9/10 out of Williams Esports, but again, that gap just yo-yoing backwards and forwards. Williams Esports currently right behind Team Dineros. Unfortunately for them, they are a lap down, so this is just to unlap themselves as they're making their way down in towards Paddock Corner as we speak, and are nose to tail with actually the Bayford Bandits just up in front of them. So this is a 3-way little scrap between 8th, 10th and 11th, although it is not for position. We should see them coming across the line now. Here they come. 10 followed by 20 and 8. Bayford Bandits ahead of Dineros and Williams Esports, just as they are in the actual standings. CS7 Racing with another low 108. Senior Frogs lapping in the 107, so they are gaining time. Not a huge amount, but almost a second a lap. And that will bring down what is a 40-second gap in, well, 40 laps, which is the equivalent of about 50 minutes, 50 to 60 minutes, and we have well more than 60 minutes remaining in this race. Senior Frogs have about 50 minutes remaining in their stint, and it is the same for CS7 Racing as well.
both of them having done near 1.5 hours on their current stint. As speaking of CS7, they picked themselves up a track limit warning. Naughty, naughty.
Yes, just pushing those limits a little bit too far for the race director's liking, and so they get a little bit of a warning on the board. Ludicrous Bacon, by the way, what a name. It's still raining somehow. Yes, it is. It's on and off, on and off. It cannot decide whether it wants to rain properly or not rain at all. It's halfway in between, which is great to see. Yes, fastest lap of the race is a 48.844. That was indeed set by Dante Dillon. On what lap was that? Lap 138. For context, we're on lap 1,278. So it was very early on in the race.
Kieran?
Yousuf?
I believe Adrenica Racing have just said a 105.8. So that means I get to eat a grape. I'll be back in a second.
Oh, wow, there you go. Well, they said it couldn't be done. I said it couldn't be done, but I guess that shows me. He's eating his grape and revelling in that opportunity. Yousuf, how does that grape feel?
Absolutely delicious.
Good.
And now, look, it's raining. See, I told you, once we get the 105s, we'll get the rain.
You're on
and
fire.
And you doubted me.
You're on fire, Yousuf.
Thank you.
I have no shame in admitting that I doubted you. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I doubt myself as well. But
I see. Keep up the frogs in the chat. Keep them up. Not long to go now. 3 hours and 6 minutes of the race. We had that poll. It was convincingly a win or a podium, you think, for the Senior Frogs. 68%? I think it was 68%. Might have been slightly less, but still convincing. So the believers are out there. Let's see if the Senior Frogs can put the believers right. Let's see where they are out there. They're now 27 seconds behind CS7 Racing, who in turn are 28 seconds behind Ditch Finders. Now that is the one for class position. They're catching CS7 Racing, but that is a pro driver. So that will not be a change for class position. It will be overall position, but it will get them no closer to getting their hands on a trophy. The ones they need to focus on are Ditch Finders, the number 16. They are about 1 minute behind at the moment, looking at those gaps. So we will see how it all plays out in the later stages. Of
testing, one.
And we shall see. Let's have a dive into the chat then. Senior Frogs drifting in style. Yeah, absolutely, Aston. I don't think they should be doing it any other way. Whether the drifting means they're losing time, we won't talk about that. We won't talk about that at all. 24 is into the pits then. That is the Trophy or Trees team, who now make their way back out onto the track, having a chat to Matt Amos earlier on. Unfortunately, he had an injury to his finger. It means he's not allowed to drive in this race. That he said doctor's order earlier on this morning. This morning? Yeah, I think it was this morning. Yes, so doctor's orders, not allowed to race, so had to withdraw then. Aldas as well has blisters on his hands, but he managed to complete the stint earlier on this morning. He managed 2 hours and I think it was 2 hours 15
Kieran.
He managed on the stint, so he was doing a great job there.
Just so you know, quickly, we're going to walk into the Sidemen people with some zesty lemons and see the reaction.
So at the moment then, Dab Motorsport leading the way. They've been out there for 63 minutes. Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing in second place. 2 hours 15 they've done on their stint so far. So we are expecting them in the pits very, very shortly. Adrenico
right, we're going to try it now.
In the pits because they've only been on the track for 9 minutes or so. And this is
an exclusive, isn't it?
Thomas Layton from the Zesty Racing team making his way into the Senior.
You're right there, guys. So you remember on the live stream there was a little poll going, frogs versus lemons.
Yeah. Okay.
Now obviously us lemons we lost quite considerably. I think it was.
Is that Zesty Drink Racing?
No, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
You stink.
Let's not talk about that. So obviously, you know, you won fair and square on the live stream. However, I don't think you guys can beat us.
What's this? What's happening there? You brought lemons. We're not going to bring frogs, are we? Oh, is that a gift?
A gift. It's a gift, but I mean, you know, the only way to decide the winner is get some frogs.
To get some frogs.
That's
good seeing you first.
That was the one. We can find some somewhere. I'm sure we can dig them up.
Go on then. That was a violation.
Gauntlet laid down.
What do we make of that?
Well, there was a gauntlet laid down, wasn't it?
Yeah, so, I mean, they threw away a gift. I think that's incredibly disrespectful. That's probably why they're not going to get a podium.
Well, what do we think, chat? I think the Senior Frogs will find some frogs. It's in their
Are we
nature.
going to have frogs just jumping and bouncing around
I don't think they'll have
the building now?
No, they won't have actual frogs. Come on now. But they'll find some frogs. You'd be
One of
surprised.
them's going to head. I think there's an Asda just around the corner.
Don't tell them that. That's cheating. No, it's
Have
not.
you ever seen that? You know that James Veach sketch where he gets like the ducks around?
Yes.
That's what they're going to do, but with frogs.
I see. Well, I mean, gauntlet laid down from Zesty Drink Racing.
Yeah.
Absolutely gauntlet laid down, and they've got 3 hours to find some frogs.
You know what they say? When life gives you lemons, give Senior Frogs lemons as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Apparently so. Well, we'll
Will
see.
it work for them? We'll have to wait and see.
We'll see how that develops, of course.
I mean, they're closing in on CS7 Racing, so maybe it is working out. They're also catching up to Ditch Finders, but not by a large amount. Not considerably enough for 3 hours. Currently about 1.5 laps down, so need to find a bit of extra pace.
Yes, and so the CS7 Racing, the number 4 machine, is in the pro class. So again, if they make that move, fantastic. That's a move for overall position, but that's not going to get them closer to getting their hands on a trophy. The ones they're looking for, Ditch Finders, is for 4th in class, but TRX Racing, that's the ultimate goal. The number 7 is the target to get themselves a podium. They need to get past TRX Racing at the moment in order to secure a podium, and they've got 3 hours to do it. And the gaps at the moment, so let's have a look. Senior Frogs, they're roughly, they're about a lap down on Ditch Finders, so it's about 60 or 70 seconds there, who are in turn a lap down on Williams Esports. So they've got to find roughly 10, 11 laps in 3 hours. It's a tall order, but if there are a couple of black flags flown around, because TRX Racing have had black flags, they had a recent one about, 18 minutes ago? Yeah, 18 minutes ago. And they've already had a track limit warning beyond that. So I think actually though, that track limit warning gets wiped because we're about to enter the last 3 hours of the race. And there is one more, so the race director has a sheet of all the track limit warnings, the contact warnings. Every 3 hours, the sheet that he has and every warning on it gets thrown out and a new sheet gets created. So we're entering the final 3 hours of the race and it's a clean slate for everybody. So any warning now is a brand new slate. Everybody gets 3 track limit warnings, everyone gets 3 contact warnings before a black flag. So now we are to the checkered flag. You've got to be really careful because this is where you do not want to get your black flags when you've got the least amount of time to make up the time you've lost.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Stay away from people. Don't hit them. Don't abuse track limits. Be good, even if it's wet out there, still raining or drizzling.
Yeah, it's drizzling at the moment. It's light rain. It's that fine rain. I think you can just about see it in your picture there as the carts make their way through Garda. We had a question in the chat that I picked out.
Ooh, I love questions.
Chloe Faulkner asking, what happened to the Williams second esports team? Well, we had a chat to Ben Hawkins, who is the Williams esports manager. He manages the talent there in making sure that they reach the best of their abilities. And the idea was that they entered 2 teams. One had the drivers, the out-and-out drivers, who have done a lot of sim racing, the likes of Will Tregurtha, to name one of the big names. But then they had a second team, which was made up of people who really haven't stepped behind a car, the managerial side. Now, that managerial side started with 6. They were whittled down to 3 as drivers started to withdraw and say they unfortunately couldn't do it. So they met with race control at about midnight, and it was agreed that if they could make it to the service stop and take their service, then they would be allowed to take the checkered flag, put a driver in, and just take the checkered flag. Now, if that's been agreed, fantastic. It means they have a chance to take the checkered flag. But there may be a case that they may not even take the checkered flag at all. It might be an agreement there, but they decide no. But the whole idea was that they've had a grueling week, and this was the climax of it, to get themselves really under pressure and get themselves, I guess, battle-hardened. Because they met with the Army on Monday. I think they were at the Arsenal Football Club during the week as well, and then they've ended the week here. So it has been a grueling week for them, and that would be the reason. It's a long answer, I fully admit, but hopefully that gives you more of an insight as to what happened to the second Williams esports team. We've had a couple of karts in the pit there. I think South Coast Racing were one of them, if I'm right. No, I'm not right at all. I don't think I am anyway. 114, Olympus Karting. The Bayford Bandits, that's who it was, because they've got the 158. Helps if you look for the biggest time, Kieran. That would really help the cause. It was Bayford Bandits who came in for a fuel stop then, and of course, with a fuel stop has to come a driver change. That was a new rule that was brought in at the start for the 2023 edition of the 24 Hours. Yousuf has found another driver. Yousuf, over to you.
Thank you very much, Kieran. I'm here with Lloyd from the Bayford Bandits. How has your race been going so far?
Yeah, I think it's been pretty decent. Like, we haven't been the fastest, but it's the first time doing it, and I think we're the youngest team out there, like, all combined, so pretty decent.
Now, one thing I have to ask, because I was seeing this out on circuit, when the rain really started coming down, you guys were rapid, right? You were like a second quicker than anyone else. What was going on? Where did you find that time?
Keaton's just amazing. Can't say anything else. He was rapid. Like, got the most out of the kart, built us a gap, and did all right.
So, this being your first 24-hour race, what's the plan for your future races? Where else do you race, and will we be seeing you again for next year?
Like, a lot of the team, we all do like our own racing in owner. Like, we all do pretty well in that. Not sure what we're going to do next year with like 24-hour racing and corporate, but if we get the chance, we'll probably do it again.
So, with you guys being, you know, the self-acclaimed or self-proclaimed youngest team, how physical do you find this?
Half the team been all right. Like, Rory and Ben found it all right. They did long stints and like kept us out there. But then smaller lads like me and Jacob found it a bit difficult, but still stayed out there, did the best we could, and held our position pretty well. So I think we did all right.
Do you think you've lived up to your name?
Bandits?
Yeah.
Oh, I've got plenty of warnings, so yeah.
Good job on that then. Have you been happy then with the overall performance so far? And if you could kind of like go back 24 hours, would you do anything different heading into this race?
No, I'd say we did all right where we would. It'd have been nice to stay up where we qualified. Maybe a few mistakes at the start, but I think just finding our feet did all right.
Well, thank you very much. And Kieran, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Yousuf. And we see the track there. Is it still raining? I think it is. Yes, it is. I looked out my commentary box window, and it is still raining out there. The only way is Brentwood, meanwhile. They've closed in. That's because Adrenico came into the pits. That's why the gap is now down to 1 lap between Adrenico Racing in the kart 5, and the only way is Brentwood in kart number 2. That would go a long way in explaining that one. And let's have a look at gaps up and down the field. Team Dineros are 55 seconds back from TRX Racing, so that's very much nearly being lapped territory. I think they're about 10 seconds from being lapped at the moment. Are they lapping quicker is the most important question. Team Dineros were 0.6 slower than TRX on that last lap. Let's have a look further down. Ditch Finders are 8.6 seconds behind Williams Esports. Again, that's not a change for or that's not a battle for class position. It's a battle for overall position, but not for class position there. We've got Trophy or Trees, 10 seconds back from Club 73 Team Silent. They've been back and forth with those pit windows. It's going to be a case of who pits last, really, and see where they all come out after that. In terms of closer battles out there. I think every other one. Oh, Senior Frogs 27 seconds behind CS7 Racing again. That's not for class position, that's for overall position. Apart from that, though, it looks like at least one lap separates is the difference between positions, apart from those we've already mentioned. Well, you got your 105. I hope you're happy. Earlier on, I hope you're happy with your grape as well.
I was delighted with it. Really nourished me. Ditch Finders are just over a lap behind Team Dineros, and they are right behind them on surf. So I think we're going to have a little scrap between these two potentially. It's the number 20 and the number 16 parts that I think are going to catch them any second now. I just can't quite make out the numbers of the parts as they are coming down.
I saw 25 there. Definitely saw 25 in being Team ARD. They are our clubman leaders. They've had a great race. They've really come alive in this latter stages of the endurance. And yeah, they are the clubman leaders at the moment. Oh, black flag for TRX Racing. Now, we did say that TRX Racing have to be careful in these latter stages of the race. And they've got themselves a black flag, so they'll have to come in. Now, the gap between themselves and Team Dineros is 57 seconds. Now, they will rejoin ahead of Team Dineros, but that is pressure. Yeah, that's pressure they didn't need to invite themselves onto.
Yeah, and, we've just entered the final 3 hours already. As soon as we entered the final 3 hours, the young guns picked up a warning. Got a warning for Team Dineros as well, but for TRX Racing, that is, as you say, Kieran, it's just going to be unwanted pressure for them. They can easily make it to the end with one more stop. That's not going to be an issue for them whatsoever. We'll have to see when they want to pit, if they want to do a splash and dash, or if they want to pit early and get a full tank of fuel with, like 2 hours remaining or so that they can fully utilize the fuel in their tank. But again, Ditch Finders are closing in to Team Dineros. Last time around, they took half a second. This time around, just 3 tenths, and we can see them coming across the line there. The number 20 and number 16 parts.
Yes, and we're coming up to 11:40. We have 2 hours and 51 minutes left of the race. We are into hour 22 of the Buckmore Park. 24 hours. It's tantalisingly close. I said it before at 4 hours. It's doubly tantalising, isn't it? Oh, not quite, because we're not at 2 hours. But you know what I mean.
Triply tantalising.
Yeah. Does it work like that? I don't think it works like that. I'm not sure it works like that.
I was just trying to go with what you were doing, Kieran. I wasn't really thinking about it, to be fair.
Yes, absolutely.
I've got good news for Toad fans out there, because Senior Frogs are closing into CS7 Racing. 25 seconds between them. Although, as I say that, this time round, they do actually they actually lose 5 tenths on this particular occasion. But they have been steadily closing in, because that gap was about 37 seconds, I think, about 20 minutes ago.
Trophy or Trees closing a second on Club 73 Team Silent. That's the 24 and the 11 respectively. I think that's a repeat black flag for number 7 TRX Racing. They haven't got 2 black flags in a row. And of course, if it comes to it that they are deemed to be ignoring black flags, that is a lap penalty. Every lap they ignore the black flag. So that's almost like your secondary warning of, you have to pit this lap, otherwise there will be penalties. So they have to be careful now. Even if they think they weren't in the wrong, they still have to come in and serve that black flag penalty. We see then drivers negotiating their way through. Team Dineros was one of them. And they will have seen that black flag given to TRX Racing. Well, they would have seen black flag 7. Hopefully they've been in the race long enough to know that 7 is TRX Racing. Fingers crossed.
Told over, radios and stuff.
Very true, very true. I was thinking about if teams didn't have radios, but most of the teams do have radios here. We're going 3 wide, going through the S's here. Oh no, sorry, not the S's, the start-finish line, and the 16 absolutely thrilled with that. He's having a great time out there.
He's unlapped himself as well versus Team Dineros now on the same lap, and it's just a case of trying to close in 68 seconds over the remaining 2 hours and 48 minutes, which is definitely doable. Just need to consistently gain, a few tenths of that, really.
I believe that was Spencer Gent in the number 16 there, celebrating the fact that he managed to get several moves done there. Maybe he's got himself up the order, of course, and he'll be looking to take full advantage of that.
We've got a lot more lemons in the chat now.
Yes, we do. Well, we'll see who wins that battle, of course.
TRX Racing, when are they serving their black flag? They haven't done it yet, and they need to do it. They can't throw this race away just because they don't want to serve a black flag because they think that they weren't at fault for something.
Well, yeah, it's either that or the black flag is used for a mechanical or a safety issue. So if they've spotted that maybe a helmet is undone or they spotted a problem with a cart that's not obvious, they use the black flag to bring the cart in. So that's why it is important you do not ignore the black flag in that scenario.
So, let's take a quick look at gaps. Bitfinders 8 seconds behind Williams Esports currently, and now they have a bit of clean air. They've got Dr. Vapes and Mo Hassan right behind them. Mo Hassan 2 hours and 13 minutes into his stint. If he can stretch out this stint by another 15 minutes, they might be able to do just a single stop to the end of the race. But it is going to be tight. I don't think they can do it. I think it's going to be 2 more stops for the Dr. Vapes team. Currently 2 laps behind the Club 73 Young Guns, 4 laps ahead of Team ARD. So it shouldn't affect them too much in the grand scheme of things. And TRX Racing still... Have they made their pit stop yet? I think they have. So TRX have finally served that black flag. Now 34 seconds ahead, I believe. Well, that doesn't make sense because the gap should be a lot smaller after that incident. As Kieran McGinley is ready with another interview.
I am indeed, and I'm here with Jacob from the Bayford Bandits. Jacob, how are you, first of all? It looks like you've just come out from your stint.
I'm very wet. It was really slippery, and it was fun to drive in though. Quite a few overtakes, a lot of contact, but apart from that, it was fun.
Yeah, you're looking at top 10 finish at the moment, trying to aim for it. Quite a few black flags though. Is that yourself, or are you blaming your teammates for that?
You can never really blame your team. It's a collective effort. It was more of a incident than a black flag. I'd look at it as. Obviously it's wet, so it's harder to control the cart, so you're just sliding out wide, and there's just not much you can really do about it.
Now obviously we've been asking our drivers a couple of questions about whether they prefer a dry track or a wet track. What's your stance on this?
Well, I'm faster in a wet track, but and it's a lot more enjoyable, but for the aftermath of the race I'd rather a dry track because then I don't have to dry myself off.
Good point. Didn't think about that one actually. Yeah, very good point you raised there. How have you found the whole experience? Obviously, the team's doing pretty well out there. How have you found the overall experience?
Tiring, very tiring. But as I said earlier, it's a team effort, so everyone's working together through the night and through the day, so you get time to sleep and rest.
Speaking of sleep, how much sleep have you had?
I got quite good sleep last night, even though I was sleeping here and all I could hear was the carts. I got like probably 6 hours of sleep.
6 hours? I think that's the most I've heard all day. You've been very, very lucky there.
There's 8 of us in our group, so and we're doing hour-and-a-half stints.
Okay, so it's slightly different because other teams doing 2-hour stints. So how's that sort of affected your strategy planning?
More pit stops, but we're doing 1 stop instead of 2 stops. So we come in, we fuel, we switch drivers, and we go. So I think we're doing less stops than most people.
What was your expectation coming into the Buckmore 24 hours? Because obviously it's a long race, but did you have any initial goals, and do you think you've met them?
My initial goal was just to get top 10 mid-pack finish, because it's my first time doing a race at Buckmore, and it's obviously my first time at Buckmore 24 hours, so top 10 was my goal, and it looks like we're about to beat it, currently in P8.
Yeah, on course at the moment, so it's fair to say the 24-hour bug has hooked you now. You'll be back for more?
Probably, if it's not wet.
No promises, I'm afraid. Jacob, thank you so much for your time. Go and get yourself dried off. Thank you for having a chat to us.
No worries.
It's Yousuf, it's back to you.
Thank you very much, Kieran. And good to hear from another one of the Bayford Bandits. Very quick in some of their stints today, currently running in P8. As they've got a very fast TRX Racing behind them, who I still feel like TRX Racing have not served that black flag. I'm pretty sure they have, because it is coming up on the information board that they've only been out on circuit for 5 minutes since their last pit stop, which would have had to have been that black flag being served. So just 36 seconds separating them. However, for any of our Frog fans out in chat, Senior Frogs 12.6 seconds behind CS7 Racing. 12.6, not a lot, and they took 1.3 seconds out of the number 4 car on the last lap. So they are closing in this time around, 2 seconds out of them, sector 1, a tenth out of them in sector 2. And how much more time can they find in the final sector? 109.8 for CS7 Racing, and Senior Frogs is going to be coming across the line any moment now, and presumably going to be another 108, a 107.1, so 2.7 seconds is the advantage for the number 23 Senior Frogs, and they are closing in this battle for P13 overall. CS7 Racing, though, don't forget, are in a different class. They are in the pro class, while Senior Frogs are in the amateur class, so it won't change anything in terms of their positioning for their class. As this isn't a new one, a visor warning for Senior Frogs, and I'm wondering if that is a certain Mark Plum at the wheel. He's had that visor open for the majority of his stints, for all of his stints really, and now he's getting a visor warning, so he's going to have to close that. Hopefully it doesn't miss up, and hopefully he does keep it open. He doesn't get a black flag and told to come in the pit, so that they can essentially shout at him to close said visor. We've seen the 15 of Formula None right behind the Bayford Bandits and Williams Esports 1. Here they come then up to the line. Still the 10 of Bayford Bandits ahead of the 15 of Formula None as they head down towards hairpin number 1. Bayford Bandits last time round 108.0. Formula None 107.9, so very evenly matched in terms of pace. Pair of them closing in on the number 8, that is Williams Esports 1, 108.0 last time round, so all three of them in the 108.0. So that's the number 19 that has spun, Team Rango. As Trophy or Trees are within a second of Club 73, so we've got a battle here going on for P21 between Kart 11 and Kart 24. Kart 11 being Team Silent, Kart 24 being Trophy or Trees, and they are making their way through hairpin 2 right now and into the Senna S, and then they'll be heading down towards XS on the circuit, which I always forget the name of.
You've got Symes Sweep and Pullman's into paddock.
Symes Sweep.
Okay. You can tell I was here too often, can't you? And the
got better memory than me.
no, it's also the fact that I used to work here. That also goes in my favour. So I pretty much know this track.
You mentioned you got to meet Mike Surtees?
John Surtees, yeah. Yeah, when he released the original blue and yellow fleet of RT8s, which I believe, if my maths is right, was about 2018?
I thought you were about to say 20 years ago.
No, not 20 years ago. No, I'm not that old. No. Yeah, if my dates are right, they might not be. Someone could probably correct me, but yes, yeah, I met John Surtees whilst I was actually fueling up some karts as well. So I didn't look the most presentable, all over me. But then I remembered, oh yeah, you're a Formula 1 champion and a motorbike champion. You're probably not going to mind a little bit of oil. So no, it was.
Preferred it.
Yeah, no, it was great, absolutely brilliant, and yeah, I know it's gone a long way. It's still carrying the Surtees colours. These Buckmore karts as they make their way around. But yeah, I know this track pretty well. That's not to say I'm quick at it. I just know it.
Yeah.
I know the corners. So that's it really. But yes,
a bit like I know the ingredients in food, but doesn't mean I can make it.
exactly. That's exactly it. There you go. That, you know what? That is the perfect metaphor you've come up with there, Yousuf.
Yeah, I'm hit and miss with metaphors.
Have another grape for that.
Ooh. Oh, I think I will.
I think you might.
In a bit.
Okay.
Can't have too many in one go, right? You know, too many dates, too much fibre, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Right. Another 6 cents going the way of the ditch finders. Now, if we can try to catch the 24 and 11 carts, because they are still nose to tail as Team Silent are being hunted down by Trophy or Trees. And as we mentioned before, I'm currently not looking at either trophies or trees right now. And they're separated by about half a second as the number 17 cart tapping. He said that is Mo Hassan, which I think is a request then for a driver change. They've been out in that stint for 2 hours 23 minutes, 2 hours 37 to go. If they can last another 10 minutes, even another 7 minutes, they might be able to just go one stop to the end.
It's a risky strategy though, because you're getting to the point now where, as you say, it's 2 hours 23. They've gone over that recommended 2 hours, but of course they're racing in the rain, so you use less fuel. So, but it is down to the team to decide. If they run out of fuel, that is on them. They have to get pushed back to the pit lane, and they lose a lot of time by doing that. They have to be recovered, then they have to be pushed by a pusher cart back to the pit lane, then they have to refuel the cart, then they have to feed the fuel through the system so that it actually can start again. It's a bit of a process if you run the fuel tank dry to get these carts started again. And the last thing you want to do is run out of fuel. It almost rhymes, so it must be true.
Yeah. I mean, that's just a matter of fact. 17 and 2 have been having
And they
a bit
do.
of a battle, and into the pits comes 17. We've seen teams going 2 hours 35 minutes, so
It's going to be tight. I think it's going to be too tight. They might have to stop again.
I think you could have kept it up for another 2 laps or so. You know, who is going to be getting into the car? That is a white helmet. Is that Mortaza Hassan? Might be. Yes.
I remember it being Hassan.
The Apex suit logo on his collar. So I'm pretty sure that is Mortaza Hassan. Will be getting behind the wheel. Got to speak to Mortaza a little bit earlier on. Ditchfinders also 4 seconds now behind in their battle for P6/P7 overall. Sorry, not P6, P7. In their battle for P11, P12 as they hunt down Williams E. Those who have been trading lap times for a large majority of this race. And Trophy or Trees still right behind that Club 73 Team Silent, the 11 and 24 carts, making their way now down into the sign suites and into Pullman's corner.
Yeah, and just having a look at Trophy or Trees and Club 73 Team Silent. That's the 11 cart and the 24 cart out there on circuit. They're separated by less than a second, but Senior Frogs have closed up to CS7 Racing. Now, of course, as I've said previously, that's not full class position. This is a position to get themselves ahead, and I think they have got themselves ahead. So they have moved up overall position, but they still remain 5th in class. So they are going to have to do that work. But that is 1 card dispatched. They move up now to 13th overall. The next target will be the Ditch Finders. And now we'll get to see what sort of gap that is between them and Ditch Finders. It's 28.2 seconds.
And you can see that helmet visor has been closed slightly. Still a little bit open, but remember there was that visor warning that came the way of Mark Plum. So he brought that visor down just a tiny bit, as there is the 17 of, I believe, Mortaza Hassan for Dr. Vape. And currently starting his first actual lap, to that being coming out of the pit lane. 106.7 for Adrenico Racing, and the only way is Brentwood. Maybe there's still chance, maybe there's still hope for the number 5 team to be able to catch up to Accelerate. If they can keep that kind of time, if they can consistently put in those 106s, Accelerate currently lapping in the mid 107s.
Indeed, we'll have to keep an eye on them in the final 2.5 hours of this race. And it does mean we are approaching another top of the hour. 2.5 hours left of this race. And yeah, we are approaching that territory where things start to get a little bit more hectic in terms of trying to close in on gaps, in terms of if you're on the lead lap or if you're on the same lap as the cart ahead of you, you've got a good chance of passing them in the last few hours. Dab Motorsport, meanwhile, have now completed 1,308 laps here at Buckmore Park. If we look at the times, then they're probably going to get possibly another 100 more at least. We'll be into the 1400s. I don't think we'll get to the 1500s. I think that's just a little bit too much of a stretch. I'd love to be proven wrong, but we'll see what happens.
Dr. Bates has just sent me a message. It's not Mortaza Hassan on circuit. It is Yousuf Bin-Suhayl out on track. That is his wetsuit. That's ideal spot. What are our gaps looking like still? Actually, Trophy Trees have found a way through on Club 73 Team Silence, so that is a switch up in position. Now, Senior Frogs are about 40-something seconds behind the Ditch Finders. This is a very important... Actually, are they a lap and a half behind? I think they might be, you know.
Let's have a look. Well, it resets to 1 lap when they come across the line, and once Senior Frogs cross the line, then it gives us the time then.
Because Ditch Finders just came across the line, and it didn't change for Senior Frogs. It didn't go from 1 lap to 2 laps.
If I show you on our timing screen, there's a little bar there that's Senior Frogs. It's just gone past 1 lap. Yeah. So that's them. So they are on the same lap, but that's really the distance between them. So it's roughly about 50 seconds. But that's fine. That's why we're all here. We're here to make sense of it all. And
that's what I thought, but I would have thought that as soon as they come across the line, the 1 lap would have changed to a ton, and it didn't.
But
that's what confused me.
But it hasn't registered Senior Frogs as setting the lap they're on, if you see what I mean.
Okay, I see.
If that makes any sense, send a postcard. There you go. Right, so it should come up with a time now that Senior Frogs come across the line. Okay. Now I understand. So they are a lap down. Aha, I do understand you now. Okay.
Me again, Kieran.
I did. I should stop doing that.
The next one, you know,
What do you mean 2 out? No, it's clearly more than 2 out of 2. It's about 2 out of 5.
Is it?
Yeah.
But it's like 2 in a row.
All right, I'll give you 2 in a row. But you can't discount the other 3. So
What were the other 3?
I'm too tired. Senior Frog's still a lap down on Ditch Finders, and so they've got 2.5 hours to find their way and get themselves through. So a lap here, in relative terms, you're looking roughly 1 minute 7 seconds, 1 minute 8 seconds gap at least, is what we're looking at. And they look like they're relatively close to each other on track to the point where it's nearly 2 laps. So that is going to be a little bit of an issue. So it's roughly, well, let's say 90. Yeah, it's about that. We're getting to 100, 110 seconds is the gap between them, roughly, if we're estimating. So it's a margin. That's a battle for 4th place in class.
Who do you want to follow?
And we'll see what happens there. Let's see who's a close gap on circuit. We've got, how are the Ditch Finders getting on? They are 5.5 seconds behind Williams Esports. That's the 16 of Ditch Finders and the number 8 of Williams Esports. They're fairly relatively close together out on track. 5.3 seconds separates them as Ditch Finders came across the line. And Ditch Finders on the chase, not for a class position, but an overall position nonetheless. That's going to be the battle for 11th place.
So, Kieran, you mentioned how you know the circuit really, really well.
Sure.
Are there any ditches around here?
Are there any ditches? Not that I know of.
That's bad news for the Ditch Finders then.
Yeah, but as long as they go... There might not be ditches in the circuit.
It's like Finding Nemo, isn't it?
Well, it's like Finding Nemo. Our producers, honestly. Why are they funnier than us? That's not fair.
I think we should just give them the heads.
Yeah, go on then. I'll swap.
James did 2 minutes on the mic overnight. Yeah, he did. So you.
I said I'll do more.
Did you?
But I've never been invited back.
Oh, you should have said.
See, Kieran, you and Andy just so rude.
I know. We've stolen the mic.
Limelight.
Yeah, we've stolen the limelight. That's what James said. Absolutely.
I keep putting you both in front of the camera and you don't say thank you.
Yeah. apparently we should learn to say thank you. Me and Andrew should learn to say thank you more often. Yeah. Maybe we should. Oh well.
I don't know how I've kind of excluded myself from the group as like.
It's because
put all the blame on you.
it's because you were here for the night shift. You were the knight in shining armor. Otherwise, Andrew and I would have been solo, and that would have been quite interesting for sure. Can you tell I'm running on half an hour sleep? No, you can't.
So,
No.
Not after this, right?
Yes.
You get a proper meal. What are you gonna have? Like, are you gonna go for a quality meal, or is it gonna be a takeaway?
That's a very good question. I don't. Maybe that's one to ask the teams as well, because obviously it's a long race. Hey, said it again. I've said it again. It's a long race.
I'm gonna sack you.
You need something that hits the spot to sort of bring the nerves down, the adrenaline, and also you're going to crash not so long after, because you're just going to be wanting your bed. Sharpish. A pizza. Pizza's a good shout. Chat, if you've ever done an endurance race, let us know what your go-to food is after racing. Let's hear what's your go-to food after you've finished an endurance race. Let us know in that chat, and it might give us some ideas.
I'm going to try to rope someone in for an interview. Give me just 1 second.
All right, no problem. Yeah, it's raining again at the circuit. Would you believe it's raining again? I don't believe this. No, I don't. Actually, I do. That's the worrying thing. Team Dineros are 52 seconds behind TRX Racing as TRX Racing came across the line. Of course, TRX Racing served a black flag penalty earlier on in the race. They got a black flag about 11:40 local time, which, if you're looking at it, is roughly, 23 minutes ago? Yeah, 23 minutes ago.
Williams 2 team are back.
That, and I hear, in my ear, that Williams Esports 2 are back out on track. The number 9 kart is lapping the circuit with 2 hours and 26 minutes to go. Let's see if we can spot the number 9 kart. I think it's in the final sector.
So not only am I funnier, I'm more informative too.
Yeah, James is funnier and more informative. Yes, absolutely. I think that's it there. The number 9 kart making its way through in towards Cafe Curve. On towards the start-finish line. Yes, there it is. Williams Esports 2 are back in the race. And that looks like it's Brett Koch behind the wheel, looking to... well, let's see if he does the whole 2 hours. He might switch.
Do you reckon he can make up the laps?
James asked me, do you reckon he can make up the laps? There's 487 laps. There's 2 hours 25. Never say never. Never say never. I wouldn't rule it out. But that does look like Brett Koch behind the wheel, the F1 Esports manager of Williams Esports, making his way out onto the track. And, yeah, looking to finish this race. That is the goal. That is what Ben told us in the interviews earlier on earlier on this afternoon, actually. This morning. Oh, I'm falling apart. But yes, that is what Ben Hawkins told us about getting us there. And he said if there was a chance they could finish this race, they will try and finish it. And they're true to their word. They are going to try and get that number 9 kart to the checkered flag and get this race finished, at least to take the checkered flag. We shall have a see how they get on. Chicken, by the way, was an answer to what do you have after a long endurance race? Chicken? Yeah, that's a good
That's a funny joke.
Yeah, it's a funny joke. Yeah, I'm hilarious, mate. No, that was someone in the chat said that about that. Ice cream, yeah, great shout. Great shout from Michael Burke. Ice cream after a long endurance race. Get those sugar levels up. Absolutely.
Michael Burke lives in Australia.
Michael Burke lives in Australia. Is that right, Michael?
He watches every stream we do.
Fantastic. Good to see you. Good to have you on board, Mike. Let's have a chat, or let's hand over to Yousuf to have a chat. I got my words out. Yousuf, over to you.
Thank you very much, Kieran. I'm here with the man who never stops smiling, Mo Hassan from Dr. Vapes. How's it going?
Oh, mate, it's a tough time. It's a tough day, but it's going well. It's been such a fun event so far, and yeah, it's karting. It's 24 hours. Can't go wrong.
your brother was mentioning how the only other 24 hours you've done was Le Mans last year. So how much of a difference is this from Le Mans to being back here in the UK doing the event?
Actually, yes. Well, it's the difference in the countries mainly. You know, this is home. You know, and otherwise, yeah. No, to be honest, Le Mans had good caliber drivers. Today we have amazing drivers out on track, and yeah, I mean, it's yeah. That's pretty much it in terms of there's not much difference. Yeah.
So a couple of questions I've been asking. One is, if you could go back, you know, start this race, is there anything you tell yourself to do differently, whether that's preparation-wise, whether that's driving style, or just how you approach the race?
Ooh, I mean, what I would have done is, firstly, we split our stints up in 2-hour stints because we thought it was gonna just be dry. But obviously in the wet you can go for longer, so we had to re-strategize and stuff. It would have been good if we had that sorted in the beginning, of course. Otherwise, not really. No, I mean, I've been doing Buckmore recently quite a bit. So in terms of the track, I'm pretty familiar with it, and yeah, it's an awesome track. So yeah.
So the question now that myself and Kieran we've been debating over, we've been asking the stream is, after a long race, you know, you've been here for over 24 hours because you've had to practice, you've had to get here and set up. What is your food of choice when you get back home?
Out of everything, wow. Oh God! I mean, to be honest, whatever Mum makes, that's I can't even think of any food right now. Right now, I just need rest. That's it. I just need my pillow. That's all.
Sleep first.
Sleep first. Sleep, and that's it.
Not hungry yet, then?
No. I can't even think of hunger, man. I just need to lie down. Yeah, my hands need to calm down, and yeah, it's been a long but good weekend.
How many hours of sleep have you had then?
Actually, what did I do? I done a 2-hour nap. 2-hour nap, yeah, from about midnight to 2 a.m. or so. Yeah, 2 hours. So yeah, I owe myself a bit of sleep.
Out of curiosity, can you feel that you're tired when you're out in the car? Can you feel like maybe you're losing a bit of pace? You don't have the same amount of pace as if you were 100% fresh?
Well, to be honest with you, so I've just come back from my third stint, and that would have been 2 hours plus 2. So I was out for about six and a half hours. So by the end of it, I was just like looking for my teammates. Like, I just want to get in, and every time I would look around, I'd spin and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, by the end of it, I was totally finished.
Right, final question is, you made your pit stop at about 2 hours 37. How close were you to trying to stretch that to 2 hours 30 so you could get away with one more stop?
No, this is our one last stop.
Oh, you reckon you can make it to the end with this?
Oh, 100%, yeah. With this condition, for sure, definitely. We're going to take the risk, and let's see what happens.
Okay. Well, it's good that we now know kind of like how far that fuel tank can go, but best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Dr. Vapes there with a big call on getting that cart to the end. 2.5 hours they're looking to run on that fuel tank. We'll be very, very close, but we'll be keeping our close, keen eye on how they get on. That's the number 17 cart, Dr. Vapes. They're 6th in class at the moment. They've been out there for 15 minutes, so they are planning, 2 hours 35 minutes is what they plan to run in the final stint. Mo Hassan says that's easy. We shall find out and keep our close eye on it in these conditions. We shall have a look and see what sort of battles we've got out on track. We've got the 17 here. That is Dr. Vapes battling away with number 8, Williams Esports. They're not for position, as normally we find ourselves in a position in the latter stages of an endurance where drivers are now just battling each other because they want the track position. Raining hard now out there. Is it raining hard, or is that just... it's raining. It's a moderate rain out there, keeping the circuit like a river, pretty much. Track limit warning going out to TRX Racing. We shall keep an eye on them as well. But at the moment then, I think we might be well overdue a standings overview, if we can get that up. But no, it doesn't have to be now. we've got a good opportunity to look at the remaining 2 hours and 18 minutes. And, well, most importantly, review from Mo Hassan in the Dr. Vapes car. 6th place at the moment. They want to make it to the end. 2 hours, 35 minutes they'll be doing on that fuel tank. That is one to watch. Very much one to watch. Team ARD, though, leading the clubman class. Doing a pretty good job there. Oh, there's the number 18, who's had an excursion at the exit of Paddock. The number 18 there being Olympus Karting by HSR Autos, that fully esports team. And there is Chip, who's getting ready to jump into the cart. This will probably be the final stop. Coming in for Senor Frogs. And it is going to be Chip who will take the checkered flag if all goes according to plan. So that stop is coming up shortly. How long have they been out there on this stint? 2 hours 16 they have been out there for. So they've done well to manage that fuel in these treacherous conditions. And we're still communicating to take the checkered flag at the end. Matt is in the car at the moment, of course. Matt being a late draft, but he has been really good in these wet weather conditions. Now, speaking to Chip earlier on this evening, wet weather's not really his thing. He's not a fan of having water on the track, but he's going to do his best, and we'll see how he gets on in these latter stages. Of course, the ruling is that they will come in for a fuel stop. They aren't allowed to just keep Matt in the car. They have to change the driver at this stop. So that is why they have to prepare Chip ready to go in, ready and waiting. So too is Rota Shaw, just waiting on the cart to return to the pit lane. And whilst I wait for them, let's see if there are any battles to keep our eye on as well. Oh yes, the battle for 10th place overall, which involves 2 clubmen and 1 pro. It's the number 20 of Team Daneros, the number 8 of Williams Esports, and the number 16 of Ditchfinders. Now, the 3 carts there are separated by 11 seconds. There is Senor Frogs coming into the fuel bay for their final stop of the race. Out will go the fuel cap, in goes the fuel, and he'll be handing over then to Chip. A hug there from Chip. He's done his job. And it will now be up to Chip to take this to the checkered flag. He has to wait, of course, until the fueling is complete and before he's beckoned over by the crew working in the pit lane there. He's beckoned. He will jump into the cart and get himself back going again. Now, 64% predicted that Senor Frogs would be finishing on the podium. We have 2 hours and 15 minutes left. 2 hours and 15 minutes to prove those believers right. Let's see what they can do out there. Dab Motorsport as well. We're expecting in the pit lane soon. That will be Jake Taplin handing over to Jack Goldsmith for the final stint. 3 laps is the gap, but of course Dab Motorsport will be coming into the pit lane as one of the crew there almost ready to be deployed to rescue someone perhaps out on circuit or do a bit of barrier repair. Whatever it is, they're on standby. Ah, there you go. That'll be the reason why. The plastic blocks at the Symes sweep have been knocked asunder. And I assume that whoever got the last track limit warning is going to be the culprit of that. And if we don't receive another track limit warning in a couple of minutes, it might have been the Bayford Bandits. But if I've made a false accusation there, that's only because they were the last track limit warning, and that would be the warning you get for knocking those poor blocks asunder. What did they do wrong? They're just keeping you off the curb. Maybe that's what they're doing wrong. It's very late, but let's see if we can have a look through the standings heading into the final 2 hours and 15 minutes of the race. Well, looking at the standings then, it is Dab Motorsport who lead the way, yet to make their final stop, but they have completed 1,324 laps. Second place is the number 3 kart, XLR Kent Brewery Racing. In the last lap, they lost 9/10 of a second to Dab Motorsport. Third place then, it's the number 5 kart of Adrenico Racing. They've closed in 1.6 seconds to Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. We're not really expecting either of them to stop Possibly Adrenico Racing actually very late on, but we'll have to keep an eye on it. 4th place, the only way, is Brentwood in the number 2 cart. 5th place, the number 1 cart of Club 73 Young Guns. 6th place, the number 17 cart of Dr. Vapes. In 7th place, it's the class leader in the Clubman class. It's Team ARD in the number 25 cart. 8th place is the number 10, the Bayford Bandits. 9th place, second in class, is the number 7 TRX Racing. 10th place, third in class, is the number 20 of Team Daneros. 11th place, the number 8 of Williams Esports. 12th place is the number 16 of Ditch Finders. 13th place is the number 4 of CS7 Racing. 14th place is the 23 Senior Frogs. 15th place is the number 15 of Formula None. 16th place is the 14 cart of South Coast Racing. Looks like they are on the same lap, but only just 1 minute 2 separates them. 17th place is the number 21 Zesty Drink Racing. 18th place the number 12 Club 73 Not Fast But Furious. 19th place is the 22 cart of Mini Boost. 20th place is the number 13 Brighton Motorsport. Again, they are on the same lap, but a minute separates them at the moment. 21st place, the number 24 Trophy or Trees. 22nd, the 11 cart of Club 73 Team Silent. Around about 25 seconds separates them on track. 23rd place is the number 19 Team Rango. 24th place is the number 18 Olympus Karting by HSR Autos. And rejoining us and looking to finish this race is the number 9, 25th place Williams Esports 2. Those are your current standings as we get ever closer to the final 2 hours of the race. We have 2 hours and 12 minutes to go of the Buckmore 24-hour, and let's see what can happen from here. We're expecting if you make a last stop now, you probably will make it to the end. We've seen that on the stints and in these weather conditions. So Dab Motorsport, we're expecting in. Adrenico Racing, we're probably expecting. The only way is Brentwood, expecting in. Young Guns in the number 1. Accelerate Kent Brewery, possibly a later stop than most. They've done 31 minutes on a stint so far. I don't think they can make it to the end from that. They probably will have to stop one more time. So that's your top 4 all have to stop anyway, so the gap between them is going to be roughly similar. We've got Dr. Vapes then, who want to go to the end of the race. We heard that from Mo earlier on with Yousuf. Gap though between Williams Esports 1 in the number 8 car and Ditch Finders in the 16, now 1 point I've lost it now. 1.5 seconds, there we go, I was looking in the wrong place. So very close between them. Can you imagine, you have nearly 22 hours of racing and you're separated by 2 seconds to the next cart for position.
You know what, Kieran? Can imagine it.
You can?
Yeah, because it's there.
It is there.
You don't even need to
That's very true. That is very true. That's no, that's okay. 6 of Dab Motorsport. That is your race leader. Jake Taplin is currently behind the wheel as the number 20 signals to the inside. Jake Taplin will not hesitate to take the inside line there, but you can see he's rather sailing through the first hairpin rather than driving through it. But he makes his way through hairpin 2 and he'll get back onto the power. He's got the number 14 next, which is South Coast Racing. Of course, no blue flags for the leaders. It is up to them to negotiate through the traffic. It's up to the faster cart to pass the traffic.
Now, this is actually, I want to say it's important, but it isn't that important. So, I was going to say Ditch Finders, 2 seconds behind Williams Esports, who are in turn 9 seconds behind Team Daneros, which means 11 seconds in the battle for P3. However, Ditch Finders do still need to make a pit stop, so that is the one caveat. Either way, we might still get to see a little battle between the pair of them, and that could be quite fun to witness, because Team Daneros 12 minutes out now on their stint. They should be able to make it to the end. They pitted after Dr. Vapes, and they reckon they can.
We've got an interview with Clint in race control. So can you do a throw over?
And apparently we've had our producer then give us the cue to have a chat to our race director, Clinton Bell. We'll throw to that now.
Race control, everybody. We thought we'd come up here in the last couple of hours just to get a bit of a word from Clint, our race director, of how the race has gone from your perspective, Clint. It's been a tough one for the drivers. Yeah, I mean, at the start it was super close. It was quite exciting, really. Taking the race director head off, I'm a racing fan, and at the start you could tell it was going to be a close race straight away. These conditions, obviously, it's now super challenging, and you can see some drivers starting to flag, but it's all good.
I've been really impressed with how the drivers have been sensible in the most to drive within the conditions and within themselves. No massive amounts of carts spinning off, particularly when we had that big deluge about, what was it, 5 hours ago?
Yes, obviously for this race we've recently changed to a new tyre brand, as you well know, and having tested the karts with these tyres, they are actually a little bit better than the old tyre brand. That obviously goes towards it, but yeah, most drivers are driving within their abilities. We've had the odd little bit through the night, but I think that's more the case of they've probably been up for 20 hours and only drinking Red Bull. More than the tyres and the conditions, it's just the fact that they're tired.
The fleet's been really reliable as well. I don't think we've had, apart from the standard mandatory stops, I don't think we've had any mechanicals. How pleased are you with that?
Every year, we're always, even though we know our fleet is tip-top, the guys in the workshop do a great job, but obviously it's a 24-hour race, so you always expect some things to go wrong. And apart from precautionary things in the maintenance stops, I don't believe anything's really gone wrong. I think we had a cutout earlier, but the guy did just drive through a lake, so it was expected. But yeah, we're always super happy with the karts. The guys in the workshop, they work stupidly hard in the build up to this, so yeah, fair play to them. The karts are always great.
It feels like on a par, the level's gone up this year. It's been a stronger average across the field. There have been some teams out there that are complete newbies to in real life motorsport, particularly the sim races. How impressed have you been by those guys?
Yeah, I mean, this year has been a massive step up compared to, no offence to last year, there was more rookies last year. This year you can tell that there's lots of teams taking it really serious. There was one team that I had to demote to rookie class, and when speaking to them, they admitted that I think 3 of their drivers had never been in a kart, and as a first race, that's quite challenging. But yeah, fair play. They're still going around. Super impressed as always.
And what are we thinking going forward? Bigger and better for next year?
Literally before you walk through the door, we were already in talks. I'll let you take that. We were already in talks about next year already. So during the race, we always make notes and chat with each other about how to improve for next year during this year's race. So as you've seen, it's grown every year, and yes, next year even bigger.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for your time, Clint. Great job as always, and thanks for inviting us up.
Cheers. Thank you,
guys. Over back to you in the comments box.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yeah, great to hear the insights of the race director, the man himself, Clint Bell, who's runs a steady ship, of course. And I'm sad Andrew didn't ask about the 6 black flags. And we know the reason why, because it was said to us the reason why very early on, racing under yellows. But that is how serious a briefing is. If it's said, it is meant. 2 hours and 5 minutes left to run in this race. Yousuf, what are the closest battles we're looking at out on track?
Williams Esports against Ditchfinders. Not a battle in class, but a battle to watch nonetheless. Currently separated by 2.3 seconds. They're making their way through Garda and into Cafe Corner now, so we should see them appearing at some point soon, as we see Jake Taplin, race leader for Dab Motorsport, making his way through turn 1. Currently, quickest driver out on circuit is Dante Dillon for Adrenico Racing in the number 5 car, currently running in 3rd place, and they are a lap and a bit behind the Accelerate Kent car in 2nd, and 2 hours left. Still possible for something to happen. Black flags, even the late mechanical could even come to anyone's way.
Yeah, not over till it's over, is it? Oh, there's a spinner. Someone going backwards there. That's the 21 kart, and that's on the run down towards Symes Sweep. 21 kart is Zesty Drink Racing, so a bit of a moment there. And mate, perhaps just lighting up the rear tyres coming
Slipped
out
on
of
appeal.
the coming out of the S's there when he tried to put the power down. Easy to do. It's just if you run slightly too wide and you hit the paint, you've absolutely got no grip whatsoever. So it's always best to try and stay on the tarmac. Adrenico Racing for a brief moment there, they were a minute away from Accelerate Kent Brewery. Now, of course, they all have to stop again. We've got the only way as Brentwood have stopped now, so they're going to the end. They're not expecting to come in anymore. Dab Motorsport leading the way.
The question is, we just spoke to Dr. Bates. They said they can easily make it to the end. They pitted 31 minutes ago. Accelerate pitted 39 minutes ago. Can these carts do 2 hours 42 minutes? If they can't, it's going to be a close race, I think, between Accelerate and Adrenico if Dante Dillon can keep this kind of pace up for the rest of his stint. If Accelerate don't have a pit stop to do, I think they've pretty much got second in the bag. The only
thing I think about that is Adrenico definitely need to stop.
100%.
I don't see the need for Accelerate to take that risk.
Yeah.
It's a risk they don't have to take, in my book. So, for me, if I were them, just to say play it safe, pit in, just fuel up the carts,
But
make
that's
sure
what
it gets
we
to the
want
end.
to see as well, because then we're going to get this battle, because Adrenico currently gaining by over a second a lap. Yes, they're about 60 seconds behind. 1 hour left in Dante's stint. If he does that for the next 50 laps, he's going to be within 15 seconds going into the final hour.
Yeah, absolutely. And making our way in towards that final 2 hours. There is kart number 1, which is the Club 73 Young Guns, currently running 5th out there.
Do me a favour.
And there is Kenneth Gulbranson making his way and getting ready, a little way from Kenneth as well, making his way ready for the Williams Esports outfit.
Can you give a shout out to Riley the Pug watching Jamie Henderson?
And we've got a shout out here. Riley the Pug is watching Jamie Henderson. So we had
Cut 24.
Kart number 24. I guess there's your shout out. So we'll see the kart number 7 making its way into the pit lane. That's the TRX Racing kart, fueling up for our final stint. And also coming in is the number 18 kart, which is Olympus Karting by HSR Autos, coming in for their final stop of the race. You would think, anyway, with the fuel stop, they just did a 57-minute stint, so they might split that in twain between 2 drivers, but we shall see. There is Olympus Karting coming into the pits, and a unfuel there. There is the, you can tell there's a cheesy grin under Gulbranson's helmet there, that is for sure.
Also, still very, very impressive pace from Dante Dillon in 3rd for Adrenico Racing. He's practically a second a lap quicker than anybody else out on circuit. It's only the likes of Team ARD and the AB Motorsports who are, well, about half a second a lap off his pace, and Dante absolutely flying in these conditions. And we know he was out in the wet weather earlier on, didn't have as good of a showing, but now he seems to have turned it on, had a bit of time maybe to get some rest, have a think about what he was doing wrong, what he wanted to change, and is practically a changed driver in this stint.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to say, but if you do get the right amount of rest, you do the right prep, and your recovery after a stint, then you can find yourself in a good place to take another stint. There's the number 4 car making its way round Garda. That's the CS7 racing team. There's the 14 South Coast Racing machine into the pits for a fuel stop. Have to take the sequence and clear the barriers there before the fueling can start, which the team in the pit lane do for South Coast Racing.
I'd get to the barrier and just dive over it.
Could you go out and show us how you do that?
Yeah, James says, can you show us how to do that?
I'd be happy to, but I don't know if I'd be allowed it that far down the pit lane.
We'll make
Take
plans.
the cameraman with me.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've got my helmet in the bag
But
downstairs.
you'd be soaking wet, to be fair. So
I would.
Yeah, so
I
that's
can have
not
someone
really.
carry an umbrella for me.
What? Someone's going to carry an umbrella for you?
Yeah.
That's. Don't know about that. I think that's wishful thinking.
That is very wishful thinking.
Well, Zesty Drink Machine Racing are in the pits as well, ready to take over. The first Williams Esports car also there. Still Kenneth Gulbranson waiting to take over. We are now into hour 23. 1 hour, 59 and 30 to go of the Buckmore 24-hour race. And Yousuf, this is a time you are scheduled to be off on your merry way, but it's almost like you don't want to
get rid of me, aren't you,
No, I'm
Kieran?
not, but it's the schedule. But it's been a pleasure, obviously, sharing the box with you.
Absolutely. Good to be working with you once again, Kieran, and with Andrew. been a lot of fun, and I can't wait to see how these final 2 hours go in, well, your very capable hands and Andrew's very capable hands.
I don't know about that.
I don't know about capable hands. Capable mouth? Is that a better way? Capable voices. That's the one.
No, that was the worst one yet.
Capable voices?
Capable voices?
Yeah,
Who's got
that's
what?
one.
There's no such thing as a capable voice. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, anyway. Well, Yousuf,
Well, you said it, not me.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for helping us out as well. Poor Andrew and I, we've been really appreciative of your efforts, and you smashed it out of the park. So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to call this with you.
Absolute pleasure, and thank you to everyone on YouTube for tuning in the entire stream and the wonderful work from the Alpha Live crew.
Absolutely. Yousuf Bin-Suhayl, thank you very much, and we shall see with the final 2 hours swapping over Yousuf Bin-Suhayl with Andrew Mayday.
Well, here we go then. We're into the last 2 hours of the race. And what a race it has been. A proper test of endurance. And at the moment, DAB Motorsports looking in control of it. But we have a race on for second place now. And this is the point, really, where a lot of the hard-working strategy comes to the fore, Kieran. And I'm sure you've been talking about it already, of DAB Motorsport, for example, leading the race, 2 hours and 10 minutes of a stint. They're comfortable now. They can come in, do this last pit stop. They're not worried about fuel. They're not worried about can they make it to the end with one stop or two stop. It's a straightforward run for them now, virtue of the hard work that they've done in the 22 hours leading up to now.
Yeah, I mean, DAB Motorsport are in a comfortable position. Chatting to Trent Moroney when he came up and had a chat to us. They're going with the one more stop. Jake Taplin's currently out of the car. Jack Goldsmith will take over for the final stint. I mean, who else would take over in that machine? So Jack Goldsmith is looking to take the checkered flag. But yeah, he said they're not looking to take any risks. There's no need to. They're just going to get this one home, sail it home, and hopefully take the checkered flag. The ones we're interested though, I'm not sure if you heard Yousuf having a chat to Dr. Vapes.
Yep.
They pitted in 38 minutes ago. They're going to the end. 2 hours 35 minutes.
Ooh.
One tank of fuel in these conditions.
Oh, we've seen 230s.
Super Mo said, easy. You could do it in these conditions. We shall wait and see.
I've learnt not to doubt Supermo. Some would say C to B to A final in a sprints format can't be done. He proved us all wrong a few weeks ago here for Club 100.
What's also interesting as well is Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, who have had a stint of 47 minutes. They will probably have to stop again.
Yep.
The thing is, though, they're 56 seconds ahead of Adrenico Racing, so it's going to be very tight in terms of getting back out there ahead of Adrenico. That is going to be one to watch. But then Adrenico also have to stop, so then you've got the only way is Brentwood. The worst thing Adrenico can do in this scenario is really pit on the same lap as Accelerate, because that would negate any chance of an advantage they could get. The only thing they have to do is do whatever he doesn't do, which is that's the phrase, isn't it?
Hello to Ben2003, who in the DDMM chat has asked, will the ditch finders stop again? Yes, they will. In fact, right on cue, they'll stop for you there, Ben. Their last pit stop is happening right now. That will put them back behind Williams Esports 1. And kind of similar to the leaders at the front, DAB Motorsport, they've done a good strategy this year, the ditch finders. I feel for them in a way, because we were talking about it with Clint. The standard has risen, a step change in the quality of the field this year. That's a performance, a similar performance, if not better performance, from ditch finders to the one that they did last year that got them second in the class.
Yes.
This year, I don't think they're going to make the podium.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one to take. You feel like you've done everything you can right, but just sometimes it's not your day. There have been quicker stints, there have been quicker drivers today, and the weather has played a huge factor in how this race has gone. We saw battling for the top 4 in the opening 40 minutes or so. We saw that whittled down to the top 2 by the end of the second hour and at the first pit stops, and that's where things started to separate. And really, the top 4 have been so consistent with their pace. Even coming across traffic, they've been really consistent, that none of the 4 teams have given anybody a chance to really close in on anyone. It's been really equidistant between them. If there have been any gaps that have come down, they've gone straight back up. So it's been one of those where everyone's been managing the pace and doing a really good job of doing so.
Ditch in the pits.
Indeed. So this is Ditch Finders in the pit lane. I'm hearing in my ear. The number 12 of Not Fast But Furious just finishing their stop. So actually I think number 16's been in and out. Yes, they have been. So they are clear of the pit lane. A quick sight of the number 3 cart there. Tom Langford in for them at the moment. Grand Prix League champion here in 2018. Sprints League champion in 19 and 2020. Running at least the penultimate leg.
Another cart into the pits, that looks like. And that didn't happen. Let's just come up on the time.
And it's the leader. It's the leader of the race.
It is. There you go. So Dab Motorsport into the pits then. So Jake Taplin will jump out of the cart, and Jack Goldsmith will jump in to take this cart to the checkered flag. And if it's not Jack Goldsmith, I'll be very surprised, and I'll also be having some words to Trent Moronay, who told me that was exactly the plan. So let's see what happens there. It is Jack Goldsmith jumping in. Never doubt Trent.
So Jack goes away. The job in hand, bring it home. Simple as that. If you're stopping now, no need to stop again for the rest of the race. 2 hours in dry conditions, easily on fuel for these carts. They're not going to hit the same fuel rate here now because of the conditions, of course. Running slower. And one thing has impressed me most about this performance from Dab has been... There was a bit of an attack, wasn't there, from Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing leading into the pit window.
Yes.
When Accelerate changed it up a little bit on the fuel strategy, moved it out, and almost put the cards down to say, right, well, what have you got? Dab Motorsport. Whoa, bit of a lurid spin there for the number 18 Olympus Karting by HSR Autos into hairpin 1. And they didn't panic. They knew that they'd taken good care of the carts. A key moment for me was that service window. They were 28 seconds apart, Dab Motorsports and Accelerate, before the pit window. At the end of it, a few hours later, once everybody had cycled through, the lead gap was two laps, and they've not looked back from that point.
No, it's been great. Whatever the weather's thrown at them as well, they've handled it well. And they're just looking to take this home. All of the teams really looking to take this home if you're in the top 3. And if you're outside it, you're trying to throw everything and the kitchen sink to make sure you try and make it into the top 3. I mean, I've been impressed with Team ARD as well in that Clubman class. They have been, ever since it rained, they've been lapping quicker than the leaders consistently. 106.5 from them on the last lap. Compared to Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing 107.1, Adrenico Racing 106.2, so 0.3 slower there, but they have some rapid pace towards the end here.
Indeed. Keep your comments and your questions coming in. Joshua says, I've been up way too long, can't go off now in the last 2 hours though. No, power through, Josh, power through.
Absolutely.
And sleep after the checkered flag. We will have the post-race ceremonies, I think. So I say, go to sleep after the checkered flag. Don't go after the checkered flag. Just hold on until the podiums and the trophies are awarded here on the balcony.
I mean, so many drivers, so many teams have taken to the track today. But Andrew, I'm going to have to put you on the spot. Right?
Go on then.
I hope you're prepared for this. Who's a team that's impressed you the most?
Ooh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. I think I I can't use the all of them one. I used that one earlier.
That would be the one I used.
I've really enjoyed the performance of Team Dineros. There's been a couple of points there where they could have wobbled and fallen back. The clubman battle has been fierce, really, really fierce. And I think for them to be on the podium, they weren't here that much last year. That's a new name up in that top 3 from 12 months ago. I think I'm going to give it to them. They've really pulled it out of the bag and had to just keep digging in there. I remember that period in the middle of the night where it seemed to be, as drivers were alternating through, Team Dineros would then have a period quick of the race. Then the ditch finders would come back, and it went back and forth 3 or 4 times. And yeah, that's a difficult win. That's a difficult duel always to win out in, and they've done a fantastic job there.
It's been a great watch, to say the least. There's the ditch finders then, 12th overall, and they're 8.5 seconds behind the number 8 Williams Esports outfit. You may have missed the news whilst you're away. We do have 25 cars left in the circuit.
I had seen a note about that the Williams Esports 2 scratch off that they'd retired, that they'd come back out again. Look to take the checkered flag.
Yeah, having a chat to Ben Hawkins as part of the Williams Esports program.
Yep.
And it's all part of a new regime, if you like. It's been brought in to bring in a new regime to get the esports team back on track and back up there again. And started with a grueling week. The Army on Monday. They went to Arsenal Football Club during the week, and they've ended the week here doing a 24-hour.
Good stuff.
And the Williams Esports 2 team was the team that's the non-racing background. So those are your managers, and the idea was to put them through their paces. So the fact that they a grueling race with grueling weather, but they've got someone out there now. Believe it, Brett Koch behind the wheel.
And it's what's great about this 25-strong field is every single team. There's a story to be told there. As I say, with the 2 at the bottom of the order, it's been all about doing this for the first time ever. A lot of new drivers to in real life racing there. Team Rango, they had that great couple of opening hours where they were right up there. Club 73 Team Silent and another batch of drivers coming through there. Trophy or Trees, racing against adversity and keeping going and still having a chance of getting into top 20 there. Brighton Motorsports, similar to Team Rango. Yes, it's not gone well for them through the night, but they've had their moments. Mini Boost, the step up from Mini Boost from a year ago, where they really, really did struggle at times, and they're solidly in the top 20. And you look at that delta from where they are to the very top of the order. And I'll go and have a look at it. Actually, I'm sure that they have shaved off a huge number of laps that they have a deficit at this stage of the race compared to last year. Zesty Drink Racing, they've been great fun as well. I know they've been having a good amount of support in the chat as well. I see you, Tom Wallen, with the lemon emojis. It's been a really, really strong race for a lot of teams, and all of them can be proud of their efforts here today and this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been, I think, one of the toughest 24 hours that I think I've seen here at Buckmore. The fact that weather alone has made this such a grueling task. But as Clint said when he was speaking to you, it's probably the highest standard of driving.
Yeah.
A few yellow flags during the race as well. So all in all, it's gone in the right direction.
Here's Alex Mitchell, Brighton Motorsport. Started the race for the current BUKC drivers from the Brighton University and a few of the graduates in this team as well. I spoke to him earlier here in the comms box. Led the race in the first hour in what is still a story I'm still trying to get my head around of of, well, I understand the mechanics of how it happened, but the top 6 all receiving 20-second stop-go penalties for speeding under yellow flags. Kind of with the first run through the traffic that really shook the order up for the first hour or so. I think they may be disappointed to be outside the top 15, Brighton, but again, I think they can be proud of their efforts today. They've shown some really good pace. They've got a big event next weekend with BUKC finals down at Clay Pigeon. They can be buoyed by their efforts there. You don't win every single one of these endurances. They had a very good run at the BUKC 24-hour last year. But they'll take the learning that they've had here. I'm sure they'll be having another go at the BUKC 24-hour in a couple of months' time up at Teesside.
At the moment, though, it is, at least for the pro class, the top 2 remain the same from last year.
Yep.
And I was speaking to, that's a attempted 3-wide moment there, as Vapor Bandits wanted to go and make it 3-wide, trying to go down the middle. The door was always closing. I had a chat to Mark Puxley of the Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, and very nice guy. Having a chat to me about the weather conditions and how he's in the night stints, how it got slightly lonely out there. But mainly he was having a chat to me because he's not the sort of driver to get a little bit irate out there. He's normally quite a reserved driver, keeps the hand signals down. So when he starts making hand signals, you've really touched the nerve.
Yeah.
That is the one thing you can say about Mark Puxley, but he's a lovely guy. But we were chatting about it. He's happy in P2, looking to just take this one home with side by side. You can't quite call it door to door. It's bumper to bumper action as drivers now make their way through in towards Pullman's, then down towards Paddock. But second place, all in all, not a bad result for Accelerate. But Dab Motorsport here, 3-lap lead. Jack Goldsmith now behind the wheel to take them to the checkered flag. And it's just going to be Jack's goal now to, as you say, bring it home. But you say to Jack, bring it home, he'll still go as fast as he can.
Oh, yes. No, definitely. Just had a start of Jamie Henderson there. And he is taking the Trophy or Trees cart. Well, let's say home. They've probably still going to have 2 hours of stop, aren't they? Because they've been out for an hour and 22.
So too World Club 73 team side. I think now they're for nearly 2 hours. So looking at it, well, Dr. Bates at 53 minutes are not planning to stop again.
Yes.
So I wonder if Formula 9 are taking a leap out of the same book. 50 minutes they've been out there for in a 15 cart. I wonder if they're thinking on the same wavelength. Maybe they can make it to the end. Team Daneros, 40 minutes there. Again, they should be okay, because that would be a roughly 2 hours 20. They should be okay. We are expecting Accelerate Kangaroo Racing and Renaco Racing into pits. The gap between them, though, is 45 seconds. Renaco are lapping a second lap.
It's coming down. Bit of spice to be had at the end of this race. Apologies, I didn't remember the name of who it was, but we had a question. It was from Henry, who's driving for Williams Esports number 1. I believe we've got Kenneth Gulbranson in for them at the moment, the former Norwegian karting champion, who raced at European Championship level as well in KF3 and KF2, right at the top of karting. T2 asks, what's your predictions for Senior Frog's race position? I think, well, based on the current pace, I think obviously it's very close with Clanigan Strike 7 Racing, but I think they've got the mettle to hold out in that one and hold that 13th place.
Yeah, I think they're going to be in that 5th place in class. They've got 2 laps between themselves and Ditch Finders. 1 lap, but it's about a lap and a half, and they've got to close that in an hour and 39 minutes.
Yep.
It's It's a tough
Tough ask.
But even if they come away with 5th place, to come from the back of the grid, still no mean feat. You can't underwrite that one. They've had some fantastic stints out there as well. You know, we had the 2 massive stints at the start of this race after Villeneuve to bring them straight into it. Chip jumping in the car second, Rotor Shaw jumping in third, and bringing that cart up the order. And yeah, the so-called cameraman, also a little bit of a wet weather warrior.
Very experienced driver in his own right from BPEC. There's Chippo Crimes, doing what he does best. I really do hope we. I know they've done this one twice now. Whether they'll do it a 3rd time, whether the hunger is there to go for it again, we'll wait and see. But I do hope we see them do more racing in real life, because they have got talents in that team. I know they've got very busy schedules, and that's always going to be a limiting factor. But who knows? Maybe they go and try a different kind of karting. Carry on with their endurance elements, because I'd keep going with this if I were them. I know I'm going to say that because I love the sport, but they've been a great addition to this race the last couple of years. And they finished 13th last year as well, overall.
Just unfortunately this year, that converts to 5th in class rather than 4th in class.
It's, yeah, in some ways you read it and it's like, oh, they've not got any better. I think they have. If you've watched this race, and you watched last year's race as well, it has been a really, really tough. It's been a different set of circumstances as well, starting from the back of the grid. That was a new challenge for them as 3 wide as we go through hairpin number 2. Dante Dillon looking around the outside of the number 17. He's ended up on the inside in the middle. I'm not quite sure how that happened there with the Olympus karting by HSR Autos number 18.
Braver man than I.
But yeah, it's. I think this race, from a morale point of view, last year they came with the enthusiasm that powered them through, and coupled with the great performances to get them 4th in class and 13th overall. You know, there's been a bigger target on their back. People know what they're about now in terms of out there on the track. They then, as I say, had to start from the back. A lot more hurdles, I think, have been thrown at them this year, which is why I think their current 13th position is actually better than last year's.
Yeah. And, as you say, they've got that team cohesion there. They went through the highs and lows of a 24-hour today, and Calfreezy being the one to bring them around.
Brilliant job. He's done an absolutely superb job with managing it, changing it in response to how the race is going. You know, for example, when they needed to check over whether the karts had the performance, they weren't planning to put Josh Larkin in second. They did. He went out, did the job, delivered. Whoa, that's going to be a fun spin. 360 down for Olympus karting. Yeah, well executed. So, yeah, I think they can be very proud of their efforts today, as can these guys. Olympus karting team, they'll be back. They'll be doing more. Talked to Tom Cope from their team earlier. They've got a plan ahead to put that platform in place to allow more of their esports team members to transition into in real life racing.
Overall position, not the car position. Ditchfind has closed up 0.6 of a second on that last lap. Gap is 6.1. So if they keep up that pace, Andy Ditchman would have to time, which is roughly 12 minutes, roughly maybe 11, 12 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have to keep an eye on that battle.
We'll be expecting a final pit stop from Club 73 Team Silent Short. As we say, how's that gap looking between second and third now. Over another lap, 107.07, another 106. It's down to 40 seconds now. And if there's one driver that you'd put your money on to be able to pull that 40-second gap in so far in 2023 in this field, it is Dante Dillon.
Closing 9/10 of a second on that lap alone. He's meaning business here. There's a late charge from Adrenico to see if they can grab second place in this race. The thing is, have they got enough time to do that?
I think they have. I think they have at that rate. They've got enough time here to pull this one back and at least challenge. The one question, I know it is the big question, if you accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, do you try and go to the end on this one? Be a long, long stint. It'd be like 2 hours and 42 minutes.
In my view, probably not. It's way too much of a risk because the only thing is Adrenico have to pit again.
Yes.
For definite.
And the advantage is, as well, is Accelerate have got the fuel in hand and the stint length in hand. They can just wait to see what Adrenico do. Adrenico will pit first because they pitted half an hour earlier than Accelerate. They definitely won't make the end of the race on this current tank. So if you Accelerate, you can see what Adrenico do, who do they put in for the final stint, etc., etc., and then play your card. It may be that you want to put a fresh driver in and tell the driver, right, you've got to be hitting mid 106s to bring this home, and then play out that strategy. They have quite a few options in terms of how they play the rest of this race to hold on to that second spot on the rostrum, which they had last year.
Want to keep hold of it as well, as Dante Dillon taking another second out of that gap between second and third place, now down to 38 seconds. So it's coming down at a rate of knots here, Andrew.
Tom Baxter asks, when do Ditch Finders next pit? No, they're done. They are done. They pitted 23 minutes ago. Essentially, if you're looking at live.alphatimer.co.uk/Buckmore, or you're over on the DDMM comms box cam and data center on the DDMM YouTube channel, the key column that you're looking at right now is the TT column, which is the time on track. That's the timer that gets reset every time a kart goes through the pit lane. If you are seeing any times that are less than 50 minutes, they're done. That is a team that does not need to pit again. I think only really we're remaining with pit stops. Club 73 team Silence, Trophy or Trees will owe us one. Formula none, I think might be okay if they stretch out the fuel. Dr. Vapes, we know, are trying to stretch out the fuel. And then it's Adrenico Racing and Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. If we didn't just mention a team name there, they are running to the end now. They won't be visiting the pit lane for any scheduled pit stops with 1 hour and 30 minutes to go. And because there's 1 hour and 30 minutes to go, as Olympus have had a spin there, let's have our penultimate rundown of the order. 90 minutes to go on the clock. DAB Motorsport are going to be your race leaders, having completed 1,363 laps of the race. They have a 3-lap lead over Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, and it is that 3-lap lead that they've held for pretty much the last 8 hours or so. Adrenico Racing are trying to chase Accelerate down, though. At the last count, it's now down to 36 seconds for Accelerate over Adrenico Racing. They're going for broke here with the number 5. And they may as well, because they've got a 3-lap advantage over the only way is Brentwood, who are looking like they're going to be finishing off the podium this year. They have got a 5-lap advantage themselves over Club 73. Young Guns, Dr. Vapes 2 and a bit laps further back from the number 1 kart. Team ARD are on for another victory in the Clubman category. Will they move up to Pro next year? I think there'd be a good shout for Pro next year. They're there in 7th place, the number 25. They have a 3 and a bit lap lead over the Bayford Bandits, who are there in 8th place. Crucially, though, there's another lap back before the next Clubman entry. That's TRX Racing. They've had the speed. They've had some penalties along the way, though. They've probably had a few too many black flags to be right up there with Team ARD fighting for the win. But they are on the podium, and they have got a lap over the next kart on the Clubman podium at the moment, Team Daneros, there in 10th place. There has just been a change for 11th. The Ditch Finders, who are a further lap back from Team Daneros, have just overtaken Williams Esports 1 for 11th place. The gap is 3.4 seconds between them now. Williams Esports 1 are just ahead of the Senior Frogs. 2 laps is the gap between them at the moment, or 2 and a bit laps, we should say. Not quite a full complete 3. Clenaghan Strike 7 Racing are in 14th place. They're trying to chase down Josh Larkin in the Senior Frogs number 23, but the gap is still above 15 seconds. It's 16.8 to be exact at the moment. And Senior Frogs keep responding with the good lap times to any attack from the number 4. Formula None are then a further lap and a bit back from the number 4. The 15 is in 15th place. And they've also now got a clear lap. In fact, 40 seconds is the gap between the number 4 and the number 15. Then it's a further lap back to South Coast Racing in 16th place. Zesty Drink Racing have had an entertaining run. They're 3 laps further back. They're holding off Club 73 Not Fast But Furious in 18th. Mini Boost, who I just want to say, last year finished more than 50 laps off the overall lead. They have had a huge improvement in 2023. They're in 19th. They're 37 laps off the overall lead. A big step forward for them. They can be proud of their efforts, and they're currently beating out into that position Brighton Motorsport, who complete the top 20, 39 laps off the overall lead. They've got a lap over Trophy or Trees. That is the second of the YouTube teams, the F1 and Motorsport Influencers team. Jimmy Broadbent, Ben Daly, Alex Gillen, and others. They've had a really arduous drive from pretty much the first 5 hours of the race, and full credit to them for keeping going with this one. They've got a lap over Club 73 Team Silence in 22nd. Team Rango are 3 laps further back in 23rd, and then it's the first of our very much rookie and debutant teams from the world of sim racing. Olympus Karting by HSR Autos are there, 76 laps off the overall lead, and circulating once again to, fingers crossed, take the checkered flag, the second entry from the Williams F1 Esports crew. They've completed 878 laps. Would be great. Oh, I'm not sure they're going to hit the 1,000, but hopefully they can before we get to 2:30. That is your penultimate rundown of the race. We're going to take a very short break on the commentary here, and we'll be back very shortly with an advert, a quick word from one of our sponsors here on your Alpha Live stream. Don't go anywhere.
Imagine a world where style and sustainability unite. The Anderson A2 Charge Point offers over 120 carbon finish combinations, so you will choose to blend in or stand out. Crafted in the UK from high-quality materials and precision engineering, the A2 is designed to make the switch to electric driving as seamless as possible. Smart, simple, sustainable. This is luxury electric vehicle charging. This is Anderson EV.
Thank you very much to Anderson EV for their support of this year's event. Kieran, how those gaps looking like? We have just seen. Now I'm a bit surprised about that. Accelerator have come in and done their pit stop before Adrenico.
Yes, I think the team know Accelerate Canberra Racing, but Adrenico still have to make a stop. Adrenico is still closing in on them, this time by nearly 2 seconds on the last lap. Gap is 7.8 seconds, and well, yeah, it's a bit surprising, but they know that Adrenico have to pit in.
Yeah.
If they can just sort of get them home, it forces the Adrenico to say, well, actually, yeah, we do need to pit now, and maybe relieve the pressure that way. We'll keep an eye on that one. Gaps around them. Let's have a look. CS7 Racing did close in by about a tenth of a second on the senior frogs. We've got Team Veneros and TRX Racing battle for second place in class. It's 51.1 seconds, but Team Veneros did cover half a second on that last lap. Team ARD. I mean, Team ARD, as you said, that if they enter next year, they will probably be a pro.
Yeah.
They have had some phenomenal pace for clubmen. No other clubman can really get near them. They're lapping in the high 106, low 107s, and some of the clubs can't get near that at all.
Ryan Micallef there for mini boost, just allowing the space for Dante Dillon to get down the inside. You'll have Otto Gulbertson for Williams Esports 1 there as well. Richard Neal in for Daneros at the moment. Spoke to him last weekend at Wilton Mill. We talked about he's had a few years in karting now, but he's been looking to stretch himself, looking to challenge himself with this event and running in Club 100 as well. And as I say, what a run they've had. Currently holding that third spot. There is the number 20, Richard Neal aboard.
Lapping very strongly in these latter stages of these treacherous conditions. You can see on the run towards turn 1 how tricky and treacherous it is out there. At one point we might sort of been racing with boats, put sails on the carts at one point in this race. I think that was when I was away. It really did chuck it down over the morning.
Delirium is now in the commentary box. Producer James is dancing in front of us.
Sort of blocking the screen.
That's the beauty of the projector. His face then becomes the screen.
That's true. That's very true.
8.7 seconds the gap for second to third, but as we know, Adrenico Racing have got to have another visit to the pit lane. They may well be the last team to make a stop, because if you're just joining us or if you just come back in and you're looking at the live timing, you might be wondering about Dr. Vapes. They're going to go to the end, or at least going to try to, as Olympus Karting have had a spin out there. We're back to a 3. Hello, James.
Hello.
This is new.
Oh no, like I've not done this before. I did it. What time was it last time?
It was very, very late on. It was only for about 2 minutes.
You spoke most about dogs.
Yes.
Kieran's won the predictor of how many dogs, higher or lower.
So I predicted 6, didn't I?
Yes.
And we believe we've seen potentially 6.
Oh, we've seen more than 6. I think I've seen 8.
2 of them may have been the same dog.
Oh, okay. We'll have to check back through.
This is where the controversy lies. Was it the same dog twice over?
Or was it just the same breed?
Wow. We may never know.
We don't normally get to do this, and a lot of effort has gone into this one. It's been a huge effort from everyone at Alpha Life. How proud of you of the whole team?
Yeah, no, very. Like it's no easy feat doing a 24-hour race. The planning that goes in behind it. There's weeks of preparation. There's weeks of planning. A week before the event, we got asked to see if we could make it possible, the first time, to go live during the night shift.
Yeah.
Obviously, on your part, you had to work out commentators.
Yep.
That was no easy feat for you. I had to find 4 camera operators and vision mixer so I could get some rest.
Mm-hmm.
The people we got on board, they're amazing. Like,
Yeah.
genuinely, every single person that we've had has been supportive. They've been great. Yeah, just been brilliant. Yeah, it's taken its toll. I'm feeling it.
I think we'll all be getting a lot of sleep tomorrow.
Yes. But an hour and 19 minutes to go.
Yep.
And yeah, the last 30 minutes for our last hurrah. We're going to be a bit chill for the next hour, depending on what happens on track in all fairness.
Mhm.
And then obviously we've got the last 30 minutes, which will be hopefully really exciting, hopefully some really close racing.
And a really busy weekend as a whole for Alpha Live, because this is one of 4 productions, if I'm not mistaken. There's at least 4
That is correct,
this weekend,
Yeah.
and not just in the UK as well, because there's a team out on the continent for Road Tax Max Challenge Switzerland.
That's correct. Yeah, Luke is currently out in Italy at
Franciacorta. Yep.
That is currently live at the moment. We're currently also Wilton Mill Kart Club, Wilton Mill, and Teesside Sprints, which we're actually producing from Wilton Mill.
Ah, okay.
So we've got the 2 teams there. We've
Yep.
got a couple of camera operators in Teesside. So we're producing that remotely.
Yeah.
We did it last month and it worked really well.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's really busy. And then this weekend coming as well, it's very busy again.
So we've got BUKC on Friday, and then we've got Super One as well. I mentioned those because they're the ones I'm involved with.
And then on Thursday, I'm off to PFI, working with the British champs for the whole weekend.
Yep.
Bringing the IAMI and TPM.
For those, it's a very young crew here as well. For those with a eye on camera operating or any kind of production, how can they get in touch with Alpha Live if they're interested in getting involved?
If you'd like to get involved with working with us, we're always looking for people. We're always looking for keen motorsport enthusiasts. So if you email us at jobs@alphalive.co.uk, send us some information on what you'd be interested in working for, like as in working, what sort of job role you'd like to work on us with, and we'll be sure to get back to you.
Absolutely. There's Richard Neal continuing to go round for Team De Niros. Dave Whitehouse at home says, I want to see the dancing. Absolutely not, Dave. We're not turning the camera around for that on the Consbot stream. They are, but they do owe us a pit stop probably in the next 20 minutes or so.
Okay.
But it shows as well that if Accelerate make any penalties, any mistakes of that nature, it is going to get very, very close very quickly with Adrenico Racing.
Do you reckon on track they realise that it could be this close?
Yes. No, I think they'll be fully aware of what the situation is around them, and that it'll be the reminder in the ear of Accelerate driver apologies. I'm not quite sure who's out there for them at the moment, of like, remember the track limits, no contact with any back markers, etc., etc. Bring it home. It's Ollie Smith out for them at the moment, if I've got that one correct.
I think he's going for the mind of the top 3 at the moment. What do you reckon?
I think Dab will be fairly chill in this scenario. They've done this job before. They did it 12 months ago. They've got that buffer as well. Even if something was to go slightly awry, if they pick up a penalty, they've got that 3-lap gap to fall back on. Dante's just going to be in full racer mode, which in a way is what he loves to do. Flat out, again, has got that comfortable gap to keep themselves on the podium. They may as well go for it.
No, he's doing well. Doing really well. But yeah, I'm doing a 24-hour race soon.
Yeah?
I am. We're going over to Le Mans, doing the Teesside.
Ah, okay.
Teesside sprint one.
Is it in July?
Yes.
Yep.
So that'll be fun. So I'll get to experience this
Mm.
again. I haven't done this since 2010. Since then I've been filming karting rather
Yeah.
than doing karting.
Good stuff. Who's in the team?
Me, Luke, Tom Button,
Yep.
Ian Williams, and David Sullivan, who people were calling earlier the GOAT.
I did see that. I didn't comment on that. No, he's pretty good. He's pretty good.
His paddock walks are funny.
Yeah.
He has me laughing. Right, on that note, I will make a move.
Okay.
I'm going
Thank
to
you,
go
James.
chill for a little bit and then finish off the stream.
Thank you for all your efforts this week. Been a super job as always, and we'll do it again soon.
Speak to it.
See you in a bit. James Fitzhugh there from Alpha Live. So, this is an intriguing moment. Jack Goldsmith's just gone past Dante Dillon there. I wonder if Dante is just going to try and sit in the wheel tracks here of Jack Goldsmith. What you've got on screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, is the first 3 karts in the field all together on the circuit. Now, they're not necessarily in that order, or they're not necessarily on the same lap as each other.
They're actually in reverse order with them. No, they're not. Second, third, and first. Second, third, then first. But as Olympus have had a spin, but can Adrenico Racing? Yes, they owe us a pit stop. That is the important piece of information that we need to remember. But can they get the noses ahead of Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing to, at least on the timesheet, put themselves back in second place with less than 90 minutes of this race to go?
Yeah, it's going to be one to watch, that is for sure. 73 minutes on the clock. And yeah, Adrenico still owe us a pit stop, as you say. 4/10 of a second separates them now. That's the number 3 and the number 5 out on circuit. They're going to be battering each other, but Accelerate don't need to pit again. Adrenico do. But then it's the case of Adrenico will have to fill up the cart, change driver, so Dante will no longer be in the cart.
Yes.
Will they still have the same pace after that stop to chase down and possibly challenge for second place?
They've got some very strong drivers in their ranks. That's why they're up here in this position. They have now, that's confirmed on the screen, gone past into second place. They're going to keep pushing on. They've got to get that gap out as far as possible. This is going to be very, very interesting next half an hour. They're going to keep running Dante in that cart as long as possible. Now, the other thing that we should consider as well, and I'll be honest, I'm not sure how they'll play this, is, I mean, I'm guessing it's going to be surely to keep it even for everybody going to brim the tank.
Yeah, if you stop for fuel stop, they have to brim the tank.
So there's not going to be any short fueling for this. No splash and dash like a refueling age of a Formula 1 race or in other endurance races. So they're not going to be able to take advantage of that scenario of not needing as much fuel to get to the end, to get to the checkered flag.
We see the Olympus karting by HSR Auto's cars get sideways going through the S's there. Always an interesting line. And sideways again going through Pullman's there, down towards Paddock.
Now, we're saying with the arrows to stop, but Graham makes a good point. I wouldn't say surely they can get to the finish without another stop, but I'm not aware that we've seen anyone do what would be a 2-hour... No, they've got to get in. I don't see them being able to do 3 hours and 11 minutes on a single tank of fuel. We've seen 2 hours and 30. We've got a team out there that's trying to do 2 hours 35. And what they don't want to do is risk running out of fuel, having to wait for a tow back to the pit lane, and end up losing a spot on the podium altogether. I think they would rather be guarantee themselves there in the top 3 psychologically than throw it all in for second place. If it was for the win, maybe a bit different, but they want to be on that podium. They want to get one of those trophies at the end of this race.
It's tough to say, isn't it? They obviously on our timing screens they've been out there for more than 2 hours.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's a error on your timing screen at your end, Graham, but they've by our information they've been out for 2 hours and 2 minutes. So I would expect them in the next 40 minutes or so. But if they keep pushing on, they've got a chance here with this with rate of progress.
I thought we were going 3 wide in towards turn 1 there, which is always interesting in the dry, let alone the wet. But there go Olympus karting, trying to put up a fight with South Coast Racing. South Coast Racing go round the outside, get the power down, and take that line away, move themselves in contention then. But that is obviously not for position. South Coast Racing are a lap down on number 14 of Formula None. Oh, sorry, the 15 of Formula None. They are a lap down. But Senior Frogs, 13th overall. They are currently 5th in class. 2 laps down on the Williams Esports outfit. With an hour and 9 minutes on the board. 2 laps to catch and then try to pass as well. Fifth place in class. No things to shake a stick at, as you said before. It's a commendable feat that they've achieved today from the back. But the most important thing is now they just have to bring the cart home. That's all they have. I say that's all they have to do, like it's an easy thing. It's still raining out there. Obviously they're on slick tyres. They're not allowed to change onto wet weather tyres. They have to stay on the slicks for the entire race. It's not as easy as it looks in these conditions. I can tell you that.
Now, we should say for those tuning in maybe a little bit later in the race, that's twofold mainly. One, just time, particularly on the carts that have got the shrouds fully around all four corners. No 2.5 second pit stops here like Formula 1. It does take a bit of effort to get the wheels off. Also, I know this isn't going to be the case here today. It's going to be like this to the end of the race. But if you see the conditions change back, like in Formula 1, if you run a treaded tyre in karting on a drying track, it goes quickly. So from a cost element, that wouldn't be good for Buckmore and their corporate fleet if they started piling loads of money into wet tyres that then would just get shredded. As into the pits, that's a driver change for the number 17 of Dr. Vapes. Now, that wasn't a fuel stop, so I'm just going to note there that 1 hour and 27 was the first part before they changed the driver. Maybe that was the driver just getting a little bit tired towards the end of the race, but they're going to keep going on, trying to get to the end of the race without fueling again. I'll be honest, I'm not quite following that one from Dr. Vapes. They've got a 2-lap advantage. Why risk it? But there we go. They've been very entertaining throughout the whole race. They might put a bit of a spice in right at the end.
There's nothing like a bit of entertainment to take us to the end of the race. If they want to try it, more power to them.
Digging in deep at the moment are Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. I think they realise the situation here. They cannot let Dante Dillon get too far ahead in the number 5 Adrenico Racing. Dante is quicker. He's the quickest driver out on circuits. He's putting in the 105s, and he's the only driver, I think, in that respect. He's putting in the 105s. But they're holding the gap. It's not going out at a ridiculous rate. It's 3 seconds now between second and third place. And they are Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. They're not quite in Bring It Home mode yet. Still got some work to do. The number 25, they're just letting them go through. That is Team ARD. They definitely are in Bring It Home mode for their clubman win.
Again, phenomenal performance from all at ARD. They have been brilliant. All race long, they have been brilliant. And they're really showing it with their pace in the wet, which is really, they really have come alive in these closing stages. It's great to watch those lap times as well. So consistent.
A couple of questions about the British 24 hour. I think details to come for the 2023 edition, but yes, you can watch back previous editions of the British 24 hour. I'm trying to think of how many years we've gone back now. Back to 2017, I'm going to hazard a guess. We've got all of them here on Alpha Live. That's been a dramatic race in the last hour over a couple of in years gone by. I wouldn't recommend going watching back 2022's Glow, simply because there was even more rain than this, and the red flag came out and actually sadly ended the race early on that one. But if I remember correctly, 2019 we had a lead change on the last lap. That was pretty exciting. So go back and have a watch of that. And
I love the fact that the 24 hours can be decided on the last lap.
yes,
All that 24 hours of race. Can you imagine if you're the team?
and there was contact, and there was an engine failure for one of the top two. Most dramatic race finish I've ever commentated on.
If you race a 24 hour, all those the 18 coming into the pits for a driver change.
Much bigger field as well. Much bigger circuit, I should say. Because parts of it are full-sized drift circuit and car circuit. Jim featured it on one of his videos probably about a year ago. Jimmy Broadbent. Brilliant facility. Always enjoy going up to Teesside as well. Not been up there for a while. Hopefully be back there soon. To Michael cheering on Dab Motorsport to bring it home. They're doing just that at the moment. There they are, Jack Goldsmith. Who's got one of the best seats in the house at the moment, Kieran, because he's seeing Dante Dillon up ahead, pushing like crazy to try and get this gap out ahead of Accelerate, and he's just trying to follow him through.
He is. Gaining 4 tenths per second that lap. So he's taking full advantage of this little bit of blackery that's needing to be had. He's making contact with at this late stage anyway. You won't have a lot of time to recover the time lost during the penalty. There is the Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. There at the front of that is Dante Dillon, the Identico Racing kart. Towards 30, then on towards Pullman. Now it is the time to Accelerate to find their way through this little bit of a packed field at the moment.
I think it's Ollie Smith who raced in this race in previous years gone by. Do correct us if we're wrong, guys. But he finished the race for them last year, if my memory serves me correctly. Slightly tighter line through Henry's Bend there. It's the second part, the top end of the circuit. Only a couple of minutes to go before we get into the final hour of the 2023 Buckmore Park 24 Hours. Andrew Mather and Kieran McGinley taking you through to the end of the race. There's still things to be decided here, particularly this fight for second place overall and in pro between Adrenico Racing and Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. Team De Neros there in the number 20 won't be resting on their laurels yet. Yes, they have the lead of a lap over their long race rivals, the Ditch Finders, as round the outside going there was Team De Neros on the race leader. That's a brave move from Richard Neal, and he's made it work.
He has, and he's let them back through as well. And the sort of the arm up in the air from Jack Goldsmith was oh right, okay.
Yeah.
You made that move, and then you just let me back through. Great move, though.
All a bit wide there for Ollie Smith. Gathers it back up together. Might get a track limit warning for his excursion there. But I can see why he did that. Just wanted to keep the steering open and not go into a spin, because that would be the worst of things to have right now. Put the team under extra pressure. 2 hours and 12 minutes Adrenico Racing have been out now, so we know from previous efforts from other teams, I would say they've got at least another 20 minutes, but not much more than that in the tank. And they may just elect to come in now, depending on how Dante's feeling out there. He's done a lot of mileage over the last 23 and a bit hours. We are now into the final hour of the race then. We're no longer talking about hours to go, we're talking about minutes. There's 59 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Hour 24, here we are. You can start playing the final countdown and everything. At home, we can't hear on the stream for obvious copyright reasons, but...
That's a shame. I'd have loved to have done that. Can't beat a bit of Europe. Well, that's the only bit of Europe. You can't beat it anyway.
I've still got the Comms Box Cam running as well. Big thanks to everyone who's supported that one, and Dale Campbell as well, who I think has just ticked through as a new subscriber on DDMM. Thank you very much, Dale, for your support. Thank you for subscribing. So we've got plenty more. We've still got a couple of comms days before the end of the month. We'll have Comms Box Cam running again down at Clay Pigeon in the week when we're there for BUKC on Friday. And it'll be in full force there because it's the last round of the season. So the Excel spreadsheets and the abacus will be out to work out who's looking at picking up the trophies for second and third in the championship. We've still got the clubman category to decide in that one as well. That one always tends to go down to the wire. Champions are already crowned, which is not normal going into the last round of a BUKC, but such has been the tour de force that has been Exeter University in that championship this year. There's been a change for 11th place overall because Williams Esports have got back past Ditch Finders, who had a slow lap there, 1 minute 14. Yeah.
Yeah, that hands the position back to Williams Esports. Ditch Finders have to do all that work of passing Williams Esports again. Grenico still lapping the circuit, 1:06.2 on that last lap. According to our data, they have been on the track for 2 hours and 14 minutes since their last stop. So, 57 minutes on the clock. These carts can't run 3 hours, definitely. We know that. But we've got some, like Dr. Vapes, that are looking to gamble on the 2 hour 35 value being the maximum. So you've got teams playing games here, and some of these teams don't need to play these games. They could just play it safe, get the cart home, but they don't want to play it safe. There is the Williams Esports outfit. That's Kendall Branson behind the wheel as he makes his way on towards hairpin 2. And they're currently 11th overall, 8th in class. They wanted the top 10. They'll get the top 10 in class, but I think they wanted the top 10 overall as well to really push on.
Yeah, they're going to need something for teams up the road, to happen to teams up the road, I should say, to achieve that now. But a very, very good effort from the whole team. And whilst, yes, they've had previous karting experience, this is a circuit that's got a lot of very strong local drivers who know this circuit very, very well. And it's a proper driver's circuit, this. It's not an easy one to master. Hope we see them back next year. It would be interesting to see them build on the experiences of the last year.
Yes. Yeah, and obviously you've got to have your first 24 hours somewhere, especially in motorsports. And I don't think you get more grueling than today, where we've had majority of the race in the wet weather on slick tyres. It's not so much, we've heard from drivers, not so much physically demanding, but you have to really concentrate about where you're placing the car and how you slow the car down as well. You've got to keep your lines consistent, otherwise you are going to have a spin. You're going to be losing a lot of time.
Hello to Daniel Campbell, who's subscribed on the DDMM comms box cam. Thank you very much, Daniel. Track limits warning for the number 25. Team ARD. So, okay, 3 laps is their advantage at least over the rest of the clubman field. Even if they were to pick up a penalty, 20-second stop and go. They're solidly in control. And again, if you've got the get out of jail frees to use up, you may as well start using them now.
they surely have to pit again. Surely. You would have thought. But
I've been proven wrong before. It wouldn't be the last time. It wouldn't be the first time either.
53 minutes of the race to go. Still waiting on this pit stop from Adrenico. Look how hard Dante Dillon is pushed now. He's up to 6 seconds, the advantage. Contact warning for Formula None. A couple of drivers getting a bit aggressive out there in the last hour. They've had that charge as they go through. They see the hour column disappear from the timer on start finish, and it gets a couple of drivers a bit excited out there when they get to that stage. I find in 24-hour races.
Definitely. You get to that, you see the minutes left, and you think, oh, the finish line's almost here. We can do it. And you're right, it galvanises you to make sure you get to the checkered flag.
Down through Symes sweep for Dante, taking that wide line, sweeping down towards Paddock Corner. Keeping the eyes forward, there's number 10 of the Bayford Bandits behind, who had a very curious latter half of the night time. They were running in inverse. When everybody else was improving lap times, they were starting to drop off, and then when the rain really came down, they started going quicker. It was quite bizarre. But they've had a good race in 8th place.
I spoke to a couple of the drivers earlier on in our sort of melee of interviews with 2 hours to go, and they were enjoying themselves. They said they've definitely lived up to the name of the Bandits, and but they've had a lot of fun out there.
Yeah. Carrying on there, the guys all based down at Bayford Meadows, not a million miles from this part of the world, in Sittingbourne. Very technical circuits is Bayford Meadows.
Yeah, it is very technical, and I know when that track gets wet as well, that is a tricky challenge to negotiate that one.
I did a 2 hour effective Ironman run round there. A mix of the C word that we don't mention because it all got a little bit messy over lives in 2020, didn't we?
Yes.
A combination of that and an ill team member for other reasons meant that we had a three driver squad in the Club 100 endurance race that suddenly became one. It's like, well, we've paid for the track time. I'm the only one here. What could possibly go wrong? I tried to do 2 hours straight round Bayford Meadows. I was not physically prepared for that one. Let's just say that was a dropped score from our championship effort in 2020.
I don't blame you for that one either. First of all, don't reject the track time. Absolutely not.
I'm from the north. I'm not going to not use the track time.
Exactly. It's been paid for, so you're going to absolutely take advantage of it. Do it on your own as long as you can, but drop the points at the end. Yeah, forget about it. We don't have to worry about it.
7.2 seconds now, the gap between Adrenico and Accelerate. I think if you're Dante, I think you want to get that gap to 15, 20 seconds perhaps. A turnaround with a pit stop, 45 seconds. Track limit warning for Clenaghan Strike 7 Racing. CS7, 14th place for them. They have closed touch in on Senior Frogs. They've been responding. They're pushing. 10.5 seconds is their total in arrears to Senior Frogs. I feel like Chippo's got this under control. That if he needs to start smashing in some low 108s as he is doing and some 107s, that he's got that in the bag. It's Dave Metcalf driving for the number 4 team at the moment.
Just got himself a track limit warning as well. That's That's what the digital flag was showing. No reaction from him though, so it's either he's acknowledged it in his head or he's ignored it. I would like to think the former. Probably saw it and gone, oh, okay.
Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for your continued support. I think we try and go for one more likes drive. Can we hit 500?
Go on, you know you
for
want
this
to.
one?
You know you want to.
Thank you for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday afternoon, as it is now. Two hours and 24 minutes now for Adrenico Racing since their last pit stop, but they're using this period to good value. Their lead is up to 8.2, but this is the thing, accelerate. They're now pushing. They're now getting more into a rhythm. A 105 in from Ollie Smith for the first time in a while. They don't need to pit again, remember. They've pitted 40 minutes ago. So they're comfortable on fuel, and they're comfortable on driver time. There is the number 16, Ditch Finders. 1.2 seconds to this is actually a battle for position at the moment with the Williams Esports 1 team. Ditch Finders are 1 minute 7.527 last time around. The Williams Esports 1 minute 9.482, but I think that is because of traffic, Kieran. So again, this squabble between these two has gone back and forth. This position has changed hands quite a few times in the last 6 or 7 hours.
It has, and it could easily change again because now Williams Esports are on the outside, and the 19 trying to take the outside line there has allowed the 16 to breeze through and take that position.
Have indeed.
Team Rango then wanted to take the outside line, and that's not worked out at all for Kenneth Gulbranson in the Williams Esports car.
Yeah, so up to 11th place confirmed there. Go the Ditch Finders. Still got another lap to find and not a lot of time to find it in to get themselves onto the podium in the clubman category. Second in the class last year. Looking at 4th place here in 2023.
Branson up the inside there, looking to try and take the move, which he does. And will at least get himself ahead in terms of track position. Now he can get himself, you see he's lost a little bit of time here to the Ditch Finders, but he makes his way now down towards Paddock Bend.
Just keeping an eye on that gap for 2nd and 3rd place. Ollie Smith is putting in a brilliant effort here. He's actually reducing the gap now, 7.6 seconds, and there is your answer. Harrison Kirkham is being prepared for Adrenico Racing. It's going to be Harrison Kirkham to take the number 5 to the checkered flag and be given the task, if he can do it, of closing down the deficit that they will have once the pit stop has been done. I would imagine it's going to be around 35 seconds once this pit stop is done, so 2 hours and 26 the stint length for Dante Dillon at the moment. Probably another 5 minutes or so before we see Dante come into the pit lane.
Yeah, that will give him roughly 40 minutes for the driver change. There's a driver change only for the Williams Esports 2nd outfit. So
yep.
Brett Koch hands over to the driver that will take the checkered flag in the last 45 minutes.
Good to see them back out as well.
Yes.
Good to see them back out. So they had some downtime in the night.
I wonder actually. No, that's the red gloves. No, it won't be Jack Noller.
That'd be the wrong team.
It would be the wrong team. That's what I was thinking. So, because all of them are listed as Buckmore gear. So, not sure who's in that one, but I'm sure your informant can let us know.
I've just given him a prod.
Yeah, give him a prod. Who's in that second car? Go on. Let us know. Tell us. But there is Gulbranson then, making his way out of hairpin 2. Trying to chase back down that position against Ditch Finders. through in towards the S's?
I think we want to keep an eye on Senor Frogs. They've given this a good go, but I quite like what I think they're about to do here. I think they're going to put... Yeah, I like this. So, Calix is going to go back out, and as far as I'm aware, correct me if I'm wrong, Kieran, Calix has only been out for one stint, and it was in that period of the race when the rain really started to come down, and they pulled him out, and that's the point at which they put Matt Plum in. And it was a tactical decision because they had something to fight for. And I felt really sorry for him because it's just a set of circumstances that as a rookie, as a novice at this level, he got a deluge of rain. We weren't expecting him to do anything spectacular with it. He's a novice. This is very, very hard to do if you've not done it before, racing in the wet on slicks. I like this from the Senor Frogs. Could have been very easy for them to just keep circulating round and hope something happens up ahead, but they're going to give Calix a bit more time out on circuit to enjoy his time as part of this team. That shows a proper team spirit for me. And yes, it might lose them a position overall, but that's not important. And look at it; he's looking happy. He's looking ready to go. Is Calix? Good on him. Good on him. So in comes Josh Larkin. Chip out. What a driver. What a stint. In gets Calix to take it to the checkered flag. He only got about 40 minutes earlier, and they pulled him out to give Matt Plum some time in the kart and get them back in the battle, and they were back in the battle. It's just been a little bit too much for them with the added experience that the other teams have got. But out goes Calix, just ahead of the number 21 there. Yes, the probably cede 13th place to CS7 Racing, but they won't care about that. They've got a lap in hand over the next kart, and away goes for the remaining 42 minutes of the race.
Yep, and Calix gets the track time he didn't get when the deluge of rain came to take this one to the checkered flag. And yeah, as you say, they've got a big enough gap to Formula None at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that gap as and when the telemetry gets updated. But it does look like they realise this is probably the peak now.
Yeah.
This is how far they're going to climb from last place. Let's give Calix a bit of track time. Let him have a bit of track time that he did.
A bit of fun.
Yeah, a bit of fun.
No pressure.
And look at him go. That is a man who's having fun.
No wetsuit as well. No fear. Had a couple of spins earlier. Has obviously been watching some of the lines from his teammates and learning from that. It's looking pretty good, looking steady at the start of this stint. Still no pit stop from Adrenico Racing. 2 hours and 31 now, going through into sector number 3. We know Harrison Kirkham is ready to get into the kart for them. 7.9 seconds is the gap. That's not going to be enough to get back out ahead of Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. Edward Gordon says no wetsuit is wild, particularly in these conditions, mate. And he's wearing bright white shoes as well.
Wouldn't have that any other way, that's for sure.
Ollie Smith going past the Trophy or Trees effort. I just want to try and work out who they've got in for the end of the race. It might be Aldas, I think, is back in. Big cheers going up. I think Calix is having some fun out there on circuit. Yes, it is Aldas driving with the white helmet. I can just see the Lithuanian flag through the wetsuit there. 8.2 seconds the gap now. Conditions still less than optimal for us here at Buckmore Park, but the drivers continuing on well. Williams Esports have just got back past Ditchfinders. They've not given up that fight for 11th place. Kieran, who have we got joining us now?
Well, we have a very worn-out, sodden driver who groaned taking the seat here. Yes, absolutely. How did you find it out there?
Oh, brilliant. It was a lot of fun, but yeah, just completely shattered. Completely shattered.
Right, talk us through it then. How have your team got on?
So, I'm Joe, I'm team captain for Club 73 Young Guns. And yeah, done well. Done really well. We qualified 20th. We didn't have a great qualifying. And first stint, probably within the first half an hour, we were up to 5th. And we've pretty much stayed there and been fighting with Kart 17 Dr. Vapes the whole time. But then we pulled a gap over the evening. I stayed up the whole night. I've not got a single bit of sleep. And now, yeah, we're right there. With, what is it, 3 laps extra on top of them? But the problem is now we're in no man's land. We're 6 laps down on 4th and 3 left.
You are, you're very much on an island at the moment.
Yeah, there's nothing we can really do. We just got to get it. And I believe he was in commentary yesterday with you with another fellow.
Yes.
Seb. He's out there at the moment.
There he is.
Past into turn 1. Get down the inside. So yeah.
Yeah, he was. Sebastian was up here saying that he was going to get the fastest lap. That was one promise he made, and that it was first or nothing. I think that Anthony and Sebastian were saying last night. I mean,
well, nothing then.
Yeah, I'd rather you said it than me, but no, it's been a commendable effort though. 5th place at the moment. Is this sort of is this meeting expectations from?
We came into this race off last year where we came 7th, and 7th was amazing for us because the 2 targets that we always want to achieve when we come racing is to beat the other Club 73 teams.
Yep.
Feel a bit of personal pride going to their races during the midweek series and the weekend series, and just to be able to better what we did last year. That's always what we sort of aim for. So we come into this race with 2 different guys, Seb and Ant. They didn't race with us last year. So now that we're in 5th and we are now 13 laps behind the leader. Last year I think we were like 16. So I know that we've had a couple of issues through the evening, a couple of drivers not meeting the stint simply because of a couple of issues. One of them had a really bad, like his eyes started blacking out. He wasn't able to actually see properly, so he had to come in early. But then me and 2 other drivers, Toby Brown and Carl Hillis, we've extended our stints to 2 hours 15 minutes in the wet, seeing that we could actually make fuel last.
Yeah.
Last year we were so worried that carts were going to conk out fuel. We've seen loads of people do it, but I've not seen actually the single car at the moment conk out fuel.
Yeah, well, we've been keeping our real close eye on Adrenico Racing. They've done 2 hours 36 so far out there on a stint, which I think is the longest we've had today. And you've also got Dr. Vapes who pitted in. They had to drive
add 1 hour 27 to what they've done so far. So that's quick maths, 1 hour 59.
Yeah, 1 hour 59, and they're not planning to pit again. So yeah, interesting was also the word we used. But I mean, how have you found the whole experience? 24 hours, as we always said, it's a long old race. How have you found it personally?
Oh, brilliant. Just doing it last year and then being able to use that experience and then bringing it into this year has made it more enjoyable because we feel like we sort of were able to compete with someone. Like last year, we sort of were in no man's land in 7th from probably hour 6, but beyond that, yeah.
Key phase of the race this, with 34 minutes to go. Oh, there's a bit of problem there for Dante Dillon to get the seat insert out, the leaded seat insert. That's Dante done. He had about 10 seconds, 12 seconds as the advantage. So, Accelerate, Kent Brewery Racing go back into 2nd place.
As yep, a bit of frustration there, trying to get back into the seat. Harrison Kirkham gets away. What is the time measure going to be? What is the gap that Harrison has got to close down? It's 25 seconds. If he can do that at a rate of a second a minute, he's got a chance here, Kieran.
Yeah, he has. A second a minute, but it's no easy task because Dante at his best was lapping a second a lap quicker. So that's just slightly under the target there. It's a big job on his hands, but there's only one thing for it. There's only one way to find out if he can do it, and that's by watching him over the next 33 minutes as he makes his way through in towards Simon Sweep and towards Pullman's. We'll keep keeping an eye on the lap times and keeping an eye on the gaps as we go through towards the last half an hour. Just to come back to our team captain of the Club 73 Young Guns. Obviously, you said you were here last year. You've taken elements of what you learned last year into this year for a better experience. Anything you take away from this year to go into next year's entry?
Yeah, don't go as many black flags.
that would be a help.
Yeah, exactly. This is what's screwed us over. All 6 carts at the very start all got black flags for speeding on yellows, and the fact was that it just, you look at it, it's all ifs and buts, so it could never happen. But when you look at it, if we hadn't done that, we've been in first, and you never know what could happen from there if you're in first.
You know, the unfortunate thing is that hindsight's 2020.
Yeah,
that is always the unfortunate thing. But no, it's been great seeing the team up there in 5th place, as you say, in a bit of no man's land. So I guess the instruction is just bring this cart home.
Yeah, well, he's pushing. You know, he was in here yesterday telling you he's going to give his 100%. So he's pushing. I don't quite know what the lap times he's doing at the moment. 106.
106.3 is matching the leader's pace
yeah,
at the moment.
He's been brilliant. And has just been absolutely flying. When he came out after my stint, when the rain first started, I was out. I mean, it was 15 minutes into the stint, then hour of 45 of pure chaos when the rain started going down. And then, he was right on the pace of the leaders during his stint, and he did 2 hours, 20 minutes, I think, without pitting. So, yeah, really good. It's been amazing. But everyone's been amazing. Everyone's done their bit. Everyone's played to their strengths, where maybe they're not necessarily, like, quick over one lap, but consistent and able to extend the fuel longer, and that's given us the advantage here, where Dr. Vapes has now got to, well, how long did you say they've got to go until the end?
They've got to get 2 hours and 35 out of a tank of fuel.
Yeah, I know that it's possible, but the fact is that because we've extended our stints, we've made the pit stop, and now he can thrash through an hour and 45 minutes as quick as possible.
Let's go through our last rundown of the order. 30 minutes of the race to go. Dab Motorsport are on course for their 2nd victory in a row in the Buckmore Park 24 hours. They've completed 1,417 laps. Their lead is 3 laps. They've managed that for the course of pretty much the last 8 or 9 hours. Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, though, I think are going to be more concerned about the pace of Adrenico Racing. Can they hold off this late charge from Adrenico Racing, who were at one point 2 laps behind them? It's now 31.5 seconds with less than an hour, half an hour of this race to go. So Adrenico Racing there in 3rd. The only way is Brentwood are settling for 4th place in this one. In the middle there, 3 laps behind Adrenico Racing, 5 laps ahead of Club 73 Young Guns. We've got similarly a good gap over Dr. Vapes there in 6th place. Team ARD, likewise to Dab Motorsport, are on for their 2nd victory in class in a row, repeating their 2022 victory, 18 laps off the overall lead, and now 5 laps ahead of the rest of the Clubman field. The Bayford Bandits are in 8th place there in a Clubman sandwich, 22 laps off the overall lead. TRX Racing have had a topsy-turvy race, but they're going to come out with a podium here. They're in 2nd place in class, in 9th place overall there, 23 laps down, 1 lap clear of Team De Neros, who fully deserve their spot on the podium if they can see this out for the last half an hour. They're in 10th place overall, 3rd in Clubman and ahead of the prime team from the Williams Esports division. They're there in 11th place and are not done with this fight with the Ditch Finders. It's gone back and forth more times than we can remember. 9 seconds is the gap between Williams Esports 1 and 11th and the Ditch Finders in 12th, who we should mention are also 4th place in class. Clenaghan Strike 7 Racing are there in 13th place. They've gained that position with Senior Frogs pulling in and giving some more driver time to Kieran McGinley. Calix out on circuit at the moment. We'll get to them in a short moment. So CS7 Racing up to 13th. Formula None up to 14th now as well. 5th place in class for them. South Coast Racing are now in 15th overall. 6th place in class. Senior Frogs now in 16th place. 7th in class. Great effort from them once again in a much tougher race to navigate than 12 months ago. They'll be safe there. That'll be where they finish to bring it home now. They've got a 5-lap advantage over the next kart, which is Zesty Drink Racing in 17th place. Club 73, Not Fast But Furious, are a further lap back. They've got a 4-lap advantage over Brighton Motorsport, who are back into the top 20, as are Trophy or Trees. They've taken that position quite recently. 3.6 seconds is the gap ahead of Mini Boost for the Formula 1 and Motorsport YouTube and influencers team. Club 73 Team Silent are next up in 22nd place, 1 lap further back, 4 laps ahead of Team Rango in 23rd. Olympus Karting by HSR Autos are winning the sub-rookie division battle at the bottom of the order there, 24th, and now back running again in 25th place. The Williams Esports 2 efforts, 25th place, having completed 929 laps. They're not quite going to reach the 1,000, the Grand Mille, but a great effort from them nonetheless. Kieran, that gap for Accelerate, it's going in the right direction for them at the moment. This was always going to be one of the big challenge for Harrison Kirkham, coming in, getting used to the conditions against a very fast, very inspired Ollie Smith. It's out to 35 seconds. Before we get your thoughts on that, though, let's have a last word from one of our sponsors.
Imagine a world where style and sustainability unite. The Anderson A2 charge point offers over 120 common finish combinations, so you will choose to win in or stand out. Crafted in the UK from high-quality materials and precision engineering, the A2 is designed to make the switch to electric driving as seamless as possible. Smart, simple, sustainable. This is luxury electric vehicle charging. This is Anderson EV.
Thank you very much to Anderson EV. There are the Senior Frogs squad cheering on Calix to the end of this race. Yes, they've lost a couple of positions, but I don't think they'll mind too much about that. It's a proper group effort, this team, and they wanted to give Calix a fair stab at it. I say they've been there. It's been very strong in Clubman this year.
It has, and that's proved by Team ARD. They are matching the leader's pace at the moment. I mean, even slightly quicker than Dab Motorsport at this moment in time. So, yeah, it's a phenomenal effort, and as you say, Clubman has really closed up this year. 1.2 seconds separated the entire grid going in towards qualifying, so that just showed you enough how close this was going to be. As there is Calix there making his way through the first 2 turns, I'm sure with a massive grin on his face as he slides it around.
Big thanks to our Twitch following as well. Thank you for tuning in. 600 followers for Alpha Live on Twitch is a message that I've just received, so thank you everybody for your support. I think more to come from Alpha Live on Twitch. Thank you for tuning in, and a big thanks to Harry Packer from Twitch UK and Ireland for his support and his help for today's stream. He was here early. We didn't quite catch up with him on the grid, unfortunately, before the start of the race. But big thanks to Harry and all of his support. Calix there having a fight with the number 17, Marcel Chmielewski, driving at the moment for the number 17 kart. Round goes Calix. Oh no, hopefully he's not stuck on the curb. Well done. But good recovery there from Calix. Gets it back on the road.
Yeah, spinning out of Cafe Curve is one of probably the worst places to have a spin because it's a blind corner. So he did well to get it back going and keep it out of harm's way.
Didn't panic.
Yeah, didn't panic. That was the main thing.
23 minutes of the race to go. I think Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, they'll just be starting to breathe a bit easier now. They're seeing that gap go out towards 40 seconds, Kieran.
Yeah, and it was always going to be a big ask for Adrenica Racing in this last stint to try and close that gap. It was a big ask, but yeah, Accelerate Kent Brewery, as you say, breathing that sigh of relief, that pressure's relieved, and the gap is just extending by a second per lap at this rate. So they're happy with that at the moment. The DAB Motorsport leading the way, currently on lap 1,424, which is obviously falls short of last year, but of course this has been very much a washout in terms of weather. We've had 8 hours of dry track, the rest of it's been soaking wet, which is obviously going to slow down the drivers a bit, but I mean it's provided some tense moments for drivers as well, especially overnight on the damp circuit, and it really has Mother Nature really threw the bucket of water over
Just
this
a bit.
track, but all the drivers managed to tiptoe their way through, and they're still doing now with 22 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I'm impressed with this. I know the first time I drove in wet conditions with no experience of it before, it's just your brain just becomes mush because everything you know about driving, whether it be you've done a little bit in dry conditions or on the road, it all feels quite alien. Very easy to panic and make lots and lots of mistakes or lose your confidence, and that definitely isn't happening with Calix at the moment. He is going for it and having a bit of fun out there. Thumbs up from the number 15 Formula None as they go by. Still holding on to that 5-lap advantage over Zesty Drink Racing. 1 minute 10s at the moment for Senor Frogs, 1 minute 9s for Zesty Drink. So they're fine here. Their positions secured. Got Calix back down the inside, trying to retake the position. Gets the end out. That's a brilliant, good racing there with Formula None. Lee Henderson wanting a little bit of end of race drama. Well, Senor Frogs are delivering the entertainment in the form of Calix. He likes getting the rear axle out.
He does.
On the cars. He's got a dab right foot there to keep it under control.
Yeah, he's he likes an oversteery setup. This looks like as he makes his way back onto the track, having visited those curves on the exit of the Stella chicane, and now making his way onwards towards the start-finish line to start another lap. 20 minutes left.
Yep.
Of this Buckmore Park 24-hour 2023.
Dab Motorsports, Jack Goldsmith, doing what Jack Goldsmith does at the front of the field. He's in the low 1 minute 6s right now. Likewise is Ollie Smith for Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. The lead gap now, I think, is continuing to extend out because Adrenica Racing in the mid 107s at the moment.
On our timing screens, Dab Motorsport and Accelerate Kent Brewery are pretty close together out on track.
Yep.
There is Jack Goldsmith in Dab Motorsport, and possibly the cart ahead of him is the Accelerate Kent Brewery cart. Let's see.
It is indeed.
So that's a chance for Dab Motorsport to go 4 laps into the lead. And that's a
Calix
spin.
has had a spin. Oh dear.
Who do you reckon has the biggest smile on the face right now at this point? Out there.
Well, it's either going to be out there on the circuit or out there
out on the
in
circuit.
the pad. Out on the circuit, it's got to be Calix.
It has to be.
It's got to be Calix. He's getting a lot of support from the sidelines. Here the guys cheering him on. Not even on the balcony this year for this final bit of the race, cheering one of their teammates on. There is your race leader. 18 minutes to go. 15 or 16 laps probably for them.
Yep, and it's been it hasn't been the easy route for Dad Motorsport. They found themselves about 4 or 5 hours in. They found themselves nearly a lap down on the race lead. So they managed to claw it back with some strategy and with some quick drivers as well. They have managed to pull themselves 3 laps into the lead. That's a little bit of a moment there for Ditch Finders then, out of hairpin 1. They managed to get themselves back going again, and even gives us a little bit of a slide coming out of hairpin 2 there. Through the S's we go. The S's, when it's wet, always a slightly terrifying prospect.
A little bit terrifying.
You've got to be aggressive through there when there isn't no grip. You can't steer slightly, because there'll be no grip and you'll go straight on. You can't even go full lock at a slow rate because there's no grip and you won't turn it. You have to really wrench the wheel to get the cart to bite into the corner. So it's always a very interesting one there. And green flags at the end of at the exit of hairpin 1 indicates that Calix has gone for another spin through hairpin 1. But I don't think he'll care at this point.
Just enjoying this one in the latter stages, bringing it home for the team. I'm sure he'll have been giving a lot of support, moral support for to his teammates before he got back in the kart. He's kept himself alert and ready for this one right at the end. Ditchfinder's still giving it some, aren't they? 6.9 seconds is the gap to Williams Esports. Here they are on screen. And I think you're back with us on Comms Box Cam. So I didn't do one more little fettle and reset of the camera before we get to the end of the stream. We'll pretty much wrap the Comms Box Cam up at the point of the checkered flag. Hello to Quadrants as well, who are in the Twitch chat. We heard from Steve Brown, Super GT earlier, and told us that they're planning to be down here on Monday to do some more filming. So looking forward to that. 16 minutes to go now. Team Quadrant's saying this is karma for last year's sign. Oh, that's a bit harsh. That's a bit harsh. All good fun. All good fun. Joe says Lux's chin apparently isn't very aerodynamic. I'm not having any of that. That's not fair. The driver's closing in now. I've not forgotten about South Coast Racing. They're also closing in for a position. 8.1 seconds up the road from them are Formula None, and last time around they pulled in 0.7 of a second, so we could have a bit of a standoff finish there for what would be 14th place overall. You never know, they could take each other out. And Calix could come flying through the middle right at the end of the race.
I mean, is that a curse that you've just committed there?
No.
Or is that a foretelling?
Curse has been behaving itself today.
It has. Weirdly behaving. I don't like it.
47 seconds now the lead for Accelerate Kent Brewery over Adrenico. I think both of them are in now a case of bring it home. And the number 14 of South Coast Racing going through. How's the gap? It took out another 1.2 seconds, 6.9. Oliver Griffiths Daniel Mays, Bert Chapman and Chris Ryer in the Formula None team. For South Coast, I think it's Kieran Chigsey at the wheel to finish. Very accomplished super heavyweight driver in the Club 100 Heavyweight Sprints Championship. Another driver we saw racing last weekend. If you missed all of the action or any of the action at Wilton Mill, you can watch that stream back here on at the Alpha Live YouTube channel. And if you've missed any of this race as well, don't worry, you will in time once YouTube has gone through and rendered, and Twitch as well, be able to watch the full race back in all of its glory in its 3 parts across here on the Alpha Live network of channels. And we'll have Comsbox Cam as well, and all of lovely visitors that we've had across the course of the race available on the DDM channel as well. I took an there because I've thought 30 minutes to go. I want to take up this opportunity to put some thanks out for the team before we get into the last couple of laps. First of all, I want to thank the Buckmore Park staff, so accommodating as always, so supportive in the lead up to this event with key bits of information and access to drivers and teams. In particular, I want to thank Clint Bell, who we spoke to earlier, Adam Walker, who's been on the social media, Rich Martell, and Phil Ling as well, who I could do my job without, and always enjoy working here with the guys at Buckmore Park. So big thanks to them and their whole team here at the circuit. Thanks to all the staff out on circuit, the marshals, the team down in the cafe, keeping everybody well fed and watered. Howie Packer as well, who mentioned for his support on Twitch, but also our extensive team, our enthusiastic team who've come together to put the broadcasts on for you today. From leading appearance, we've got Jack Mitchell, Jake Grubb, Joe Grace, Laura Glover, Ryan Wakeman, Will Warrilow, Oliver O'Brien, Jack Dixon, Harry Brooker, Craig Moore, and then your executive producer, as I've just titled him, James Fitchie. That has been the team from Alpha Live, behind the scenes, on the cameras, directing the camera cuts. Everything that you've seen has happened because of them, and we literally could not do our jobs without them. Your commentary team, Yousuf Bin-Suhayl, stepped up, brilliantly stepped up, and we could not have done this round the clock twice efforts without him. He's had to head off, unfortunately, so he's not going to be here for the end of the race, but thank you so much, Yousuf. We gave him the call early this week, said, please help, do you want to do it? And he was like, yes, I am in, and he threw himself into the breach brilliantly, gave us that energy that we needed at around 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock into the race. Big thanks to yourself, mate, of course. You've been fantastic once again. It's been a pleasure to share the commentary duties with you for the vast majority of the last 24 hours.
Yeah,
it's been a good one.
I'm surprised you haven't told me to go away. 18 hours we shared
18 hours,
together.
yeah. 10 minutes of this race to go. Of course, thank you to all of you who followed across the various streams here on YouTube, which is our home, which has been the home of Alpha Live for a good few years now. Recently passed the 30,000 subscribers mark, and I say, what you guys do when you watch, you're supporting people's livelihoods at the end of the day, and the opportunity to bring what we love, this sport that we love, to you, and give you access like never before. We hope you've enjoyed it along the way, as well on Twitch. Twitch, we're still very much finding our feet with how it all works, but the support that we've had there has not gone unnoticed, and the support as well that we've had on the DDMM Comsbox feed as well, and on the social media in the lead up to this event. I think we've never had engagement like we've had in the lead up to this. I think a lot of people were very excited based on what we put on last year. And if you are new around here, if you've been brought in by a couple of our influencer teams and you want to stick around, we've got more action, more racing for you here on Alpha Live for the rest of Sunday. Take your pick. Wilton Mill Kart Club, Teesside Owner Sprint Series, so at opposite ends of the UK, and then we've also got Rotax Max Challenge coverage from Franciacorta in Italy. Fantastic circuit. I was lucky to go there a few years ago for an international finals. Real proper circuit, so very jealous of Henry that he's been able to go out and attend that one. But do give those streams your support if you can, and we're back next weekend as well. BUKC on Friday down at Clay Pigeon for the culmination of this year's mains championship, and we'll be up at Rowra in the Lake District, Cumbria Karts Racing Club, on Sunday for round 4 of the Super 1 National Karting Championships. We've got 8 and a bit minutes to go, mate, and it's looking like a very, very good day out there for DAB Motorsport. They've still got this 3-lap lead.
Yeah, they have, and Jack Goldsmith behind the wheel knows that he doesn't have to keep pushing. He's got the
he will do.
Well, he will do. He knows he doesn't have to, but he will do. You're right. But he's got XLR8 Kent Brewer Racing pretty much in his view. He's sharing the same bit of track with them. He's already 3 laps ahead, so he doesn't really need to make the move. And we'll see him shortly make his way towards the line. There he is, Jack Goldsmith in the DAB Motorsport. That is your overall leader at this moment in time, the number 6 DAB Motorsport. It's been a fine display from them. Hadn't started out the way they may have liked, because they started to fall backwards past the first hour, but strategy, some good stints, and a bucket load of water has made a huge difference for them.
I go back to the middle point of the race. They pulled that 2-lap lead once the service window had closed for all the different teams, and you knew at that point that the opposition are really going to need to pull something special here out the bag, because that allowed DAB Motorsport not to completely back off, but just scale it back by 1 or 2%. And they kept applying the pressure, they kept the speed up, they got it up to 3 laps. It did drop back down to a 2-lap lead a few hours ago, but then again they've just reasserted their dominance on this event, and they're going to be winners 2 years in a row. They have not been defeated in this event since the hiatus in 2021. Surely they will be back in 2024 to try and make it a hat-trick. Who would bet against them based on how they have performed here in 2023? The rain continuing to pile down here at Buckmore Park. Quite a different picture to what we had 24 hours ago, when it was a lovely sunny day.
I remember that.
Yeah,
it was lovely and sunny
on the grid.
But it's not going to dampen DAB Motorsport's mood, that's for sure. All this rain, they're going to have the beaming smiles all the way through. Looking at the clubman leader at this moment in time, it's the number 25 of Team ARD, and I've said it plenty of times before. I have no shame in saying it again. What a performance from our clubmen at Team ARD.
Yeah, they have been superb. I'm sure they'll take on the challenge next year. They've proven themselves now. They've proven that 2022 wasn't a fluke. There they are, the number 25. This is a team that we'll see continue to develop and move up into the pro ranks next year. As rounds the number 22. That's Mini Boost. You've been trying to chase down Trophy or Trees, and I think unfortunately that means they won't be able to catch them now in the last 5 minutes. I've not forgotten as well, folks, about South Coast Racing. 4.2 seconds is now the gap for them to Formula None. How about that? A club battle, a class battle for what would be in the top 5 in that class is not done yet. 3.1 seconds, 4.5 minutes to go. Have Formula None got it in their locker to hold off this late charge from Kieran McGinley and South Coast Racing? There is the number 14, just trying to get past Kieran McGinley at the moment in the number 23 Senor Frogs. Calix is going to try and throw it round the outside, perhaps. Kieran Chigsey to the inside through the S's. South Coast Racing perhaps lost a touch of time. There they are. That's the position they're trying to chase. Formula None are right ahead of them now. The number 15, top 5 in the class, is up for grabs here. That's a motorsport map. Oh, it's off there. Oh, sorry, that's just a tester car. So I thought there was 2 drivers off at the moment. Is that the number 19, perhaps? That's probably our biggest off that we've seen in the whole race. It's the number 16 kart of the Ditch Finders. They've lost nearly a minute, and TRX Racing have got a black flag here. I don't think that's going to affect things in terms of the order, but we have got a bit of late drama here at Buckmore Park in the 24-hour.
Yes, we have, and 3 minutes on the clock, not many laps to go. We'll be looking out for Dab at Motorsport to see when they cross the line, give us an idea of how long, how many more laps we have to go. And there is Senor Frogs making their way through in towards the final sector. And I assume we're going to catch our class leader, or overall leader, very, very shortly. That's the XLR Kent Brewery Racing. Then you've got the Senor Frogs, and there, in the number 6, is the Dab Motorsport team, as the number 7 is in to serve a black flag penalty.
Very late on, so I think we've got 2 more laps then. 2 more laps before the checkered flag comes out for Dab Motorsport. They're comfortable, they're in control. 3 laps, nearly 4 laps in the lead of this race. What's that gap looking like? It's stabilising at 3.1 seconds between Formula None. Oh, as Calix has had a spin, gets going again, waits for the traffic to go by. Apologies, we've not got the reason for TRX's black flag. I wonder whether was it contact with the Ditch Finders, who are okay. They haven't lost their 4th place in class, despite going around for a 2 minute and 7 second lap there. Williams Esports 1 going over the line. They're going to finish in the top 10 in their class in Pro. 11th place overall. We're waiting now, coming up over the hill. We might get another lap in here, actually. Watch that clock to see which side of 1 minute and 6, 1 minute and 7 it falls. Or maybe... There it is. Well,
so
this could be the last lap if Jack Goldsmith wanted. He could lift off now and cruise it home to a 2nd victory in a row in the Buckmore Park 24 hours for Dab Motorsport. One of the fastest drivers round this circuit, entrusted with bringing the karts home. It's been non-dramatic really for Jack Goldsmith, but he won't mind that. Started the race for them, is going to end the race for them and be victorious. Down the hill now, not had the final lap board come out yet. They might just cross the line for 1 more. South Coast Racing would like that because it's a bit more time and an opportunity for them to try and catch up to Formula None and take the 5th place spot in Clubman. 10 seconds on the clock. Is this going to be the checkered flag? Is this going to be the moment for the leaders? They're going to cross the line. Last lap board is out now. They just got across the line before. How about that for a bit of choreography for Dab Motorsport? This is, I think that's how impressive have they been? They managed to cross the line with less than 1 second on the clock to start the final lap.
Brilliant, brilliant. I can't think of anything that sums up this race more artistically than that. Crossing the line with just enough time to start 1 more lap.
And South Coast Racing are going to really like that because then 0.5 of a second. They've got through. They've got through. There it is. South Coast Racing have gone through to take 5th place. The Ditch Finders have had a spin. Sorry, not the Ditch Finders. That's Club 73, not fast but furious. It's all going on right at the last lap. Good sportsmanship there from Ollie Smith, letting the leader go by. It's going to be a photo finish, a staged finish here right at the end. For DAB Motorsports, they won it in 2022. They didn't have pole position. They knew they were going to have a fierce fight. But in 2023, your Buckmore Park 24-hour champions once again are DAB Motorsport. The history books will show they win the race by 4 laps from Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, who crossed the line with them there. Adrenico Racing are going to come across the line. There they are in 3rd place. Apologies, no, in a few moments' time. That was the number 2 coming across the line for 4th. It's going to be a win for Team ARD. Where is the number 25 in class? I think they are coming up over the hill now to take their 2nd victory in a row. There's the number 17 of Dr. Vapes across the line. There is the number 8 of Williams Esports across the line, waiting for the 25 and the 3 still to come over the finish line. There is the number 5, 3rd place for Adrenico Racing, and a win in class for Team ARD for the 2nd year in a row. TRX Racing finish on the podium as well in Clubman, and Team Deneros complete the rostrum. What a finish. A bit of drama there right at the end. Changes for position. In fact, changes back again. Formula None got back past South Coast Racing for 13th place. What a race, Kieran McGinley. What a 24-hour.
They had 24 hours to pack in all that action, and they decided to do it all in
the last lap.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. But what a well-deserved victory for DAB Motorsports. Jack Goldsmith will be flying the checkered flag around as the pro winners here, and the union flag will be awaiting the winner of the Clubman class, Team ARD. Again, a fantastic performance they put in, and they'll wait for that 25 karts to make its way up towards the line again.
So there's karts that finished on the podium lining up here for the photos. P1 there for Jack Goldsmith and DAB Motorsport. Once again, we'll give a full rundown of the provisional final results, but I'm just looking at the timing screen. 24 hours of racing, just the odd 1,417 laps. 0.561 seconds was the gap between Formula None and South Coast Racing. And here we go for the ceremony.